There's enough of delay. Did I bring enough tea for you? No. No, not at all. You suspect that Golden Floof wins because I spoiled it? Yeah, we'll get to that. Just trying to do the sound check, but apparently I haven't talked. You suspect that Golden Floof wins because I spoiled it? Yeah. Alright, we're fine. Let me look up something for one of our patrons here, and then we'll get started. We'll let people gather up for just a couple more seconds. What the hell is this thing? Me. Yes. All right. What we're doing? What's happening? What's good? Okay. We have the Stormvermin playoffs. We do have 3 streams today. One already happened. It was the patch notes stream, right? Right. That was a bundle of fun. My overall synopsis would be some really cool changes that were minor, but some very major problems that were missed. Bretonia got buffs. Lizardmen got buffs. Grand Cathay, debatable, but either, I would say, a side grade or buffs. But we'll see. So that one's debatable. Kislev is the most debatable, because Mother Ostankia definitely got nerfs. And the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts got some nerfs. But then they get new units, unbreakable little halberd guys. Their cavalry got buffs, pretty big buffs with a new passive that does leadership damage on the charge to the enemy. Their ice witches got buffs, Katerin got buffs. So I don't know. Like, their 2 big obvious things got nerfs, but everything else on the roster got little nudges that could be considered buffs. And the Patriarch's unnerfed, the Bear Blob's unnerfed. So I don't know. Anyway, all the S tiers are going to remain S tier or go to S plus or even S plus plus. That's the synopsis. Anything lower tier got either untouched or nerfed further. Like, Slanesh got probably gutted. Slanesh got fucking destroyed. It was hilarious, but really sad. Anyway, we have 3 streams today. This is the second one. Stormvermin playoffs. The middle of our playoff tier list. And then we will have Chieftains tonight. The Chieftains had less players than any of the others, so it is the shortest one. And if I'm going to get both these done before the patch comes out tomorrow so I can just cover the patch, I need to stream one of them tonight. So I picked the shorter one to go tonight there. So we'll get the Stormvermin done here. All right. This is the middle of the pack. You're going to get a mix of skill levels. We have like Chosen One, who is a well-known name in the community. Definitely a very, very good player. Mixed with like newer good players like Golden Floof is newer, and he's still good, but he's not like as well known as Chosen One, right? You know, we have Rusty, who's been around. Rusty's been in RTK forever, you know. He's been around, but he's never been like crazy good. But you know, you got a lot of veterans in this tier, but kind of a mix of like how active they've been recently or how storied they are. But everyone in this tier is very solid. They're solid players. You should... Well, the Grey Seers, you're not going to see any mistakes most of the time. Like, Chieftains, you'll see a couple. Stormvermin, you'll see a couple more. But this should be a bracket where you can expect these people to have good builds, good matchup knowledge, and not forgetting units in the corner as much. So, less, like, obvious mistakes. You did see its current year advanced over Licinia. They were having some time zone differences, and Licinia said, listen, bro, I've honestly just been playing other games. I'll just FF, and he can move on. So that one did already happen. We'll start at the top with Rusty and Trader GG. So try and find that game. Alright. Let's do this. Game 1 of Rusty versus Trader. Hello. Goodbye. Cateran's new chariot is also busted. Cool. Cool. So for Trader, Trader is in the same clan as me, NC. He has not been grinding a bunch, but he's always been a fun player to watch. Always had cool ideas on what was meta, and just overall a good dude. Versus Rusty. Talked about Rusty a little bit earlier, but an RTK veteran who pops over to Dom sometimes, comes back to land battles, takes breaks from the game due to real-life stuff, but he's back for now and ready to rock with some Beastman versus Norska action. For Norska, a front line of Marauder champions exclusively. 4 Marauder champions backed up by Skin Wolves, Norskin Ice Wolves, a Shaman Sorcerer Metal with just Plague of Rust, Throg the Troll King, and that is it. On the other side for the Beastmen, we have Ungor herds, Ungor Spearman herds, Butchers of Kalkengard mixed with more Ungor herds. And then we have some Razor Gore herds, more Minos, some Archers, Morgar the Shadowgate with both of his spawn summons. Ooh, yep, okay, both of them. And then a Trader King Caster and double Manticore. I know Rusty really likes double Manticore. I feel like it's fallen out of the meta for a while, but it is an older way of playing the game, and maybe he's just like, man, these are the builds I know, fuck it, I'll play what I know during playoffs. But I feel like Manticores are largely underwhelming in Game 3. Trader King gonna hit Throg and some champions. It would have been juicy if that was a Trader King against the 4 single entities all piled up on each other, but that's not how the world works. Norska appears to be doing just fine on the flanks, though some Archer support might turn this against them soon. The Marauder champions are winning the front line, though the single entity core is massacring Throg right now. He'd probably have to back off soon. And that really is the tale of the tape. Norska's winning both flanks. They're losing their lord in the process. Chaos Spawn are now going to trap him in, and Throg's options of leaving this fight have disintegrated. He is stuck here till the end of days at this point. We'll see if the rest of his army can win everywhere else hard enough to get to him before he dies. Witch Elf still have Rampage on, it's on the Witch Brew. Cool. I mean, it is a one-time use where they used to constantly apply Rampage to everyone. I still think it is a nerf to Witch Elves overall. Alright, Throg routes with the Manticores all around him. In the distance, we still have one Minotaur looking healthy. Ooh, nasty Plague of Rust Overcast, though. While it's being attacked by 2 different Skin Wolves, that will melt this poor Minotaur and get rid of the Beastman's last strong Mino, I think. And the Butchers are around Throg. I forgot they were over here. Oh, but they're not looking too good. Yeah, that was their last healthy one, and it just died. Died immediately, died horribly. Manticores have now moved on to trying to snipe out the Metal Caster, spreading out their influence. But Norska's coming to play, man. The Skin Wolves have all finished up their other targets. Dogs are going to run over and help these Marauder champions chase off Ungor Raiders, which the champion should probably come back at this point and let the dogs sweep up anybody who's routing. Though I don't know what the Marauder champions are going to do against Manticores. If the Manticores just sit in them, obviously the champions will do great, but the Manticores should be able to pick off everything besides the champions, and then in the late game, I guess they'll sit and grind in them. Bray Shaman of Wild and Morgar side by side. And a big Trader King is going to hit all these units. Was undercast, not overcast, but still pretty good. Can the single entities of the Beastmen carry? Dogs trying to sweep up the back line, though they are letting some Archers come back. They're kind of focusing too much on going all to the same target rather than spreading out and really dominating those fools. Another Plague of Rust hits the Bray Shaman of Wild, taking him down to 50 armor. Skin Wolves rout off the Butchers of Kalkengard, but the Manticores and Centaurs eventually succeed in pushing that Shaman Sorcerer away, and then they kill another Skin Wolf. Bounce power goes in Norska's favor, as I believe Throg is still on the map for now. He's getting close to the edge, and the Manticore's still trying to snipe him out, but Skin Wolves are nearby. Can they surround the Manticore? No, they lost their attack orders because he, like, pretended to go in the air for a second, so they thought he was in the air and lost their attack orders, and now it's going to chase Throg down for free. That will be pretty brutal. That will be pretty brutal when Norska loses their Lord. They always hate that. But otherwise, like, I still don't know if the Beastmen can really clutch this out. They've lost their caster. There's no way he's getting out of that surround. The Marauder Champions are fine, even without Throg. Throg dies, which is a disaster, because that's a larger leadership spike against you. Thankfully, the Skinwolves finished off the Butchers of Kalkengard before that leadership spike, because they would have definitely terror-routed away from those guys, even while they're routing. Marauder Champions trying to hold on. Leadership's close to terror-routing, but they shatter some Ungor herds. And can the Marauder Champion frontline carry this home? Morgur has his damaged Chaos Spawn left, so if something gets too close to him that's already too damaged, it'll turn into a Chaos Spawn briefly. But his Willing Summon is gone, and this is what I was worried about, though. Like, the Manticores are a lot of the balance of power, but if they actually get stuck in a fight, they get slaughtered by Skinwolves and these Marauder Champions, man. Still have dog support from Norska that can chase off these archers. Centaur is getting dragged down by Marauder Champions, Skinwolves, and the dogs. And I think the tenacity of Norska will prove out here. Skinwolves chasing the Wilds Caster is great because the Manticore doesn't want to land on them either. Caster is dead. One Manticore is routing off. It is now just Morgur and a single Manticore versus the world. And that's probably bad. Alright, dogs are out. Skinwolves back in. And if Trader really wants to game the system here, he can try and just fight Morgur with healthy Marauder Champions or healthy Skinwolves and avoid getting that second and final Chaos Spawn summon out. We'll see if that even matters as Skinwolves are taking the fight against the Manticore. And they're very happy to do it. Dogs run off the Destroyer's Drakewald yet again. Most things have shattered. Morgur is now in a slow grind against Marauder Champions that I will ×2 speed through it, as nothing is really going on there. Army losses hits. And that is a win for Norska on the backs of a Marauder Champion push. Marauder Champs, pretty good value, but, like, they were all still very effective in combat, so it's not like they were done giving value. Skinwolves did amazing. Norska and Ice Wolves also did well. Metalcaster and Throg had a tough time, but they were tanky. They were tanky, they lasted long enough that by the time Rusty sniped them out, you know, their army had won everywhere else. For Rusty, Morgur was fine, impossible to snipe. Trader Kincaster did well. The Manticores honestly did do a lot of work. Minotaurs got soloed out. Centaurs, they're necessary for the build, but they had a tough time. Razorgore Herds actually got better value than I would have expected. The Ungor frontline had issues dealing with the Marauder Champions. I still don't love the Manticores, but I think he used them pretty well. Maybe it's just not my style. What up, Rusty? We got through game 1 of you versus Trader. On to game 2. So Trader is up 1 game. And Trader, a man after my own heart, I have also been enjoying the Kadai Fireborn, though I don't know if they're good. Enjoy and think are good are very different words, but I've been enjoying them. I don't think they're terrible. I think they're just, like, mid. I think they're mid. For Rusty playing the Vampire counts, this is actually my go-to Vampire counts counter is the Chaos Dwarves. I even beat Berserk in this matchup, which, like, that should show you how much I think this is a counter, is that if I can beat Berserk in a matchup, I'm feeling pretty good about that. Has Infinite Rampage been fixed? They didn't say anything about it in the patch, so I would really hope so if they're changing it. Can you spoil that Ruben loses? I don't know. Oh, I thought Golden Floof had a buy round. That's super my bad. That's my bad. I thought Golden Floof had a buy round. Well, rip. That one already happened. Alright. For the front line of the Chaos Dwarves, for Traitor, we have Chaos Dwarf Warriors, including the Blazing Beards of Bosrock with their blasting charges, triple Blunderbuss, triple Kadai Fireborn, Astrogoth Ironhand, with Cascading Firecloak and Ash Storm, and then a couple Goblin Laborers. I tend to spam the Hobgoblin Archers here, and then some Infernal Guard Fireglaves, things like that. But we'll see how well the Blunderbusses can do. For Rusty and the Warriors of Chaos, yes. Vampire counts. We have a Mortis Engine, a Necromancer, 3 Vargeist, one of which is the Devils of Schwarzhofen, a bunch of Skeleton Spearmen and Graveguard, and then Manfred von Karstein in the sky, with Fate of Buna, Zombie Summon, Invocation of Nehek. Nice breath attack on a very clumped Chaos Warrior due to the formation of the zombies being in that thin formation. Clumped them up nice and good, so that was a really good start for them. And the Skeletons are walking past to get onto the Blunderbusses, so far, Vampire counts feeling real good about this start, and then the Vargeists lose half their HP to 1 volley from the Blunderbusses. Feels a little less good. Kadai Fireborn going to swim their way in. Ash Storm debuffing this Vargeist even further against fire damage as the Kadai get involved. Astrogoth also trying to wander up and get a couple things going. Blunderbuss is starting to kite back, maybe get to somewhere they can shoot better, but Vargeists are after them wherever they go. Vargeists making sure that these guys stay in the battle. The Kadai are wrecking the Devils of Schwarzhofen. Those guys are getting massacred. Undead have broken through on the top side, held back only by some Kadai that are still holding. On the bottom side, it still is quite contested. I would actually say the Chaos Dwarves are slightly favored down here. Fate of Buna is going to take out the one that did get to safety. As they're trying to open up on Manfred, the Fate of Buna should start killing off those models. And they even switch orders to go attack the other Vargeists. Get off a bit of a volley, some decent damage, but then the Fate of Buna does take them out. The Kadai have finished off the Devils of Schwarzhofen. And the other Kadai are finishing off another Vargeist. The third and final Vargeist is also not looking too good. Huge breath attack from Rusty down the line. Manfred takes out those Blazing Beards and even gets them to rout in the face of the Graveguard. It means they will have troubles coming back. Goblin Laborers, of course, breaking because they're Goblin Laborers is what they do. For the Chaos Dwarves, really all we have left is a couple Kadai. We have 3 Kadai, the one is almost dead, and Astrogoth. Everything else is routing or not really a good source of DPS. Manfred lands in the area, did summon some Skeleton Warriors up, but he's in the middle of some Kadai and fighting Astrogoth. This is not a fight he's going to want to take long term. We'll see what his plan is here. Ash Storm slows him down and makes him even weaker to fire damage. The Kadai deal. Astrogoth deals it as well. And other Kadai are coming to group up with this area, maybe surrounded Manfred. I like that if they can snipe him out. If they can't snipe him out, though, that doesn't mean the Mortis Engine is just going to kill everything. But honestly, that might be the case anyway. Melee units are famously bad at killing Mortis Engines. So with all the Blunderbusses already routed off, the Mortis Engine might just win this game regardless, so they do need to kill Manfred. Despite all of his healing, he is down to half HP and falling. Tries to throw an Invocation of Heck on himself. No, it's a Zombie Summon to try and keep him safe. Lord Snipe persists. Ladder reset tomorrow? Yes. Yes, as soon as the new patch comes out, we will start Season 6. Manfred is going to die, it appears. He's having just so many issues getting out of these Kadai as they are all over him, beating him up. He gets one last Invocation to Heck. Now that he's crumbling, he can't cast any more healing on himself, but it is on cooldown. Though he's on fire, so the healing is cut in half. He is dragged to the ground. I think he is officially dead. Can the Chaos Dwarves rally? Oh, the Blazing Beards are coming back with a huge volley for this giant clump of Graveguard. There's the throw. Ash Storm down to make them more vulnerable to it. It didn't do nearly as much damage as I was hoping, but it was still okay. Manfred still crumbling. Still crumbling. There we go. He gets taken out as the blasting charges turn towards him. So the undead leadership is gone. We see some zombies and skeleton warriors crumbling in the distance, but we still have a Mortis Engine. We still have a Necromancer for plenty of healing auras and then draining auras too, and the Kadai Fireborn are getting lower and lower. Blasting charges trying to take some of these guys out as Astrogoth tries to fight. We still have a Vargeist in the distance that is being used to chase off Blunderbusses. One Blunderbuss is trying to come back to the fight. If he can defend himself against the Vargeist, which he does have attack orders for that, he could maybe roll up and kill the Mortis Engine while Astrogoth solos the rest of the army. Could. We still have some Chaos Dwarf Warriors around, like this one is very, very healthy. The Blazing Beards have a little bit of love left to give. Other Chaos Dwarf Warriors on the far side have rallied. So this is not over just yet, but both Kadai are taken out by the Mortis Engine as we suspected. Vargeist deciding they don't want to charge straight into Chaos Dwarf Blunderbusses are going to go and get a rear charge on these Warriors and Goblin Laborers. Try and kill those guys off, get some value somewhere while they still can. Astrogoth's fighting it out, and the Blunderbusses are marching up slowly but surely. The last hope for the Chaos Dwarves here, because Astrogoth can't do it all alone. We need these Blunderbusses to kill off the Mortis Engine. Now the Vargeists are coming. Once the Blunderbusses got in range, immediately the Vargeists are on their way over to just harass a little bit. Blunderbusses towards them, and they leave. Astrogoth is not the raid boss he used to be on release. Now takes significantly more damage. Mortis Engine's heal cap is inside as the Blunderbusses took a good chunk of its HP off. The zombies have 30 seconds left on their summon time. Another big chunk off the Mortis Engine. Astrogoth also gets a hit in on it. And these Chaos Dwarf Warriors full health are standing off to the side. It looks like they don't want to get involved with the Mortis Engine until it's gone. Blunderbuss is going to have to defend themselves. Looks like they're largely ignoring the zombie summon because they'll hope it'll go away in 9 seconds. The Vargeist land on him and start taking some crumbling damage after a huge volley. Astrogoth is routing. Now the Chaos Dwarf Warriors are pulled up to trying to bail him out of that escape. There goes the zombie summon, but it looks like the Vargeists are going to hold on, which will be GG in the favor of the Vampire Counts. Because if those Blunderbusses can't free themselves, then no one can kill the Mortis Engine, and that's that. Very close game, too. The Rusty clutches it back, bringing us to 1-1 in the series. Human Boy, why do you hate Lizardmen? I really don't like any faction that is overtuned. I am not a person that really enjoys factions being OP. Lizardmen are one of the top 4 S-tier factions. They're very, very, very strong. Now, I have said several times, of the 4 S-tier factions, they are my favorite to watch because they have the most counterplay out of the 4, but I really don't. I'm not a fan of any S-tier faction. As a caster, that means I get literally hundreds of replays of them, and most of them look the same. Right. Vargeist did fine. Mortis Engine did really good work. Manfred did fine. And that is that for Trader GG. Astrogoth actually got 2,600 value, which is impressive. Kadai Fireborn doing pretty well. But I think their price point is 1,500, so one of them paid for themselves, another came close. The Blunderbusses, mixed value, but overall fine-ish. It's GG. Community balance patch when? Generally, a lot of people don't go for mods online. It's just a barrier to entry that most people won't do. We are considering lots of things for the Vermin League, and therefore for all my content. Right now, one of the popular things is, because it's literally unchanged, leaving Kairos banned still, and then also considering Grail Knights, Grail Guardians, and Hippogriff Knights, considering them the same unit and limiting them to 1. So any Bretonnian army could have 1 Grail Knight, or, not and, 1 Grail Guardian, or, not and, 1 Hippogriff Knight. We'll take an official vote on that probably tomorrow. Because nothing about that changed. Healing wasn't nerfed, the Grails weren't nerfed, so everything's the same there. For Kislev, I've proposed getting rid of the Patriarch, but my admin team wanted to take some time and actually play the patch with Kislev before deciding that. But we feel confident-ish taking the steps against Bretonnia that, like, literally nothing changed there. So we have 2, 4, 5, 6... As many patches as have happened since April when they got fucking reworked. We have that many patches of tape saying, yeah, Grail Knights are kind of fucking busted, lads. There we go. That whole time I was not ignoring you, the replays. I was actually trying to find one. I couldn't find Rusty versus Trader Game 3. But here we are, for all the marbles. Rusty on the greenskins with the Night Goblin War Boss and River Troll Hag versus Trader GG on the Warriors of Chaos. And it looks like he's just going balls deep on Chaos Knights, baby. Alrighty. So, for the greenskins, a front line of Goblins, Stone Trolls, Orc Boarboy Biggins, 2 Savage Orc Arboys, 1 Rusty Errors, Night Goblin ROR with their armor shredding. Do have the Swamp Things, River Trolls, ROR, a bunch of Squig Herds, River Troll Hag with Fated Beano and Spirit Leech, and then a Night Goblin War Boss with Fermented Fungi and Spite of the Bad Moon. For the Chaos Force, it is a bunch of Chaos Knights. Some Chaos Knights of Nurgle, Chaos Knights of Khorne, Chaos Knights with Lances. There was a Skull Crusher somewhere, and there was a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle with Stream of Corruption and Miasma of Pestilence. The Chaos Knight charge was thunderous, took a lot of damage off the Greenskin front line, but they are holding for now, and the Chaos Knights will not win a long attrition game. Broken Tusk Mob and the Swamp Things taking out this Chaos Knight with Lances on the far side, while in the center we have a break as the Skull Crushers and Chaos Knights with Lances get through to the back line. Fermented Fungi is popped onto the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle, who is netted in place by the Tormentor's Sword. The River Troll Hag and Night Goblin War Boss, plus all the Squigs are trying to get some damage out on them. First Wah is here, trying to push the Forces of Chaos back from where they can. Both flanks are going very poorly for the Chaos Knights, but the center seems to be going overall well. We have Squigs holding in some areas while archers continue to offer support. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle is down to about half HP, does need to find a way to fall back. He has self-healing if he can be given some time to get that. Skull Crushers did end up rear-charging the Swamp Things. It looks like these guys are going to hold for now, and they still have some Boar Boys backing them up. So that's going fine. Greenskin's up on the balance of power. Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle trying to fall back. Spirit Leech taxes him on his way out. The Chaos is starting to win this other flank here. We still have 2 Chaos Knights left, pretty healthy against 1 Orc Boar Biggin, and then some damaged Squigs and a Savage Orc Arboy in melee. Meanwhile, the Rusty Arrows are shut down. More Squigs in the Broken Tusk Mob are actually trying to get this Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle. Mither keeps him in place, minus 60% speed. But then the Broken Tusk Mob actually peel off of that and instead charges Chaos Knights of Nurgle. Miasma of Pestilence lowering their melee attack down to 6. The Chaos Knights of Nurgle should start to win that, but the River Troll teaming up with the Squigs and the Night Goblin War Boss again going to go to sniping out the Nurgle caster. Skull Crusher's getting a rear charge on these guys. I could see a mass break in their future, and if the Chaos Lord can withstand the Lord Snipe attempts, then Chaos is maybe in a decent position to hold on to this game. But if he dies, then it's doomed. But I suppose he didn't bring Fleshy Abundance or anything, so it's not like he has a ton of healing he can offer. Chaos Knights on the top side getting whittled down by just attrition. The Orc Boar Biggins have rejoined. Second Wah is out. Another Fermented Fungi and Tormentor Sword locking the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle in place and rampaging him, but the Skull Crushers did peel off the Swamp Things. Looks like these Orc Boar Biggins are taking a lot of damage. In the center, we still have 1 Chaos Knight of Nurgle that's healthy-ish. All the other Chaos Knights are so taxed on HP. They are very dead. Speaking of very dead, Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle not feeling too hot. Another Miasma of Pestilence onto the Orc Boar Biggins. I think he's just trying to spam out that Nurgle heal for his whole army, but it is pretty limited in its effectiveness. He routes, he takes a Spirit Leech, and that'll probably be GG for the Forces of Chaos. And Rusty will come back from 0-1 to a 2-1 victory. GG there. For Rusty, River Troll Hag did fine. Night Goblin War Boss didn't have a ton of value himself, but he was there for the rampages and the nets and stuff, so he was kind of a support lord. Orc Boar Biggins had a fantastic day against an entire army made up of stuff they love to fight, and then Squigs and Armor Boys did alright. For Trader, tried to go with the Chaos Knight Bretonia build. It was a struggle. It was a struggle. All right. Cyrus with the 37 euros. Thanks for years of content. If boys still remember the 4 Chaos Gods turning you host and it being your second sub because of it. Use it to buy some 4 roses for the wedding. Thanks, Cyrus. It's been a long journey. Almost 3 years of streaming now. One second. Alright, started that off. I realized I needed to start a vote among my admin team about what to do tomorrow before a lot of them go to bed, because they are Europeans. Back to Photoshop. It's Rusty and Trader GG. We know Rusty advanced 2-1, and I can now remove this corn, because we know Rusty's there. I accidentally spoiled what happens between Ruben and Golden Floof, because as someone pointed out, I thought Golden Floof had a bye round, but it appears not. So I'll need to go down and deal with that. We'll just cast that next. Spoilers. Whoops. But we'll get it out of the way. So we know Floof wins the series, but it is a 2-0 or a 2-1. Let's find out. Golden Floof on his Dark Elves versus Ruben's Wood Elves. And we get Zoats! Zoats. We love Zoats. Do we love Zoats, actually? I was on autopilot when I said that. I like the idea of Zoats, but they're not... I don't think they're good. I know Tactical Lich and some other people like Zoats, but I think they're bad. For the Wood Elves versus the Dark Elves, Sorceress of Fire for the Dark Elves with Flaming Sword of Ruin and Burning Head. We have Malice Darkblade on Spite with all of his usual buffs. Then a bunch of Bleak Swords, Dread Spears across the front lines, Dark Shards with shields, and then a bunch of Cav. Dark Riders, Cold Knights as far as the eye can see, and 3 Harpies, including the Crows of Cain. A lot of mobility, but with the Wood Elves, you have to be ready for that kite. For the Wood Elves, we have a bit of a mixed build. Eternal Guard, including the Winterheart Guard, is the front line. Then we have some Glade Guard in the back. Triple Dryads, double Zoat. Actually, quadruple Dryads and double Zoat. Sisters of Twilight on their Dragon Mount. And then a Beast Caster with just Flock of Doom up on an Eagle. Flock of Doom was casting these Dark Shards as Glade Guard are counter-firing them, though those Silver Shields will do them a lot of good as they try and get up into the range of the Wood Elf Archers. Meanwhile, Sisters of Twilight Scattershot is doing pretty good work against the Dark Shards. He's nice. Harpies trying to stop the 2 single entities in the sky. They're taking more damage than they're worth, but we'll see what they can do about that. Dark Shards raining in as well. Big Burning Head down the line of the Winterheart Guard. Good damage on a very expensive unit. And they are unbreakable, so you just gotta get through them somehow. Dark Riders squiggle around the Zoats and then do get into the back line, chasing around these Glade Guard. With the Harpies and a Flaming Sword of Ruin, that's going to be a lot of damage, but an overcasted Flock of Doom back onto the Bleak Swords and Harpies doing damage to them. And these Dark Riders look like they're going to rout any second now. They took a Glade Guard with them. In the distance, another Glade Guard is also routing, though it is very healthy. We have 1 Glade Guard left. They escaped the carnage, only to run face first into Velociraptor Knights. And they are also gone. So all 3 of the Wood Elf Archers are down. Wood Elf Caster's trying to disrupt some Dark Shards in the back. She's now surrounded by Spears, Furies, and a Spellsinger of Beasts diving straight into her, getting into the combat. That'll be a tough time for the Wood Elves over there. Sister of Twilight also trying to shut down the Dark Shards. We have Zoats supporting the Winterheart Guard against Bleak Swords and Dark Riders. Malice is going to opt into this fight, and he'll do okay, but Zoats will also do okay versus him, so I'm sure neither side is really sad to see that fight occurring. Zoat's trying to fight back against these Cold One Knights, stay away from the Dread Spears in the meantime, and the Wood Elves are doing okay on this flank. They have a bunch more infantry, but they've lost all of their archers, which is a lot of their DPS, and their infantry really isn't built to do that much damage. Well, at least the infantry here. War Dancers and Blade Singers do amazing damage. They have different problems, but they do really good damage. Sisters of Twilight, 2/3 HP-ish, just above half. They took out a whole Dark Shard with their time, but what can they do to turn this game around? Their Beastcaster is routing, and with Harpies chasing her off, it does not appear she'll be coming back. Sisters are the last bastion of strength here for the Wood Elves. One of our Zoats is below half HP and falling. Another one is about full HP, but now about to get surrounded by Spears and Dark Riders and such. It is a hard go. I think the Sisters of Twilight have to somehow snipe out Malice Darkblade. It's a very tough ask because he has 2 whole health bars and he's a good melee combatant. And they do shoot a little shot at him. Does some good damage. It might just be all Ogre. Zoats swinging away at the Dark Elves as best they can, though those are Pokey-Poke Spears, and everybody hates when Pokey-Poke Spears poke at their big boys. They'll do a lot of damage. Down to 9 out of 16 models. Dryads trying to help chase off the Dark Shards and Cold One Knights, but not sure they can really achieve it. Winterheart Guard down to 7 models for their unbreakableness. Everything else is routing, but the Spellsinger of Beasts somehow came back. It looks like the Harpies routed away from her for literally no reason. Another Flock of Doom dives back onto the Dark Shards, just attacks them a little bit further. Malice is still untouched, which is going to be a problem as the Dark Elves secure the ground game, getting rid of everything else. Soon you will have Malice and friends to deal with, not just Malice. Last of the Zotes go to fight, try and save the last of the Eternal Guard. Sisters of the Twilight do make the difference, though, with big old terror out onto the Dark Riders, and it looks like a follow-up terror out onto Bleak Swords, maybe, but here comes a cav charge from both sides. A deadly sandwich as the Winterheart Guard fully die away. The Eternal Guard are going to rout, and now Cold Knights will feast upon the blood of Zotes. Sisters of the Twilight escape, get back up into the sky to live their lonely lives of safety while their entire army dies without them. Big Flock of Doom is a last hurrah from the Spellsinger of Beasts, but I honestly think army loss is going to take hold pretty soon. Really, really good breath attack here from Ruben. But now the sisters land to their death. One last hurrah before Malice and the lads kill you all. Big shot on the sisters, triggers army losses. GG. Dark Elves win without Soul Stealer. It's still Malice, but I'll take the little victories. Dreadspears, Bleak Swords did fine. Golden Knights had a field day, which is not something I usually say about them. Golden Knights are very popular because they serve an important purpose on your army, but they don't actually usually get a ton of value, so this was a uniquely good game for them. Dark Riders also did very well. Dark Shards did fine. For Ruben, I'm suspecting the Zotes didn't pay for themselves. Not even close. Sisters did well. Beastcaster actually did pretty well, too. And then the Dryads were just a little outgunned. Same with the Glade Guard. GG, GG. Take you to the Photoshop real quick. That is 1-0 to Golden Floof. Can he make it 2? As he plays other elves. So we had Dark Elves versus Wood Elves, and now Golden Floof goes to High Elves versus Ruben's Norska. Norska has been winning a lot recently. I feel like they're a faction that doesn't have a high play rate, but they do have a high win rate. Golden Floof on the High Elves. Have some spice in this build, but is still Imric and a healer. Strong central force here. 3 growth and Earthblood for his little caster. Imric has all of his buffs. Nice, nice. Then the front line is Spearmen. And I saw some Silver and Guard in there. They're there on the flanks. Lothern Seaguard and Archers along the center. 2 War Lions of Christ is the High Elf build. On the other side for Norska and Ruben, we have Triple Marauder Horsemaster. Beasts of Tashnar and the Maws of Savagery also on that flank. Wulfric on a gosh malarkey mammoth. And then a Metalcaster of Final Trans and Searing Doom. A frontline of Marauders, Marauder Champions, and Marauder Berserkers. A Chad build, but a little overbold. I think Wulfric will suffer a horrendous fate at the hands of High Elf Archers. Dude, I don't know with the Witch Elf change. It feels really weird. Like, they're a strong unit, but they were unique. Nice Seafang kills off almost an entire Archer's HP bar, but it still has 90 out of 90 models, so it hasn't actually lost anybody just yet. Imric did land, popped all of his buffs, but now Hunter of Champions is debuffing him a bit, taking him down to 16 melee defense. As Marauder Champions, are they trying to get past him or are they trying to attack him? They're trying to get past him. Got it. Wulfric is trying to take this duel. Now, Imric has healing and Wulfric does not, so without Skinwolves or anybody nearby to actually secure the victory for this, I think Imric will come out on top just because he can fly away and heal, while the Plague of Rustcaster entirely died. War Lions of Krace fighting Marauder Champions alongside some Silver and Guard. Spearmen already repulsed some Marauders, and these other Berserkers are having a bad day as well. Marauder Horsemasters rolling into the back line, and Lothern Seaguard will get side charged by them, but these are hybrid spear units, and they're High Elves with 44 melee defense. They should be okay. Should. But I've been surprised before. Spearmen under attack by the Marauder Berserkers. Marauder Berserkers should have high enough melee attack stats to get through the Spearmen. As Imric goes to help out the Marauder Horsemasters. On the flank, the Maws of Savagery are actually having a bad time fighting these Dragonhorn buffed War Lions of Krace and some Silver and Guard who lent a little bit of support. Beasts of Tashnar now get into the cookie jar, but how long can they actually last and how much can they do? They start chomping away at these Lothern Seaguard. Going to be countercharged by Silverin. We'll see if Imric can make his way over here, because one rear charge on those dogs would get them routing, which would be pretty nice. Final Trans is at Overcast. Yes, and he did not take damage for us. That is a break Norska did need. As their skirmish cav has taken some serious damage in the backfield. Maws of Savagery still trying to help out. Wolfric is piling his way through spears, doing negative damage to those guys. He has gotten 1,800 value on beating up Imric, though, in that first engagement. Here he goes, charging into the Lothern Seaguard. And we're going to pretend that that was his charge damage, everybody. That was Wolfric's charge damage. Mammoths are OP, all right? Because it just deleted that Lothern Seaguard. He definitely didn't walk up, stop in front of it, because Mammoth's charge bonuses are fucking weird, stand there like an idiot, and then Seafang did all the work. No, no, no. Mammoths are strong. Beasts of Tashnar do get routed off by the War Lions. Maws of Savagery are stuck in infinite spears, with War Lions eating at their heels. And we have some Marauder champions who eventually broke through the front line of the High Elves, but with nothing to do afterwards. Wolfric and the boys still fighting back. Imric's heal cap is actually in sight even while he's getting regrowth, so he's apparently taken a lot of damage from fighting these Marauders and such over the course of this game. But the High Elf Archer Corps is just so oppressive right now. We still have two very healthy Lothern Seaguard. We have some other High Elves that can rally if not chased off, so you need to spend time chasing them off. And then there's a crap ton of Sylvan Guard and other spears left. We still have Imric, still have a healer. Still have both of our War Lions. They have taken some damage. For Norska, we largely just have a slightly above half HP Wolfric, a couple seriously damaged skirmish cav, and that's about it. Their infantry corps is just about spent. We have one Marauder champion that's currently getting dove on by Imric. We'll see how long they even last. Wolfric's coming for blood. If he can get another fight with Imric like he did at the very start of the game, that could be huge as he tries to snipe out the Mage of Life. Lord of Dragons lowers his melee attack to 0 as he pops Fight or Die to try and get some of that melee attack back. Wolfric is getting rear charged by Imric right now. His Mammoth having a bit of the Hell Pit Abomination problem where it takes forever to turn, but he is turned around at last. Does he have Hunter of Champions to pop on Imric? Because right now he's just getting pasted in this fight. Fight or Die is still active. Now it wears off just as Lord of Dragons did. More spears are closing in. Lothern Seaguard are just flat out ignoring the Mammoth Man as they get rid of the Beast of Tashnar once and for all. Another huge Seafang down the line. Wolfric has been very, very good at using those. By Wolfric, I mean Ruben, who's piloting him. Norska does rout off those War Lions in the backfield, so we might have some skirmish cav support coming in here to charge Imric, but it doesn't seem to matter as the spears are here, Imric's here, everybody's taking down Wolfric. There goes the Shaman Sorcerer off on the side. Norska is depleted. High Elves are here, healing up on the back of their dragon and their spears. Wolfric's down to 3,000 HP. Imric still has 6,000, though their health bars would lead you to believe that those numbers were further apart. If Wolfric routes, army losses will hit. They might hit without that, but they will hit if he routes. Imric does a weird mini flying dive. Try and get back in range of Wolfric as he continues to take poke from some of the spears. Imric's just sniffing his butt. Sniffing the Mammoth booty. There's a big hit. Still 11 leadership on Wolfric. Guess he doesn't feel like routing. Shaman is back, going to chuck out a final transmutation onto Imric. Is it overcast? And if so, does it kill the caster? It is not overcast, so that definitely doesn't kill the caster. Imric, do you have breath attack? Just breath attack his ass to death. There you go. That's guaranteed damage. You don't even need to land for that shit. Wolfric routes. Nope. Fight or Die. Keeps him there. He routes, and army losses hits. I told you he was going to route and army losses would hit. It just took a lot fucking longer than I thought it would. Yeah. For Imric, 2,400 value, pretty nice. Silver and Guard did very well overall, though a Seafang ended one of their lives very abruptly. Lothern Seaguard did pretty fine. Spearman did fine. For Ruben, it was an admirable performance by Wolfric to get more value than Imric. He played the shit out of Wolfric. I personally don't really like Skirmish Cav versus High Elves in the current meta, because they're going to have a bunch of standing archers which can outshoot your Skirmish Cav. And then the Skirmish Cav don't have the melee stats to really, even if they penetrate the back line, to really kill anything. So, I don't know. I tend not to take Skirmish Cav versus High Elves. But then again, I don't seem to know how to win this matchup as Norska either. I just tend to lose. GG. GG. Alright, there. Now the spoilers are off the screen. My bad. My bad on that one. Let's go find Tids Demonin versus Big JP. What the fuck is the skink attribute, though? It gives fear to skinks if they're near a Croxagore. Anyway, we have Grand Cathay versus the Warriors of Chaos. Tids Demonin on the Warriors of Chaos. He did submit a replay the other day. It was the one where I labeled it Archie is so tired, where he beat Grand Cathay on the back of Archaon. Very interesting that he decided to take Valkia instead of Archaon, who solo carried that game for him. Anyway, he has the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, some Onyx Chroman, not him, sorry. This is Big JP has those. Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, he has 1 Fire Rain Rocket, a cannon, and then 2 Iron Hail Gunners, a bunch of Peasant Long Spears, Jade Warriors, Peasant Horsemen, and that is about it. For the forces of the Warriors of Chaos, we have Dogs, a Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows with Melkoths and Pendulums, some Chaos Knights, Chaos Warriors in the front line mixed in with Marauders, double Chaos Hero Manticore, Valkia the Bloody, with Demon Shield, Spear Sleipnir. And that is about it. RTK again going with those Manticores, man. Seems to be their special thing is still believing in the Manticores. When everyone else has given up hope for the poor Manticore, RTK will always believe. Firing Rockets, taking their day out on 2 Chaos Warriors who are back-to-back, so the spread shot can kind of hit them both. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin getting some good rear charges onto these Chaos Warriors on the ground, taking them down to about half HP. And Cannon's going to deal with the Gorby's Chariot. Oh, there's a Gorby's Chariot! Hello, friend. Haven't seen you in a very long time. Okay. Okay. Least toxic Grand Cathay box. Yeah, it's a pretty fine Grand Cathay build. Spear Sleipnir went down the line for some Jade Warriors, and then a Pendulum follows up on the other ones, also doing pretty good damage. So weakening that Grand Cathay front line enough that the Gorby's Chariots can maybe finish the job as they go plowing through these guys. They managed to get all the way through in the end. And they could get into the backfield now. Fire and Rocket still causing a nuisance, but the Chaos Knights trying to get through the front line. Jade Warriors holding for their life. But they're doing their best as the Manticore is back here disrupting Iron Hail Gunners as well. The Fire and Rocket is already inundated with Knights. And the other Chaos Pharaoh Manticore is going to land on the Iron Hail Gunners, disrupting them once again. So really good stuff here from Tids Demonin. Though his Gorby's Chariot is already routing. That is unfortunate, and I think that is a reason you usually don't see that unit. But he's playing well with the units he has, even if I disagree with some of them. Valkia took a nasty Final Transmutation Overcast right to the face. Cannons are trying to punish the Manticores right now, but things are crazy. Wonder if there's another Pit of Shades, not Pit of Shades, a Pendulum that could go up the line here and kill off some of these spears and help the Manticores out a bit in the backfield as the Shadows Caster is lurking nearby. Gorby's Chariot still has 4 out of 4 models, plenty of leadership, so if it can get away from the box, it can rally and come back to cause a little bit of disruption on the day. Chaos Pharaoh Manticores are just hovering above the Grand Cathay formation. Seem to have lost their orders? I don't really know what happened there, but they're diving back in on the Iron Hail Gunners. And a Pendulum tries to hit the Iron Hails, but they do dodge away. Nice stuff from JP there to get out of that situation. Balance Power does favor Cathay right now. Valkia still surrounded by Onyx Chroman, still struggling to get out of that fight. Having a very tough go of things. Shadowcaster is in here, causing a bit of a ruckus, and Chaos Knights are running through fools. Some Peasant Horsemen starting to tear out away from the Manticore. That is one thing the Manticores have always provided, which is very good, is that cheap source of terror to get things to start routing a little bit earlier than you otherwise might expect. Cannons still firing away at the Chaos Pharaoh Manticore at close range, and the Cathay troops are fighting for the life of them. You're fighting against mostly... Ow, that spear! Anyway, you're fighting against mostly Chaos Warriors. which, I mean, they're down to scrap. They'll fight as long as you can. One Manticore's routing off. He still has enough HP, though, that he will be back. Other Chaos Realm Manticore is rampaging at 3/4 HP. And the Grand Cathay Balance of Power is held up by a full health Zhao Ming, though he really does not do that much in combat. So it's a little deceptive. As you can see, overall, Cathay is in mass exodus. Their last cannon is shut down. The Iron Hail Gunners did a last stand, but some of the Chaos Knights got back here. Some of the Gorby's Chariots are here as well, so they're not able to fire. And I actually think Cathay is in really big trouble. How come you don't get early access like other YouTubers do? I definitely did not shout at CA about that for a long time, and I definitely am not probably going to be kicked out of the content creator program because I am very much done dealing with their shit. But now, I don't know. I don't know why I didn't get early access. It's fine. It's all fine. Because if your name's not Turin, you don't get shit. It's fine. Alright, Melkos Mystifying Miasma and the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, doing good damage to them. I haven't seen those guys for a while. I wonder if they were out running interference or something, or if they were just maybe possibly forgotten. Maybe. Sipa, did I get early access to the patch or other content creators? Others. Not me, no. Alright, most of Cathay is routing away. We have an extremely dead Jade Warrior hanging around. The Righteous Lance of Wei Jin are not feeling too good. 2 more Melkots will be the end of them. And then Zhao Ming is full HP. You gotta love how all Turin's buddies get it. Yep, but I don't. Isn't the whole creator program suspended right now? You would think so, but apparently if you're big enough, you still get early access. No, I am pissed. I am actually super pissed about that. Gorby's Chariots get sniped out by the Righteous Lance of Wei Jin. They did okay. 140 kills is nothing to sneeze at. 1,200 value. Actually, I think they just paid for themselves, which is really, really nice. On a unit you don't usually expect. Yeah, it looks like Chaos has it at this point, as now Zhao Ming is stuck just fighting a bunch of random shit. He goes for one last final transmutation onto Valkia. Is it Overcast? That might kill her. It is Overcast. If she doesn't have Demon Shield, that might just knock her out. Let's see. Because that'll be his last hope in this game, is getting rid of Valkia, and then his Dragon Form can tear out off a lot of stuff. Valkia is taking big damage. She did accidentally land next to her Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows, so that Final Trans got 2 for 1 value. It was not enough to kill her, though. She's at 650 HP, though it did do a number on her and that Shadows caster. Bringing the balance power to about even, but once again, it really massively overvalues Zhao Ming. Quite a lot. At this point, I think we're getting down to almost the point where Zhao Ming is going to be grinding through a ton of fools, though we do have some Grand Cathay rallying in the distance. And this Firing Rocket's going to be pretty nice, just for the harmony, not for any particular like melee stuff they're going to do. Who's pinging me, and is it about this specific event? It's not the size of the YouTuber, it's how you use them. According to them, it's only the size. It doesn't matter if you're even playing the game or not. They're like, ooh, big subscriber count. What are your latest videos? 8 months ago, you covered Warhammer 3, and since then, you've been literally AFK. Here, take an early access. Oh, you've been doing 2 or 3 streams a week, host a tournament every single week or more, and a video every single day on Warhammer? Nah, dude, fuck you, kid. Piece of shit. Zhao Ming turns into his Dragon Form to get out of that full surround he was in. He couldn't do that at any time. But again, the Chaos Forces rolling down these poor peasant long spears. Harmony buff trying to keep the Jade Warriors in it, giving them a little bit more melee defense, melee attack, and leadership. And Valkia is just trying to stay alive. She's still at 659 HP. That is exactly what she had after the final transfer. She hasn't taken any melee attacks at all. She's been ducking, diving, juking around. There, she finally takes some damage from the Righteous Lances, but a rear attack from the Manticores does push them off. Zhao Ming gets a big blast onto the Manticore. This is the best fight for him possible. Up in the sky away from the Chaos support. And it looks like Tidsdemona realizes that. Lands his Manticore, so Zhao Ming has to make a choice. And Valky is trying to get away from that big spooky snake man. And the swords miss. Zhao Ming rampages through some fools. Terror routing and then actually routing these Marauders. Gets big hits on the Chaos from Manticore, almost taking it off the battlefield. Does he have another Final Trans where he could snipe out Valkia? Because you can see, man, like, that's what I was talking about earlier, where if he had managed to kill Valkia with that overcasted Final Transmutation, he can win. Like, these Manticores are close to routing while Valkia is still alive. These Marauders are routing while Valkia is still alive. If Valkia is dead, Zhao Ming can totally do this. Malko's just trying to slow him down and get a little bit of damage. There's nothing else to target it with. Manticore's diving back in. Chaos Knights and Dogs. Everybody holding on. If Zhao Ming turns into human form, I think the only reason he would do that is if he has Final Transmutation Winds of Magic, and he's going to use it to kill Valkia. So, I'll be looking for that. I wonder if Valkia ever comes back over here, if he starts transforming, Tidzdemona should just run the fuck away. Because there's no other reason to be a human right now. As he tries to kill off the Chaos Knights, Terror should take hold of them soon. Can he do this? Oh shit, he still has his heal. Okay, his heal won't proc if Chaos has a ton of forces left over. I'm going to times 2 speed this for a second. Just because he's just grinding through everybody. But his heal won't proc if Chaos have enough forces left that he gets army lost. But with his heal, he actually could fucking do this. His slithering attack animation is going after the Chaos Knights, routing them off. Bounce power is getting so low, but Zhao Ming's actually kind of chilling right now. I guess these are Chaos Warriors, and he doesn't love to just sit in them. I get that, but like, I don't know. He hasn't turned back into a human for a while, so I have to imagine he just doesn't have Winds of Magic or Final Trans or something. Maybe he's also scared of transforming into a human, because if he takes enough damage, then he doesn't get his heal while he's a dragon or whatever. Melkoth's damaging him a bit. He's trying to push off these forces, and he needs a bump of balance of power so bad so he can get that heal. He needs to be at 25% HP. He's getting really close, but he routs before he gets the heal. And Warriors of Chaos clutching it out barely at the end. Barely. Tids was also hovering off to the side. So I think JP didn't want to transform Zhao Ming because he didn't want to terror out from the Manticores or not get his heal. Because Valkia wasn't necessarily in range, and Tidzdemona was keeping her just on the edge of range so that if he did start transforming, he could have booked it out of there, and then JP is just shit out of luck. So I think that's why he stayed in his dragon form. I wasn't tracking his Winds of Magic perfectly across the game, but I suspect he had enough Winds of Magic for Final Trans. Valkia just never came back close to him, which is just smart play from the Warriors of Chaos player. So GG. That was actually really good. That was a really good game considering it's Cathay, which traditionally I poo-poo for being boring, but that was a solid one. Both sides had a lot going on. The Gorebeast Chariot got its value back, which is huge. Chaos and Manticores are both very disruptive throughout the whole game. He only had one Chaos Knight, but he played the shit out of that one Chaos Knight. It's well played, Tidzdemona. Well played, Big JP. On to game 2! Where are you, game 2? There you are, game 2. High Elves Lizardmen with some silly builds. I wonder what Slon it is, because it's a blue Slon, so I don't know offhand. Croxagore and Saurus with some Skink Skirmishers versus Triple Sisters of Avalorn and Light Cav. As I lower my desk to its seated form, I have stood for long enough. Camera, come down here. Camera! Microphone! Come here, you fool. Alright. We are seated once again, ladies and gentlemen. What do we got here for game 2 between Big JP and Tids Demonin? We've got Croxagores, Feral Cold Ones, Skink Cohorts, a bunch of Saurus Spears, Skink Skirmishers, and that is about it. What was the blue Slon in the end? He is a Slon Mage of Death. Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech with Banishment and Blood Statue of Despite. That is a lot of guaranteed damage on the High Elves. I think this was more for Imric and the Dragon Princes. I don't think he was ready for a bunch of Illyrian Reavers and Archers, because it's going to be hard to get in range for those death magics. On the other side for Tids Demonin and the High Elves, a very creative build with Silvering Guard and Spearman in the front line. Triple Sister of Avalorn with an Archer to back it up. We have an Archmage of Life with only Earthblood, and then 4 Illyrian Reaver Archers, 2 Illyrian Reaver Regulars, more Spearmen in the back. Illyrian Reavers trying to take free charges onto Skinks, get a lot of good damage out, and then back off before the Croxagores can catch up. Sisters of Avalorn tearing into the Saurus Spears. Bronze shields and a high HP pool will try and keep them safe from those deadly, deadly sisters. But I imagine the sisters will switch targets onto Croxagores or the Slon if those guys ever come into range, which is soon. Oh, very soon. Slon is creeping up into range. Do the sisters volley. Archer's trying to help out against the Skirmishers. Meanwhile, Illyrian Reavers are getting caught by Feral Cold Ones. Illyrian Reaver Archer's going to help out while more Spears go over to help on those flanks. The Blueberry Slon is moving up, and so far the Sisters have not retargeted onto him, which means he will get up here and use a free Fate of Bune on them and then run away for his life. There is the turn, and why I don't think Big JP was ready for this many Sisters of Avalorn, because he has to get so close to counterfire against them that he is just going to stand in these elite archers and start running away, but there's no healing for him, so this damage is going to stick. Good Fate of Bune on the Sisters of Avalorn, no complaints there from me. I just think it's a good counter rather than like a, why doesn't he just do this? Skinks and Croxagores taking the fight against the Spearmen. But the High Elf Spearman line is holding, and the Blueberry Slon is down to half HP and falling. Fate of Buna and a Blood Statue of Despite on the Sister of Avalorn, and still they are chilling at 72 out of 80 models. And their leadership is just fine. Those elite Elven Archers not scared of anything. Croxagores slipping through the Spearmen to get onto these Archers. Maybe they should be a little more scared of that. As a follow-up Spirit Leech, a Fate of Buna, a Spirit Leech, and a Blood Statue of Despite on this one Sister of Avalorn. And the Blueberry Slon has been deleted on the other side. Cohort of Waddle getting messed up by the Sister of Avalorn. Spearmen trying to hold them back. Silvering Guard helping elsewhere. And Illyrian Reaver Archers throwing themselves into melee to chase down these Skink Skirmishers. So far, Tids Demonin is playing very, very well. For Big JP and the lads, he has gotten into the backline. He has appropriately targeted the Sister of Avalorn and had to spend a lot of resources getting rid of that one, but he did get rid of it. And now he has Croxagores on both of the Sisters of Avalorn for the High Elves. I don't know how they get through all these Spearmen. I don't know how they deal with the Illyrian Reavers, but he did the last get onto these guys. I think his build was really set up well to deal with Imric and the Blood Knights. Sorry, the Fireborn. I think that was good, but this was just such a wild, weird build from Tids Demonin that is very different and requires a very different Lizardman build. How the heck can Slon get so little damage from a full volley of Sisters? Slons have 7,500 HP, 40% missile resist, right? Yeah, no. The channel's doing okay. I can keep these things separate, right? Like, I could be mad at CA for doing a bunch of stuff and being really annoying and dumb and things like that, but I can also be like, yeah, channel's doing good, though. Like, I don't have to thank CA for my channel doing well, and I don't have to hate them when my channel's doing poorly, you know? They're not tied. Croxagores still trying to shut down these Sisters, but the bounce power shift dangerously far against the Lizardmen, and I do tend to agree. The Silvering Guard and Spearman front line is still holding against the Saurus Warriors, so they're winning on that front. The High Elves still have a whole bunch of mobility advantage and stuff. Their caster's full HP and can offer healing throughout the rest of the game. They're just chilling. Nice bound banishment prediction from Big JP to push off the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Does good damage on the way out. There's just not a lot left. I think that is GG for the Lizards. I think creative builds on both ends. But the Saurus couldn't get through the Spearman front line. to get onto those archers. So then the Slann had to try and do it, and he was a little outmatched. Sisters of Avalorn, pretty good value overall. Silverengard just held until the end of days. Illyrian Reaver archers and Illyrian Reavers controlled the flanks nicely. Spearman did well. GG, man. That was good. That was good. Alright. Desdemona, Big JP, get rid of that. Symbol of Corn. Move this down. We'll go to Rocket and Nalnish! Or will we? I'll go to whatever is on my screen. Alright, I found Guillaume. There we go. I think I found Rocket. Yes. I found Rocket. I'll go in this order. Oh! Nalnish is a man after my own heart. Playing greenskins the correct way. Savage boy, biggin spam. The biggin boy spam. I love the biggin boys. Rocket on the Vampire Coast. Help me make a video of Lizardmen lore. Does Lizardmen lore exist anywhere? I've been looking for Lizardmen books, and they're the mysterious antagonist in any of the books I've found. There's not a ton of lore on them. I can try and find it. Alright, for Rocket and the Vampire Coast, 4 deck dropper handguns. Lampire's Revenge, Animated Hulks, Animated Hulks, Animated Hulks. And we have some pole arms. 2 mortars. Count Noctilus with Melkoths and Invocation Attack. And then some bombers and a zombie frontline. Morgan's Raging Marauders on the other side for Nalnish. Goblin frontline, some Orc Boarboy Biggins. Then 5 Savage Orc Arboys, the Rusty Errors. 4 Savage Orc Biggins, and Azhag on foot with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech. Love it! Love it! So good. It's so good. If you can screen the bombers with your goblins and then shoot them with arrows before your Savage Orc Biggins get in range, your Savage Orc Biggins can tear through the whole enemy line. They'll kill Animated Hulks, they'll kill the Lampire's Revenge, they'll kill infantry, they'll kill everything as long as you keep them away from the bombers. Yeah. Okay, greenskins are moving up. Morgan's Raging Marauders getting a little bit of poke out. Now, for the Vampire Coast, we're going to have to see what these 4 deckhand mobs, deck droppers with handguns can do. There's not a ton of armor for them to deal with. Like, these Savage Orc Biggins have 10k HP and some physical resistance, so the handguns are going to do literally nothing to them. Azhag's on foot, so the handguns will miss him a lot unless they're directly over his head, which I find hard to do with 6 archers around. I really think this greenskin build has a significant advantage over the Vampire Coast build that's here. Animated Hulks fighting against the Orc Boarboy Biggins, doing very well because they have 2 handguns supporting them. Mortars are trying to take out some of these archers. And the Goblin frontline has been peeled back, but that is okay. That is fine. What you're really trying to do is get these bomber mobs offline before the Savage Orcs have to deal with them, because there goes 2,000 HP off the Savage Orc Biggins. But they're still actually withstanding it quite well with their extremely high HP and the physical resistance. The bombers don't do that much, but it's still very good for them to get those bombers on the Savage Orc Biggins. So it's not like they'll kill the unit, but still, it's a lot. The flanks for the greenskins are going poorly, but the front line should be going super, super well as a bomber mob's trying to path out here. Looks like it tried to get attack orders, but it maybe misclicked past these guys. Don't really know. Archers are finishing off the last of the bombers, and now the Savage Orc Biggins on this flank should be free to just kill everything. Yeah, these 2 will be just fine. The last bomber is in the backfield for the greenskins right now. He's a little far from home. The Savage Orc Armor Boys can just beat up the zombie summons that go for them. They don't care. Noctilus running out here to get some stuff done. Now, Vampire Coast is up on the balance of power, but they've killed a lot of stuff that, like... It's fine. You need to kill that stuff, right? It's good to do that, but really, I think the greenskins have done this fantastically to set the game up for their 4 Savage Orc Biggins to just carry. I'm really skeptical the Coast can hold on. We'll see, man. They have mortars still firing away. Are greenskins favored against VP, or is this a pretty even matchup? I think it's too early to tell. It's too early to tell. Vampire Coast fell out of favor. They're not overpowered anymore. They took some nerfs and stuff, but, like, they're fine. They're just fine. And the Greenskins also took some nerfs, and they went from being overpowered to fine. So you have two fine factions, which is not something you're going to see a lot of reps on, because, you know, you're going to see the strong factions all the time, right? So I think we don't have enough tape on it from playing it a lot, because I am a Greenskin main these days, besides Skaven. It feels pretty even. It feels like the Coast can bring some silly shenanigans. It feels like Greenskins have some strong tools in the matchup, so it's okay. Savage Orc Biggins still working their way through that front line as this Bomber Mob throws a couple pitiful last bombs into the back of these Savage Orcs. For the Biggins, still have 2 at about half HP or higher. 1 at under half HP, but they killed the Lampish Revenge dude. I told you. I told you they can get through those crabs. And another one has taken significant damage. Azhag wants to duel with Count Noctilus. They both have reasonable melee stats, but Azhag's probably a little better suited, especially with Spirit Leech support for himself. Deckhand Mob summon, 30 seconds left as it chases some archers off. The archers should rally once it fades away, and oh, how much value did you guys get? 1,300! Killing the big crabs! I told you! Savage Biggin Boy spam! Get all the Savage Biggin Boys you can, put them in a line, and just run at them. And just run at them with the Savage Biggin Boys! Look at them go! They're having the best day. Broken Tusk Mob about to die to that Melkoth, and then Noctilus will rout him again. That's a summon, so it's going to fade away literally right now. So we have some archers rallying. Lampish Revenge aren't feeling too good. And the Savage Biggins and Goblins are walking ominously towards this mortar. Rocket has 4 handgun bats left? Or did 1 die somewhere? Looks like 1 died somewhere. Don't know how, don't know why. But they're running out of ammunition. Right now they're trying to snipe Azhag. That is their last hope. As Lampish Revenge also trying to deal with him. We have some animated hulks in the distance, but it's really not going to matter. I suspect these handgun mobs are going to run out of ammunition soon, and then they'll just be used to rear charge some of the Greenskins. But Savage Biggin Boys are not going anywhere. Their leadership is really high, especially near Azhag. He offers 2 different leadership auras. These guys are going to be borderline unbreakable. As they eat the Lamprey's Revenge alive, those guys are gone. Invocation Hack cannot save you from Savage Biggin Boy spam. Melkoth Mystifying Miasma trying to take out the Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins. No, they're not Boar Boys. They're just regular Boy Biggins. Noctilus is getting Spirit Leech whenever Azhag has it off cooldown. And the archers continue to poke away at the bats, but bats like gyrocopters are actually not that weak to archers. Like, archers do find damage, especially if they're sitting still directly in front of them, but it's not a ton of damage. You can see a lot of the arrows are just going to miss these teeny tiny little models. Azhag getting a duel with Noctilus, buffing up his Savage Orc Biggins with more melee attack. Looks like he is over this. Vampire Ghost have fallen dangerously far behind the amounts of power. Army losses is going to hit, even with an Invocation to Heck for Count Noctilus. It's just too late. Game 1 goes to Nalnish and the Green Beans. For Rocket, I imagine you wanted to snipe out Stone Trolls or Orc Boar Boys. Because, like, these handgun bats did really well versus the Boar Boys on the side. Do you remember at, like, the very start, the Broken Tusk Mob and the other Orc Boar Boy Biggin were just wrecked. They were completely rolled. So if the Greenskins went with a lot of Stone Trolls or a lot of Boar Boys, I think that would have been better. But the Savage Rush was not at all what he was ready for. Animated Hulks, Lampish Revenge did okay. Mortars got okay value, and then the Bombers got shut down. So that was good. That was GG. Borgash, Azhag got 2,100 value. Savage Biggins, mixed value overall, but you can see the kills they got. 240, 111, 53. So they were just used to truck through the front line, put that back line under pressure. And then this one with 12 kills got 1,600 value because it was fighting the crabs. So you really just... It's a lose-lose is why they're so fun, because it's like they can trash your front line, and if you bring anything big up, they'll kill that too. So you do need to kill them with the Bombers at range, which is, you know, if the Greens can scream those out or you don't have a ton of them, then Savage Biggins can just roll you. Archers did okay. Goblins did fine. GG. All right, let's find the next one, shall we? Rocket is down 0-1. See what he can do. Oh, lordy. This is a small game. Tzeentch versus the Warriors of Chaos. Mutalith Vortex Beast with triple Chosen with Halberds and a Soul Grinder versus 5 Skirmish Cav Chaos Knights Archaon. Hey, big man. How you doing? All right. For Tzeentch, we have triple Chosen with Halberds. We have Mutalith Vortex Beast, a caster up on his disc with just Final Transmutation in the Chaos Spawn Summon. Then we have a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. And 2 blue horrors and 1 pink horror. One of the blues and the pink are the R-War versions. On the other side, for the Warriors of Chaos, we have 2 Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, 3 Marauder Horse Masters, 2 Chaos Knights of Khorne. There's the other one. Archaon the Everchosen with Burning Head and Searing Doom. And then Marauders and Chaos Warriors with Great Weapons. RTK channeling their inner ice power with their double Manti. Maybe they did eventually recruit him. Maybe ice power didn't retire or whatever. Maybe he's just RTK now. He's RTK at Delmo. It's confirmed that Delmo is ice power. Alright. I really do like taking these blue and pink horrors as Tzeentch to threaten some skirmish cav and keep them away from the Mutalith Vortex Beast. But Chaos will have to just overwhelm them with Marauders. Like, put 1 Marauder on each of the Chosen and have every other Marauder walk around the sides and get onto the Chromatic Abominations and stuff. And then the skirmish cav will have to be pulled up in the late game to deal with the Mutalith and the Soul Grinder and the Chosen and stuff. But right now, I'm not loving that these Marauder Horsemen are just sitting here and taking fire from the Chromatic Abominations, accepting their fate. You can play this a little slower. The Tzeentch build went extremely narrow, so take your time, surround it, pull in your skirmish cav later. You got to draw this out, because running straight into their extremely elite stats, their Mortis engine and stuff, it's going to be really brutal for you. So I am not loving how much damage the skirmish cav are taking this early game. I think it could cost them quite a lot. Chromatic Abominations on the run from Marauders. Halberds regrouping near the Mutalith Vortex Beast. And we do have some skirmish cav going into melee with the Sour Guts and these other blue horrors. Really good rear charge here from the Chaos Knights of Khorne. I like that as the Marauders attempt to catch up. But you got to use your Marauders as, like, sacrifices, right? Kind of like if you saw my game versus Berserk, Nurgle versus Slanesh. I just fed my Marauders in slowly while cycle charging and using my skirmish cav on his Plague Bearers when they were in melee and they had a harder time throwing their grenades. One of these blue horrors did start Demonic Instability Crumbling, but actually rallied out of it, which I don't see a lot. A big Overcasted Final Trans, a Bolt of Change, and the Soul Grinder sniping is doing a number on Archaon here for Rocket. And the Warriors of Chaos leader is already almost dead. He dives straight in onto the Soul Grinder, does not pop his buffs, and ends up walking away. Now, the Chromatic Abominations are Demonic Instability Crumbling, so are the other blue horrors. And the Chaos Spawn Summon is out. If these Marauder Horsemen can get away from that thing and just ride around it, this is actually a really big series of wins for the Warriors of Chaos. Again, if they can slow this game down. Because now the Marauder Horsemen can move up almost unimpeded and get free shots out onto the Soul Grinder and the Mutalith Vortex Beast and stuff like that. But they're using some of their ammo on the Chaos Spawn Summon. That's going to be a bit of a tragedy. And Archaon's still trying to dodge the Soul Grinder shots. He does take most of them, though. Sour Gut's still throwing. The Skirmish Cav still throwing at the Chaos Spawn. Oh! No! Does Falcon still play? Not that I know of, no. Really good Searing Doom onto the Chosen Tzeentch. Gets through their shields and gets some extra value. Slayer of Kings is popped as he runs straight at the Soul Grinder. He does knock its shields off in one hit. The Mutalith Vortex Beast is rampaging through the front line, though. Warriors of Chaos bounce power is getting dangerously low, and I can't say I disagree, as a lot of their cavalry has taken significant damage. The Skirmish Cav has also taken a lot of damage and used a lot of their ammunition. And the Spawn Summon still has 18 seconds left. Most of its HP has been done, which largely you just want to ignore it and let it go away on its own. Chaos Knights of Khorne trying to support Archaon as he once again tries to duel the Soul Grinder and take it out because it's been slowly sniping him. And the Skirmish Cav are back to safety. There, the Spawn are gone, though the Tzeentch Marauders still throw a last volley at its chest. Archaon is dueling well with the Soul Grinder, but needs to fall back from the Mutalith Vortex Beast. And now, like, imagine this game state right now, but with all your Marauder Horsemen healthy and having a lot of ammunition, and just coming up here for the first time. And then Archaon could back off while the Soul Grinder is stuck in melee with like Chaos Knights and Marauders and shit it can't throw at him. And it is getting low as you slowly poke away at it with all these skirmish cav. Look how much damage they're doing with Melee Vortex Beast. It is just like... It's showing you why you need to be super, super patient with a blob. You can't get over antsy. Did Tzeentch Searing Doom their own Chosen? No, that was Archaon. Archaon did. They didn't bring Searing Doom. They have a Final Trans. At this point, it is a little doomed. The Soul Grinder or another Final Transmutation is going to take out Archaon. Or a Bolt of Change, that works too. And then when he's dead, it's going to Army Loss. Right here. Army Loss is in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I was barely off. There's the Army Losses. Damn it. I was so close. It was a good build by Rocket and Borgash. I actually do think this Warriors of Chaos build could have won. It just required a very high level of execution. For the Chosen of Tzeentch with Halberds, they held. They did fine. Metal Vortex Beast did fine. Soul Grinder did fine. And the Pink and Blue Horrors all did pretty darn well. And aside for Borgash, Archaon did fine. Not a ton of value, but like... You know, he didn't have a lot of time to fight. The Meatloaf was running away from him in the early game, and then he got sniped out by a bunch of stuff. But like when he got the fight, he did fine. Chaos Knights of Khorne got really low value. I don't know why. I feel like Chaos Knights of Khorne suck for some reason, but I can't figure it out because their stat card looks okay. And then the Skirmish Cav got pretty good values despite how much damage they took and how much ammo they still had in the late game. So, yeah, I think Nolnish's build was good. Do you think they'll make a totally different Total War game with the other world, with the old world, or nah? No. I don't think they will. They'll probably either do 40k or just release DLCs for Warhammer 3 for quite a while and then call it good and move on. All right, we're going to game 3 between Rocket and Nolnish. Dark Elves Tomb Kings. Archaon has Searing Doom. Yeah, now he has Spirit Leech, Searing Doom, and Burning Head. What about implementing some units from AOS like Vermin Lords? I could see them doing that because a lot of people seem to want Vermin Lords. For game 3 between these two players, for the Dark Elves of Rocket Row, we have 2 Reaper Bolt Throwers, then some Cold One Knights, Black Ark Corsairs, Sisters of Slaughter, 2 of them on the flanks, and a Supreme Sorcerer's Dark with Soul Stealer. On the other side, for the Tomb Kings, we have 2 Skeleton Horse Archers, Sparkle Stalker Regiment of Renown, then the Chosen of the Gods, Ushabti Greatbow Regiment of Renown, 4 Melee Ushabti, some Tomb Guard and Skeleton Spearman front lines with Grand Hierophant Katep in the back on horse with Incantation of Vengeance, Cursed Blades, and then Protection. We also have some Nehekar Horsemen. Chosen Gods of Shapter Greatbow's taking some damage from the Bolt Throwers. Slow and consistent damage that they'll have to figure out a way to deal with. But the Dark Elves advancing nicely. This is one thing you should always do if you have the range advantage and their mobility isn't a big threat. Like, 2 Cold One Knights can beat this 1 Nehekar Horseman. But you can push up your front line and keep their guys out of range of your guys and maximize that difference in range potential. I really, really like this from Rocket. It's good battlefield awareness. Now, the Bleak Swords and Black Ark Corsairs are going to lose the frontline fight slowly. The Tomb Kings put a ton of investment there. You do have extra lines that can run up, and we even have these Golden Knights that can run up to plug any gaps. Meanwhile, the Bolt Throwers plus the Supreme Sorceress of Dark getting a lot of damage on the Chosen of Gods, shutting down that very expensive piece early on in this game. And then the Sparkle Stalkers try and peel her off, and while that succeeds, Rocket's not going to overcommit. He runs away. That is wonderful play here so far. The Dark Elves really impressing me in this early game. Bounce Power's about dead even as the Dark Elf front line starts to crumble. They haven't gotten their Murderous Prowess and Murderous Mastery yet, which would really help them hold this front line, so I think they're hoping it hurries and charges up before they lose the entire front line. And now the Ushabti are starting to break through. Golden Knights are pushed up to offer a little bit of support, but the Reaper Bolt Throwers are now in trouble as several Ushabti are free and clear on the backline and running towards them. The Bolt Throwers might have done their job as the Chosen of the Gods is now beyond all help. It is going to crumble away no matter what the Tomb Kings do. So this is the Slaughter trying to hold. They're doing well on a different flank. And a big breath attack down the line. Hits some Skeleton Spearmen. I might leave Kotep all alone soon. I wonder if the Supreme Sorceress of Dark dives down onto him or not. But Ushabti have gotten onto both Bolt Throwers. They are down. So while the Chosen of the Gods is down, so are the Bolt Throwers. Both sides losing that artillery presence. Coldwood Knights in the thick of it. They did just get their Murderous Prowess buff, so all the Dark Elves going to be hitting a little bit harder and staying a little bit longer in the fight. Supreme Sorceress of Dark coming back here. And the Ushabti, we have 3 melee Ushabti isolated without any support. This could actually be a big moment for Rocket to take advantage of the game. Getting Cold Knights back here with the Dragon Lord helping out, they're anti-large armor piercing. If they aren't bogged down in Skeleton Spearmen or distracted, if they just fight Ushabti, they'll trade up. But an Usurian's Incantation of Vengeance lowers their HP enough, and then another summon of Ushabti on top of them seals their fates. The Coldwood Knights will actually run away. It looks like the Supreme Sorceress of Dark saw that coming and ditched. Tomb Kings are up on the balance of power as the Dark Elf front line is just faltering too quickly. But here is a way back into the game. Soul Stealer Snipe plus melee onto Kotep. Soul Stealer did not hit him. He was just on the edge and did manage to walk away, though she is still trying to kill him off. Coldwood Knights finishing off Ushabti in the distance, and Dread Spear is trying to fight with these guys. Now there is a full health Ushabti summon. He is fake, though. He will disappear. The Dark Elves are starting to rally in some of the far-flung reaches of space. Somehow, this Coldwood Knight's going to have to finish off that Ushabti and then get all the way over here and hurt those Purple Stalkers, because they're currently trying to stop the Dark Elf Sorceress from getting her Lord Snipe done, which she does need to kill Kotep if this game is going to be hers. Every time he casts spells, I think he even resets her Noxious Breath cooldown, so she can't even use breath attacks if he's constantly spamming out spells. Dark Elf Infantry is prevailing. We still have some Sisters of the Slaughter running around. Do have some Dread Spears and all that shit. For the Tomb Kings, I guess we have Tomb Guard. We have 1 Tomb Guard and 1 Skeleton Spearman, another Skeleton Spearman way over there. The Ushabti summon has fully surrounded the Supreme Sorcerer's Dark. She's trying to path through them. They only have 15 seconds of life left, and then they'll disappear, and she will be fine. She tries to get up into the sky. The Eyes of the Desert roll through their own units to get away from the Sisters of Slaughter and keep track of this Dark Caster. Ushabti going to fade away. Big breath attack down onto them and the real Ushabti units. Overall, I guess that was an okay breath attack. Soul Stealer's going to hit both of them and heal her up as that summon fades away. Some nice stuff there. Coldwood Knights get a good fight on top of their own Bleak Swords, but another Usurian's Incantation of Vengeance well cast onto them. Really good target selection for Kotep this game. And the Spork Stalkers are even going to shoot them, so the last mobility that the Dark Elves have, that armor-piercing anti-large, is getting completely destroyed right now. There's a really good focus fire coming out from the Tomb Kings player. Sisters trying to hold on. Bleak Sword's trying to hold on. Trying to provide the support this Dark Caster desperately needs. In the distance, Skeleton Spearmen are falling away. What up, GS? Isn't their melee defense pretty low for into the Corn Knights? I think so, but still. Yeah. Everyone's hating on Lizardmen? Deserved. Deserved. Sporkle Stalker's trying to line up a good shot on the Supreme Sorceress of Dark as she tries to get outside of that firing angle. She does take a bit of damage, but it's not the end of the world. What does she do, though, is she's kind of middling about. She needs to figure out what she's doing and fast because she's running out of time to fuck around here. And the Sporkle Stalkers are going to punish her every second she's not either landing on them or getting way out of their range, but just flying around in the range was a little bit risky. Sisters of Slaughter and Bleak Sword still trying to fight. I think she's trying to line up a breath attack onto this Tomb Guard and free up her infantry support. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. Or does she breath attack these Eyes of the Desert? Another Soul Stealer onto Kotep. She's just going for the Lord's Knight. Big charge attack. Misses the second one, but the Soul Stealer does hit him and the Ushabti, healing her up, damaging them down. We have some Dark Elves behind my screen here. It looks like they're still routing off the map, though. Sporkle Stalker's trying to focus down Rocket. As again, Nelnish keeps Kotep safe, rolling around. 1,800 HP for him, 6,000 on this Dragon Lord. But for the Tomb Kings, we still have Sporkle Stalkers with a lot of ammunition. 2 healthy-ish Ushabti, considering how late we are in the game. Skeleton Horse Archer, a lot of ammo. And Skeleton Spears that should be beat up by these Corsairs and the Spears. Honestly, the Tomb Guard... Oh, it looks like they are going to beat the Sister Slaughter. I thought the Tomb Guard would trade about even here. Dark Elves rallying the last of their forces, try and distract these Purple Stalkers so that the Supreme Sorceress of Dark can do her work. Gets a good dive attack down onto these guys. And she should have one more Soul Stealer, because her heal cap's right there. And as I say every single stream, if you just use Soul Stealers for healing, Dark Elf Sorceresses can just heal themselves fully. Dark Elves are fading on the balance of power as all of their infantry are starting to fall back. Concept did just use another spell, healing up his army and resetting the Dark Elf cooldowns. I don't see how the Dark Elves can win from this point as the Purple Stalkers firing line to execute this game and end it once and for all. Supreme Sorcerer's Dark taking too much damage. There's no way she can carry now. There's still 3 melee Ushabti alive. Times 2 speed as this lady's just running around. Big final Soul Stealer to try and heal her up and keep her in the game. She's getting a lot of damage out, but the Purple Stalkers just kite back a little bit, line her up once again, light her up too. That was a lot of damage. She routs, army losses. GG. Nalnish will push forward. In a very, very entertaining series between these two. A lot of good plays. Some unique builds. I liked it. I think that's my favorite type of game to watch, is high skill with unique builds. And I know it's not like a hot take, but it's there. Because I think once you get to the high skills, like the Gracier playoffs, everyone there is so good that you really can't afford to fuck around too much. And Berserk fucked around anyway and still won, which is very impressive. But most people are putting on the best, the most meta builds they can, because like the skill level is so close they can't disrespect their opponent or they'll just lose off builds. But I think that's why it's so impressive that Berserk still wins with, like, Nurgle and Khorne and shit is like, bruh. The skill diff. Alright, so for Rocket and Nalnish, Nalnish advances, and I can move this slightly to the side, so you can see that Tins Debonin has to fight Nalnish. And rest in peace, RTK, man. Well, actually, okay, they're doing well. I mean that, like, Rusty goes to face Chosen One, that's great. Good job, RTK, winning there. But Tins Debonin had to kill another RTK, and then Nalnish advances, so now Nalnish and Tidsdemonin have to also RTK friendly fire. I did, this was not a random bracket, it was seeded by your rank on the ladder. So math did them dirty, it's not my fault. But it is just funny to me, it's like, yes, all of RTK kill each other off. Alright, Gyama and Shogunuk, let's go. So happy if they nerfed Soul Stealer. They did not. They did not nerf Soul Stealer. I dare you to play double solar engines again? Never. Never! Alright. Game 1 here. Alright, Gyama's the Dark Elf, Shogunuk's the Vampire Coast. Got it. I checked chat while it was loading, and I forgot to actually check who is who. And I needed to check who is who to give them credit. So Gyama on the Dark Elves versus Shogunuk on the Vampire Coast. Get to see some Malekith and Hydra versus the Vampire Coast, which is not what I would expect. For Shogunuk's build, this is pretty standard Coast stuff, so we'll go through it super quick. A lot of handguns, which is really, really good. I love that playstyle personally, so I've been loving the Coast buffs that came in that last patch. But 5 handguns is really strong, including a Black Spot, 2 Bomber Mobs, and then a front line of Deckhand Mobs, and some Polearms, Animated Hulks for some mass, 2 Dogs, Lamper's Revenge, and Count Noctilus. With Melkoth's his summon and Wraithstorm, no invocation of Nahak. On the other side, for the Dark Elves, this is a little bit spicier than we usually see. A front line of Blackrock Corsairs and Bleak Swords, that's pretty standard stuff that'll do well against the Vampire Coast front line. Harpies and Dark Riders is also pretty good, but we have a War Hydra for those breath attacks and eating up some damage. Looks like we have one Shade that needs to stay stalked until the late game to shoot the Lamper's Revenge. More Dark Riders, And then Malekith on foot, running up with Soul Stealer and Gaze of Malice. Foot Malekith. What would Heavens need to be good? Wind Blast needs to be a much, much better spell than it currently is. And that's about it. I know it sounds weird, but like, Heavens right now is only good if you know the enemy is bringing elite armored infantry that you can Comet or Randon's Thunderbolt. And that's not a safe bet. But if you could take Wind Blast against Chaff, because then the enemy will always have Chaff, so you know it's guaranteed. And then if they do take Armored, you have 2 spells that can really punish armor, so it's like... Heavens doesn't have a lot of safe spells, so it's risky to take it. Where like Fire, you can take Burning Head, and that's always going to be useful, and then you can take another spicy spell if you want to. Anyway, the front lines have collided, so enough about that. Bleak Swords and Dread Spears and all that stuff getting pushed off by the Bomber mobs. But that is just the first wave. The second wave of Dark Elves is moving up. We'll see if they can disrupt these Bombers at all. War Hydra's in here, disrupting some of the Bombers, but he's getting shot by handguns in the meantime. And handguns take out an entire Dark Rider. And the Dark Elves are getting massacred on this charge. Malekith got through. Some of the Chaff is getting through. But it has been very rough overall as a Wraith Storm immediately targets the Shades as soon as they come into sight. Lamprey's Revenge trying to deal with the War Hydra, as it looks like the Shades did a little bit of friendly fire there to him on the pass-through. The Dark Elves are already in dire straits. Their front line is completely fallen apart. Their flanks aren't doing that well either, and we have some mobility in the Vanguard, but we'll see if it can get here even in time. War Hydra's already lost half its HP. It can heal up in just a second. It'll do that really big Hydra heal thing, but still, you don't like taking that much damage. Malekith's doing okay, but he's a foot character, can only do so much. There's its big heal, and a Soul Stealer even hits Count Noctilus and his Lamprey's Revenge. Good damage there. Shade's doing fine so far. Shooting at the Lamprey's Revenge is pretty good, but Animated Hulks and Dogs are waiting for these guys in the rear to charge. It looks like the handguns have just turned this into a shooting gallery. The Harpies probably won't even make it to melee combat before being dead. See what can be done about these Dark Riders. Bombers are moving up to help out a little bit too, and handguns try to defend themselves, but they're not the black spot. On the charge, they should take decent damage. Yeah. Bombers try and help peel them, do a little bit of friendly fire damage, but mostly just damage to Dark Riders, and then the Dogs come in to peel these guys off. Really good play from the coast so far. I just haven't... no notes. They're playing great. Yeah, Dark Elves just ran up the beaches of Normandy. True. True. Malekith is doing fine. Everything else is struggling here for the Dark Elves. Malekith is just hard chilling. Shade's taking a Bomber Blast to the face. They still try and kill Lamprey's Revenge. They've done probably a lot of damage value. 960 is not bad at all from killing Lamprey's Revenge, but the Lamprey's Revenge can slowly heal up while everything else peels off the Shades at this point. Dark Elves trying to hang in there with their Murderous Prowess popped. They do get better leadership and better stats, which can help them have a bit of a second wind in this game. Dark Riders trying to help finish off some of the zombies and some of the handguns. And while you are doing good damage to the backline of the enemy, I wonder if it is just too little too late. If the Lamprey's Revenge can walk off the War Hydra, which they are, then they can come back in the late game and help out. We still have Animated Hulks in the late game. But what do the Dark Elves really have? It's just some extremely wounded chaff. Once Murderous Prowess wears off, they'll be that much closer to breaking every time the Undead even look at them wrong. Malekith is a little concerning. I'll give you that. Noctilus doesn't want to duel him 1v1. He doesn't have Spirit Leech or any consistent damage spells you can use on Noctilus throughout the late game. So I think the Dark Elves, the longer this game lasts, the better they're feeling? Maybe? Maybe. Shade's trying to kite a little bit. Noctilus uses another of his summons. And remember, he didn't bring Invocation of Nehek. So he only has one summon left. One Wraith Storm, too. Lamprey's Revenge returning. Dogs returning. What can kill these handgun mobs over here? That is my question. As Dogs, if they rear charge Dark Riders like they just did, that should lower the leadership enough to rout them. You can chase the Dark Riders away. And now your handguns should be safe. I mean, I guess Malekith could just walk over there and be annoying, but he's not particularly fast, is he? 36? Yeah, you can make him pay for that. Dogs running out to deal with the Shades as they finish off the last of this Polearms mob. Dogs are more than happy to eat up these already wounded Dark Elves. Shades are decent melee combatants, but, I mean, it's 1/3 HP to a full health dog getting a rear charge on them. That's just not something you're going to win. Still have a full health Harpy over here. Don't know what they're doing over there. Get over here. When's the next Skaven DLC? Probably not for a long time. Maybe they'll get a free LC and get, like, Thankful added or something, but I don't think they'll get, like, an actual unit pack DLC for a while, and that's fine. Their roster is extremely fleshed out. Out of 24 factions in the game, Skaven should get a DLC after, like, 20 of the other factions. Like, they are not hurting at all in the unit department. Some of their dogshit units could get buffs, right? But, like, as for actual, they're missing this and this. There's not a lot. The Skaven roster's pretty fleshed out. No complaints. My complaints aren't make me new units. My complaints are make the new units you gave me worth a goddamn. Doomflayers have been trashed since they existed. They've always been fucking terrible. Warp Fire Throwers have been really bad. I guess that was a base game unit. That wasn't a DLC unit. Rattling Guns are bad. They've been bad for like 90% of their lifetime. So, yeah, most of the Skaven DLC units are just underwhelming. Brood Horrors were horrendously OP for a little bit and then nerfed into the dirt and now we're just dog shits. That's also fun. Mutant Rat Ogres have always been bad. So it's like those things. Skaven don't need more units. They just need their existing units to be any good. Malekith will not be allowed to solo carry the game, as Lamprey's Revenge surround him, beat him up enough to trigger army losses. Patch is not making money? True. But I'm saying there's other factions that need DLCs, right? Like, there's still tons of rosters that need DLCs. They just gave Wood Elves their second DLC and Beastmen their second DLC. By second DLC, I mean they were a DLC race that got a DLC pack. So it's like, it's not outside the realm of possibility that Coast get another DLC, Tomb Kings get another DLC, and those are two very popular factions that people would love to have. Norska needs another DLC, and people love Norska. And from the campaign front, a Norska DLC would actually slap, because Norska's current mechanics are fucking terrible. Because, like, you want to be a high seas raider and go around the world and, like, get money and stuff, but for some reason they're just a basic nation builder. That makes no sense to me. I tried Norska's campaign, but it's like, you need to build up a base of operations, and then it's so hard to go raiding, because if you ever go raiding anywhere, your public order is dog shit back home, so you're going to lose your bases to rebels and stuff. Or Kislev and some other stuff's going to come up there and just kick your ass. So it's like, dude, I just want to be a raider. I want to, like, go around the world and be a badass. Give me, like, the Vampire Coast or the Dark Elf ship mechanics so my ship can be a base or something. And it's like, nah, fuck you, kid. So, I think Norska could have a very popular DLC in their future. If they ever feel like doing it. Game 1 did go to Shogunuk and the Vampire Coast. Knocked the Footman. Malekith. Foot Malekith was alright. He was tanky, but he could not carry the whole game on his back. There's my games. I was like scrolling forever looking for them. Alright, game 2. Guillemot Grand Cathay. Now Shogunuk is on the Dark Elves. Can the Dark Elves go 0-2? Shogunuk is up 1-0 in this series. You want Ungral Forehorn? Norska get something like Black Arcs, that'd be awesome. Yeah. I want them to be more incentivized to sail around and be raiders, not to just play the game normally, but in the north. Game 2! Guillemot Grand Cathay down a game. 2 Onyx Crowmen, Righteous Lance's Way Jin, 4 Peasant Horsemen, 2 Peasant Long Spears, 4 Jade Warrior Crossbows, Miao Ying with Regrowth and Earthblood, and then some Jade Warriors for a front line. This is a cool Grand Cathay build. I like it. It's not super boxy. It's a little bit more push-focused. Not seeing Zhao Ming is cool, even though it's just Miao Ying with some healing, but whatever. I'll take what I can get. This is a cool Grand Cathay build. I like it. On the other side for Shogunuk, this is an extremely effective anti-Cathay build. I like it a lot. 4 Dark Shards, all with shields, 2 Shades, some Cavalry, a Shadows Caster with Pit of Shades, Malice Darkblade, and then a front line of Bleak Swords. I like it, I like it, I like it. 2 Dark Riders too. But yeah. Jade Warrior Crossbows are also armored, and some of them can be shielded, but Dark Shards have the armor-piercing advantage, so they can just wreck these guys like this, and Shades are really good kiting tools. But these Cold Knights Dark Riders are going to have to get activated. They can't allow the Shades to get freely charged by these Peasant Horsemen, but it looks like they're starting to move now. A little late on the draw, and some Jade Warriors getting through the front line as Malice tries to peel for them. On this other flank, though, Peasant Horsemen are running amok. I don't think Shogunnik was planning for this much Cathay mobility to be here. We do have 4 Horsemen, a Righteous Lances, and 2 Cromen. That is a lot to chase down all of your archers. I think he was hoping for them to be much more boxed up. But we'll see. We still have some Dark Riders sailing in the backfield. Oh, and that's going to be a really good Pit of Shades. Is it overcast? I hope it's overcast. We'll see, as it's hitting 2 units right now. That looks undercast. Unfortunate. Alright, Dark Shard still trying to help out the front line a little bit. Mal's Darkblade himself is trying to stop those guys. But the Onyx Cromen have dove down and are taking care of some Dark Shards, and Peasant Horsemen are sweeping up the other ones that are routing. So both sides' backfields are under pressure, and there's a giant flank fight going on here that is going heavily in the favor of Grand Cathay. As we're about to lose a Cold Knight, we've already lost a Shade, and then there's another Shade and a Dark Rider also suffering a lot of damage. Murderous Prowess is popped to try and keep the Cold Knights in the fight, as the Shadows Caster is helping out. Dark Riders on the backfield are routing away. One is trying to keep getting everybody. Maybe he can run over and rout off these Peasant Longspears and help chase them off the map too. But Cathay's mobility advantage is coming to the fore, man. These Cromen and these Peasant Horsemen are taking out all of the Dark Shards and just running past the Bleak Swords. Most of the Bleak Swords are still pretty healthy, relatively. Like, they have a lot of HP left, but they're just getting ignored, which is appropriate play from Cathay here, so really good stuff from Kiyama. Dark Elves have lost this flank. The Shadows Caster did abandon it, so at least it's not a total loss, because if she also died over there, then that would be a disaster. So she is going to get to safety, and that's fine. We still have Malice. 1 Dark Rider on the backfield routing off those Jade crossbows. And Dark Riders are coming back to the fore. Peasant Horsemen did not have the time to chase them all off. We'll see how much they can come back and get done, though. Peasant Horsemen should get a rear charge unless the other ones get rid of them still. These Dark Shards are getting to safety, past their own Bleak Swords, keep the Crows, Onyx Cromen on those Bleak Swords. Dark Shard's trying to help out in the back, but Jade Warriors are going to flank them. Malice can beat the piss out of Miao Ying in the late game, so she will need support if she's going to take him down. Still has the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, still has Peasant Long Spears, and all those things are decent against Malice. Dark Elves is lacking a good plan for Fire Rain Rockets. You could just get in range with your Dark Shards and Shades and take them out. It's just a box breaker? Yeah. It's really good against a Grand Cathay box, but Shogunnik had a ton of mobilities. That was pretty difficult. Another Pit of Shades coming in. It's going to take out this Jade Warrior pretty much entirely. That's an overcasted Pit of Shades. That's a lot of damage. So say goodbye to that Jade Warrior. Malice should be able to push off these Peasant Horsemen as well. Those Dark Shards are already routing next to him. There's one that's still here, and a rear charge in from the Dark Rider should seal these guys' fate, especially if it's piled up with the Demon's Curse, though I don't think he needs it. The rear charge alone should be enough. Boop. There they go. Dark Elves still have some Dark Riders running around, still trying to take out the last of these Jade Warrior crossbows to force Cathay down to just a couple Jade Warriors and whatnot. Other Peasant Horsemen still running about. But this is a pretty close game overall. I think the balance of power is getting a little overzealous in the favor of Grand Cathay. Yes, you still have full health Miao Ying. Yes, you still have the full health-ish Righteous Lancer of Wei Jin. But, like, Malice is a fucking monster, man. If you just have to fight him in melee, he is a terror. And this is quite contested still. Onyx Cromen rear charging these Dark Shards should finish them off. We'll see what the Dark Riders can do if they can get activated and go get those Onyx Cromen. It doesn't look like they're going to react in time. Now they're coming with the Shadows Caster, and the Dark Shards held long enough to keep these Onyx Cromen on the ground, so the Dark Riders should be able to charge into them and maybe finish those guys off. Malice is trying to push through the back line, ignoring Miao Ying for now. And the Dark Elves have rallied a little bit of an enclave over here. They have one healthy-ish Dark Shard that's helping Dark Riders against Peasant Horsemen and such. Onyx Cromen being kept at bay. Can the Dark Shards get a good volley onto the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin? We will have to see, as I'll turn the camera this way so y'all can see what Malice is doing in the background if you feel like it, but I'm really interested in how much these Dark Shards can do. Right now, not a ton. They missed a lot of their volley onto the Righteous Lances. The Righteous Lances are kind of squirreling around them here. And now the Onyx Cromen thrown to their deaths, but just trying to distract the Dark Shards for a second as the Righteous Lances shatter the Dark Riders and then dive into the back of these Dark Shards over here. Really good stuff from Kiyama. More Dark Riders running off Peasant Horsemen in the background. And Malice has abandoned the Jade Warrior crossbows he was previously fighting. I don't know where he's going now or what he's hoping to do, but he's got plans. He's got schemes. Miao Ying joins in the fighting. How about the Righteous Lances? I wouldn't hate for her to go into, human form and then regrowth the Righteous Lances. That would be huge. Yes, they'll get spotted by crows. They will get spotted by crows. It's true. Righteous Lance is getting an Earth Blood as the Bleak Swords all rout. Malice is trying to join in this fight over here. Balance power again shifts against the Dark Elves a little bit. You still have some Dark Riders trying to chase off whatever they can. For Grand Cathay, it is down to Miao Ying and the Righteous Lance Wei Jin with a full health Peasant Long Spear. There's actually 2 full health Peasant Long Spears. The Dark Elves have Malice, full health Caster, over half health Dark Rider, and that is about it. Everything else for the Dark Elves is wounded quite significantly. Malice in here with the Demon's Curse, lowering the leadership of all these units. Maybe going to get the Onyx Crowman and the Peasant Horseman to rout. Maybe, possibly, potentially, maybe. Shadows Caster has Pit of Shades. I don't know if she's going to be in range anytime soon. Looks like she's busy chasing someone off, but she could Pit of Shades here, and that would be very deadly against the Righteous Lance's Wei Jin. Mouse is going to fight. Oh, this hurts so bad. He doesn't want to turn into Zarkan to waste Malice's full HP bar, but wouldn't Zarkan's abilities be so clutch right now? With that giant clump, his explosion, and then his Soul Stealer type ability, that would have been awesome. But he can't. He has to fully use both of his health bars, otherwise he's just throwing the game, but that would have been juicy value. Bounce power is tipping, though, and this is always the Dark Elf gamble. How long do you hold on to Malice? Even if he's not about to break, if the balance of power tips too far into army losses, then you just lose anyway, and you can't transform in time. If army losses starts before you start the thing, you'll lose that race, and your army will get army loss before Malice transforms. Pit of Shades coming out as the Peasant Longspears take their day out on Malice Darkblade. Is it overcast or not? Damage tells me it's not. Still a good Pit of Shades, but it's not overcast. Righteous Lance and Wei Jin are going out after that Shadows Caster. It looks like she's going to lead them on a grand old chase as Malice tries and tacks some people down. Peasant Long Spears close to routing. There they go, they rout, and this should help Malice out a lot in his fight with Miao Ying, because Peasant Long Spears can get some insane value out. They already paid for themselves twice over by fighting Malice. They're the best cheap spears in the entire game. Dark Rider's still securing the battlefield, chasing everything off. And Malice is busy fighting Miao Ying, getting some good shots onto her. None of his buffs are popped right now, and he still has that transformation in his back pocket. Shadows Caster doing excellently, pulling these Righteous Lances away from Malice and just letting him get alone time with Miao Ying so he can beat up on her. He is actually going to opt out. He tries to get a side charge on his Peasant Horseman. He does succeed. Can he get a free route on these guys? No, their leadership rallies. Somehow it gets better as they get rear-attacked by Malice. That was a little strange. But he is going to keep them sandwiched between his Dark Riders, trying to get rid of these guys. And I'm really liking the tenacity of Shogunuk here. Some good late game plays. Gets rid of those Peasant Horsemen. Should probably turn around and charge Peasant Long Spears before they either charge you or before they can stop and brace or anything like that. Dark Riders are going to opt out. Malice has popped the blood price for extra damage and some resists. And still the Righteous Lances are chasing around that Shadows Caster who's just leading them on a merry jaunt. Hopefully she keeps getting attack orders, well, not attack orders, movement orders away so that she never stops and goes back to fight them. Balance power is getting low for the Dark Elves, and as I said before, they have to pay careful attention to that balance power game. They're going to have to transform Malice here pretty darn soon. Even though he has a lot of HP left, they just can't afford to get army lost. Righteous Lances are in, Malice is in, and a Pit of Shades dissuades them, gets them back into the sky. And Malice keeps going after them with the Demon's Curse, but an overcast on the Pit of Shades hurts the caster, and Malice needs to transform right now. He needs to transform. They're going to get army lost, dude. Transform. Go, 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 go. Malice! Malice! Also, he has to commit to a fight. He's not healing when he's outside melee, so he's achieving nothing right now, and it is a problem. Charges into Long Spears, needs to transform. You gotta transform, because you need that explosion as your second form can rout these guys off, and you need the full HP, and you need to be unbreakable. Please. Please transform. Malice. Malice, start the transformation. For the love of God, you're gonna lose the game! Malice! Okay, he turns just now. Army losses was hitting. I saw their bars go down. But he transforms in time, spikes the bounce power back up to keep that army losses at bay, and Reaper of Souls takes out the Peasant Long Spearman, also does a little bit of damage to Miao Ying. Shattering on the Shadows Caster. Her Pit of Shades is no longer needed that much, though, because there's very few targets that can actually sit and stay in the Pit of Shades. Like, the Righteous Lances can walk out of it whenever they want to, and Malice is more than capable of taking out some Peasant Long Spears with all of his various abilities. I'm going to times 3 speed this until something significant happens, but right now he's just eating up Peasant Long Spears. Because they're trying to wait him out. They're trying to just let him bleed himself dry. Miao Ying spams out some heals. Malice duels her for a bit. Onyx Crowman dive down onto him. She has a lot of healing left to give, though. I think she even has some regrowths left in her if she wants. Malice gets a big explosion off, though. Damages the Onyx Crowman. Maybe routes the Peasant Long Spears. Yes, routes the Peasant Long Spears. And Onyx Crowman in the future will provide Yin Harmony, so they would be giving all of these guys the Harmony buff, which feels really good. Reaper of Souls, big damage from Malice, pushing off the Onyx Crowman, hitting the Righteous Lances on the way in, and still draining down Miao Ying a little bit. There's a Peasant Long Spear way off in the distance, but he will not get to this fight before it's decided one way or the other, as Malice continues to try and stomp out Miao Ying. But he's having some issues, so instead goes after the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. ×2 speed as he grinds it out. Does he have it in him? A regrowth for the Righteous Lances. They cycle charge back in as Miao Ying's getting a lot of damage out. Malice's heal cap is coming fast. Uses his Bloodstorm. Uses Reaper of Souls. Doing everything he can to do damage and heal himself as he routes out the Onyx Crowman yet again. The heal capped Righteous Lances Wei Jin, though, with Miao Ying should be able to force him down. And that'll be the end of the Dark Blade. Righteous Lances Wei Jin getting 2,700 value. Miao Ying herself got 1,900. Both of her Crowmen paid for themselves. And then the Jade Warriors didn't get a lot of value, but they held. And they pressured Dark Shards back. Peasant Long Spears and the Peasant Horsemen did very, very well. For Shogunnik, Malice, 3,200 value. Nice stuff there. Pit of Shadescaster got about 1k. Dark Shards were running all around the map. And then Dark Riders, overall, decent value. GG. On to Game 3 between these two. Both sides have lost on Dark Elves. Game 3, we have Kthay and Warriors of Chaos. Now, this might be a fast-forward game because we do have double Sigvald and Chosen versus Grand Kthay. I'm warning you ahead of time that if we get to the Hero Hammer grind, it will be cast at ×2 or ×3 speed. Nice to see the Righteous Lances do well. I agree, actually. Righteous Lances don't usually get that much value. Alright, for the Warriors of Chaos of Guillama versus Grand Kthay of Shogunnik in Game 3 of this best of 3. We do have double Chosen, a Marauder frontline, Sigvald, Aecold Hellbrass, and then a Metalcaster, Fountain Trans, and Searing Doom. 1 Chaos Knight of Tzeentch, 2 Chaos Warhounds, and then 3 Marauder Horsemen for Skirmish Cav. On the other side, for Grand Kthay of Shogunnik, we have 1 Cannon, 1 Fire and Rocket, 1 Iron Hail Gunner, 3 Jade Warrior Crossbows. No, 2 Jade Warrior Crossbows, 1 Peasant Archer. Gotcha. Front line of Jade Warriors, secondary line of Peasant Long Spears, 2 Onyx Crowmen, 1 Emperor's Crowman, and back to Xiaoming Baby with Final Transmutation as his only spell versus Sigvald and Aecold. That might be GG. That might be GG. We'll have to see. I am very scared for Chaos here. As a nice undercasted Searing Doom focused on all the Peasant Archers in their box formation. Instead of being in the straight line, the box formation does make it a lot easier to hit, but good dodge there from Shogun. It got out of the second half of that spell, so pretty nice stuff. Marauder's going to go fight Peasant Long Spears, but with that Harmony buff, they are up to 28 melee defense. Which honestly isn't that high. Formation attack does not give you the melee defense it says it does. So, yeah. Marauders, Marauders, Marauders. Chosen trying to get through the front line. Now, Chosen might take a while to get through the front line. 46-60 for melee stats, but not the highest weapon strength or armor piercing or any of that stuff to get through these Jade Warriors. Aecold and Sigvald doing their best to help out the front line. Xiaoming is chilling here, fighting alongside Aecold. Not really fighting him, just kind of fighting next to him. The dogs are creeping up. Now, so far for Kthay, all of their range is still online. Now, their Searing Doom is out, though, again, another good dodge from Shogunnik, getting out of the range of that one, so pretty good, pretty good. Chaos are being patient, though. They haven't overcommitted their knights. They haven't overcommitted their dogs or anything. I wonder if they're being too patient, but they are being patient. This Marauder Horseman moving up, trying to get some throws out there onto Onyx Chroman, it looks like maybe, but Jade Warriors will counterfire against them. Peasant Long Spears are wandering up to say hello. And what can the dogs do? Iron Hail Gunner is firing sideways into these Chosen. The Chosen are slowly getting through the front line. It's not like the Fire Rain Rocket can really deal with them once they're this close up. The Fire Rain Rocket's just trying to punish the Chaos Knights and anybody who routs. Another Searing Doom. This one, Shognik gonna dodge it, but just a little too slow to dodge it fully. He loses about half HP on that unit. Dogs moving into position to get around these peasants, hopefully, maybe, possibly. Cannon continuing to try and punch the Chaos Knights of Siege. First of the Chosen are through. The Mirror Guard are almost through as well. And Peasant Horsemen are now being pulled up to deal with this. But when the Peasant Horsemen get pulled up, that does leave openings. And as soon as the opening is presented, Guillaume is going to run his Chaos Warhounds for these weapons crews. Firing Rocket and the Cannon now under threat. Peasant Long Spears trying to defend against these dogs, but the dogs should be able to weave in and get to the Firing Rocket crew and eat them alive. Cannon is already shut down. The Chaos Knights do charge through the Jade Warrior crossbows. All of a sudden, things are looking a little spooky here for Grand Cathay. Front line's falling apart. Their back line is under threat. Dogs shatter the cannon crew and rout the Fire Rain Rocket. Jade Warrior crossbows just 7 leadership. Now -1. They might rout. Iron Hail Gunners are routing. Jade Warriors routing, and it is a mass rout. Does the Warriors of Chaos, do the Warriors of Chaos have enough left in the tank, though? The Marauders are very injured. Chosen also haven't come out looking like a spring chicken. Everything is super damaged for them, besides their dogs, which, cowardly, might run off the map. As Onyx Chroman chase them away. Chaos Knights down to half HP. The Hero Hammer is really the only thing chilling right now. Where are those Marauder Horsemen, actually? Oh, they're all fine. Okay, so they could be able to go into this backline and swoop up all these people who are running. That could be huge for the Warriors of Chaos. Zhao Ming, I haven't seen any final transmutations from you yet, but you're going to have to get on that, my friend. You're going to have to start using those. Grand Cathay in mass exodus. Guillaume positioning his skirmish cav perfectly to come back here and sweep up these units, make sure they don't return to the battle. His Chaos Knights are taking a lot more damage than I would like. We still have some Chosen trying to grind through Peasant Spears and Jade Warriors and all that stuff. These Peasant Long Spears are actually routing off our Marauder Horsemen friends. Onyx Chroman, full HP, coming back here. They should beat up on the Marauder Horses in melee. We'll see if they can peel for these Jade Warriors and Peasant Archers, get them back on the field. Peasant Long Spears peel those guys off. Zhao Ming in his dragon form, trying to get rid of the Mirror Guard. Trying to help with the Chaos Knights, but he can't cast Final Transmutation when he is in his dragon form. Dogs fighting with the Emperor's Chroman. They should rout on this cavalry charge. Down to -2 leadership. -11, there they go. The other dogs trying to come back in. And they'll eat the Fire and Rocket crew. The Chroman that were trying to defend these guys are busy elsewhere. We have some of the ranged units of Cathay rallying right next to the edge of the map as the Onyx Chroman continue to chase the 3 skirmish cav around. Another Searing Doom is out from the Warriors of Chaos. Big damage onto the Peasant Long Spear that's currently fighting the Chosen. Not a fight is going to win. But the Chaos Knights of Zinch are just about dead. The Chosen don't have that much health either. Skirmish Cav trying to get away from the Onyx Chroman and Peasant Horsemen that are now running the gambit with them. Iron Hail Gunners firing away. Jade Warrior Crossbows look like they're firing over here to try and take out these Chaos Warhounds who are about to rout from the Emperor's Chroman and the Peasant Horsemen. So Cathay has done a lot of work on the backfield to just stop the Warriors of Chaos from chasing everything off the map. They've rallied 2 different Jade Warrior Crossbows and an Iron Hail Gunner. These Onyx Chroman and that Peasant Horseman doing a lot of work. Zhao Ming, still in his dragon form, has not cast a single Final Transmutation yet this game. And now I'm starting to worry not about his Winds of Magic, but about his cooldowns. Because we get into a late game, it's still going to be like Final Trans, then you have to wait a long time before you get another one up. Marauder Horsemen trying to rout off these Jade Warrior Crossbows, but Harmony bonus does keep them in it, gives them 4 more leadership for now. And the Onyx Chroman plus Zhao Ming get in here, start terror routing some of these guys. Terror out all the Marauder Horsemen. Don't know if they have the speed to keep up with them. So one is going to rout maybe straight off the map. Another one's routing. Can the Onyx Chroman stay on their ass? It looks like they can. The final Marauder Horseman is just terror routing. He should be able to come back. Warriors of Chaos take a lead on the balance of powers. All of Cathay's central infantry are leaving. Zhao Ming, still without a Final Trans. Buddy! Buddy! Because that's my problem, is if he has, like, 5 Final Transmit Overcast, I don't think you have that much Winds of Magic in a game, but I'm just saying, like, if you have all that, but we get to a late game situation, it's going to be like, he casts 1, everything routes, then he has to commit to melee because all of his other units are dead and you have to obey the attacking rule. So then he'll walk in, get 3v1, and fucking die before he can even cast the second one. So he really has to get on casting these Final Transmutations if he's going to use them. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch rally for the second time, meaning if they rout any more, they will just shatter. Marauders barely clinging to their leadership. We still have 2 Chosen here that are doing alright, but again, if they're a part of that Final Transmutation, that'll take care of them with gusto. Cathay is setting up a bit of a surround. I like that. Maybe buying yourself time to cast Final Transmutation, which you need to transform for! I'm not mad. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, 20 leadership for now, losing their shields quite quickly, and the Marauder Horsemen are going to get routed, maybe by the Crowman, it looks like. Maybe. Iron Hail Gunners firing sideways into the Chosen, getting good little bits of poke damage out here. I like that. As Marauder Horsemen come here, Zhao Ming's going to have to land. Not just human form for his final trans, but he also has to land just to get these Marauder Horsemen away from his Iron Hail Gunners, who he really does need to keep alive. Peasant Horsemen trying to hold back Sigvald and the tide of Marauders and Chosen as the Warriors of Chaos are routed away. For the second time, these Marauder Horsemen are hitting the bricks. Looks like the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch did eventually shatter. And these Peasant Horsemen should just be dedicated to making sure these Marauder Horsemen don't come back at all, as the Chosen are going to get routed off. And please, for the love of God, man, transform! You need Final Transmutation, like, so bad! Oh, God. Boy, do you know you have to transform Final Trans? I do, but it's like, if he's going to win this game, he really needs to start using them. Like, you have no idea how important this is. Does the threat of Final Trans influence your game plan? Yeah, you usually want to keep all your single entities apart if your opponent has Final Transmutation. Good job from Grand Cathay to chase off these people. Got rid of the Marauder Horseman that had ammunition. The other one that doesn't have ammo was allowed to rally because he couldn't chase both at once. Onyx Crowman going to chase off these Chosen. That's fine. Cathay is playing this actually really well, besides Final Trans. Maybe he has no magic, Loopy? No shot. He has not used a single Final Transmutation all game. He has 640 value. His only spell is Final Trans. We saw it at the start of the game. Alright, I'm going to times 2 fast forward as they're just chasing down stuff over here. Searing Doom hits the Iron Hail Gunners, and Zhao Ming is still in the sky. The Chosen are routed off by the Jade Warrior crossbows. Taking it, not using it could be considered a play. It will straight up lose him the game. If that's a decision, it is factually the wrong decision. Because he needs it if he's going to get any damage off here. This guy casts Final Trans onto Zhao Ming. As his Metal Caster might get routed off. And he routes that caster. Onyx Crowman can follow him off. Zhao Ming is running around, but still, like... Dude, you have to... Why are you landing there? No! God, no! He lands so he can finally cast Final Transmutation, but he lands in Sigvald's fucking face, man! Sigvald's ignoring him, but Sigvald should just kill this asshole! Zhao Ming, no! What are you doing? Zhao Ming, no! God! Get away from them! Okay, you've gotten so lucky that they'll just turn and beat your ass. Run! Get the fuck out of here! You can't hang out with Sigvald. He's gonna beat you to death. Marauder Horsemen are back. They're trying to get to these Jade Warrior crossbows. Meanwhile, the Onyx Crowmen leave the Metal Caster alone to try and peel for these guys as Sigvald starts beating up Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming! His one Final Transmutation. Look at that! Look at that shit! The one Final Trans he cast got him 1,000 damage value. And he has 2 more in the pocket, but is he gonna get them out before the game's over? I don't fucking know. As everything's routing. The Peasant Longspears are trying to hold. Jade Warrior crossbows are still gonna fight. Now he maybe can stall this out by using Onyx Crowman to chase down stuff to fulfill the attacking rule. And Zhao Ming can do his best to kite, but Zhao Ming has 46 speed. Sigvald has how much? 40. Okay, Zhao Ming can kite this. He can kite this. Alright, Zhao Ming's chilling. He's chilling. He's got some Final Transes left in the pocket. Onyx Crowman chasing off stuff. Killed the caster, chasing off the Marauder Horseman. Zhao Ming is back. No, 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 no! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! No, where are you going in? Run away! Run away, Xiaoming! Overcast Final Trans hurting himself. Transform into a dragon, quick! Dragon, 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 dragon! You need the heal! You need the heal! Turn to a dragon! Turn to a dragon right now! What are you doing? No, Xiaoming! God damn it! Oh, he fucking lost! Oh, why did he go in? He didn't have to go in! Damn it! A very close game. A very close game. Oh, some of those late game decisions hurt. They hurt Cathay so bad. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Art Splash. I'm sorry I made you spill your drink. For Shogunik, 2,000. But, like, look at that. Look at that. 2,700 value. He had like 700. He had 700 value before he cast Final Trans. He cast 2 of them and got 2,000 value off that. If he got the 3rd one, he probably would have fucking like killed or heal capped Aecold and Sigvald. Oh, but he ran into Melee and just got his ass beat. Oh, God, it hurts. It hurts. Now, it's a high-pressure situation, and it's very, very easy for me, the caster, in the future, to hindsight 2020, when I'm not fucking playing the game. I can just be like, just do this and win. Sure, yes, that's true, and I shouldn't be so harsh. Half of this is for entertainment value. The other half is because I like Shogunik a lot. He's a good dude, and I really... It hurt me, because I was like, Shogi, my boy! I also like Yama, so I'm not really playing favorites here. I don't really care who wins. They're both really good dudes. Kiyama is, I believe he's Italian, but I know he recently started streaming, so you can go find him on YouTube. He's also hosting some tournaments. So he's also a good guy. I'm not trying to put him down, but I was just like, Shogunik! Shogunik! We love Shogunik. Anyway, now to be fair, right? Aecold and Sigvald still had a lot of healing they could get, because I didn't even see their heal caps. So even if Xiaoming kited them and got his 2nd Final Transmutation off, he could have won, but I don't think he does win. Like, just oh, if you just do this, you win. Because, like, I think his 3rd Final Trans brings their heal caps into sight, and then you still have to, like, really hard kite them with those Jade Warrior crossbows, and Xiaoming in his dragon form maybe, like, cycle charging, picking off some stuff. It would have been hard, but... I could just say that running Xiaoming into those 2 was a mistake, and that's what I was frustrated about. It's not like... It wasn't a free win that he threw away. It was a hard game ahead of him, but he still had a shot until he charged into melee, and then he was giga-fucked. Like, no way Xiaoming could beat either of them, much less both of them. So, it's brutal. But shit happens. I mean, like, and again, the final thing I'll say, just so it's not like, wow, you're flaming these players... Part of it's entertainment, the other part of it, like, remember the Gracier playoffs, my Game 2 versus Berserk? That shit was a tragedy. So, like, I fuck up, and I call out when I fuck up. I'm not immune to it. I have some really dumb plays. Getting into Slanesh Nurgle is a bad play in the first place, and then the second game I just played like shit. So, I'll call out my own mistakes, too. But I don't want to sugarcoat things just because people are my friends. Like, I love Shogunik and Kiyama. They're both bros, but I'm not going to, like, cast the replays and just pretend I don't see things. All right, last game of the first round is Kyria versus Persian Warrior. Here we are. First Empire of the day. And it's double caster Empire. The Deathcaster and a Firecaster. For Persian Warrior, looks like we got some Wood Elf kind of kite? Kind of. I mean, we have the Hawkeyes or Takira, but that doesn't make a whole kite build. There's 5 cab otherwise. We need some spicy builds. No War Wagons, which versus Wood Elves isn't that insane, because Wood Elves have really good armor-piercing shots. Alright. On the side of the Empire, triple Huntsman already firing into the Dryads. Then we have some Flagellants. Sigmar's Sun for an unbreakable central front line. Then 2 Knights of the Blazing Sun, 2 Empire Knights. And then the Silver Bullets with some more Spears. We have an Amethyst Wizard with just Spirit Leech. We have a Bright Wizard with Flame Sword of Ruin and Burning Head. And then a Huntsman General, but naked. This is to prevent the Wood Elf Lord Snipe, because your Lord is shitty and worthless, so if you want to kill him, you get rid of the Empire's leadership, but then both of their casters are on other things, and their casters are split up, so you can't just snipe one of them and take out the magic. On the other side, for Persian Warrior, we have 3 Great Stag Knights, a front line of Dryads, an Ancient Tree Man with Flesh to Stone and Earthblood. We have the Hawkeyes of Jakira, Waywatcher, ROR, and then I thought I saw 2 Wild Riders as well. Hawkeyes of Jakira firing in, getting big damage onto the Silver Bullets. And the Great Stag Knights are currently standing, taking fire from the Silver Bullets. They will have to get activated soon. Otherwise, they are just taking free damage, and that is not good. Other Great Stag Knights getting in a fight with Spearmen. Not a fight they want, so this bottom flank does not seem to be in motion right now, which is a big problem. For Persian, his focus seems to be up here as he's charging into Great Stag Knights into the Knights of the Blazing Sun. But, oh, nasty focus fire from the Huntsman and a Spirit Leech on these Wild Riders. The Wild Riders are already pushed off. Ancient Tree Man is through the front line. Here come the Great Stag Knights, ripping through into the Silver Bullets. But Knights of the Blazing Sun are going to countercharge these guys in the back. They are going to get a Flesh to Stone, 60% physical resistance. Do they already have physical resistance? Yes, so they're up to 80% physical resistance. And the Knights of Blazing Sun do not do magic damage, they do fire damage. Silver Bullets are already gone. Other Great Stag Knights coming in for a charge onto the Flagellants. We'll see if they get good contact or not really. Yeah, not really. Decent contact, but not enough impact damage. Huntsmen are firing up and over the top into these guys. Great Stag Knights and Wild Riders taking a lot of damage. Now, the Wood Elves do have healing, but it's not like undead healing where you can get models back or anything. These guys are taking significant beatings. The Wood Elves not feeling too good. Hawkeyes of Jakira are chilling on the side. They could be firing into the Empire Knights and Knights of Blazing Sun for damage, or into the Huntsmen to try and get their leadership lowered. It looks like they are choosing the Knights of Blazing Sun. I do appreciate that. And the Great Stag Knights are going to get a rear charge on these guys as they try to pull out of melee combat. You can't outrun the Great Stag Knights. They're much quicker than you, so they're going to keep on you. But things seem to be going well for the Empire. The Wood Elf front line is melting. Their cavalry's taking a lot of damage on these charges. And now Huntsmen firing away at the Great Stag Knights, who are trying to plow through the last of these Spearmen and get to the Huntsmen. The Huntsmen see that and start to run away as these little reindeer get through and start bucking and kicking at them. Wild Riders try and surround, but the Huntsmen and the Huntsman General should be able to push off those guys because they're just so low. Ancient Tree Men throwing out some Earthbloods, but the bounce power is dangerously low for the Wood Elves. And Empire Knights go blitzing through these Hawkeyes of Jakira. And if the Hawkeyes get killed, then that's probably going to be army losses, just because losing that expensive of a unit with all this ammunition is going to be bad. Northern flank of the Wood Elf army is completely falling apart. The southern flank is under extreme duress, and the Ancient Tree Man is being ignored by the Empires. They just literally are completely walking past him. They don't give a single shit. Spirit Leech onto the Wild Riders. As they got an Earthblood to try and heal them up, those forces are competing for their HP. The Hawkeyes of Jakira have taken significant damage, and the last of the defenders, not Krokgar's faction, but the last of the defenders out here are fading away, meaning these Knights of Blazing Sun could soon run down the Hawkeyes of Jakira and just end this game. Ancient Tree Man taking a lot of damage. Now the Huntsmen have given him a little bit of time of day, and it looks like the Huntsman General has been firing at him this whole game, just slowly picking him down. And that'll be GG, the Wood Elves give up the ghosts. Curio, pretty creative little fun build. I liked it. His Knights got a lot of value. Silver Bullets did okay before getting slammed by Great Stag Knights, and then Huntsman did pretty fine. Spearman did okay. For Persian Warrior, it was a high execution build, and then he didn't have as many targets for the Great Stag Knights as he wanted. You can see their gold values are lacking because they just ended up fighting state troops or flagellants or silver bullets all game instead of getting those really nice charges onto Knights. Because Curio didn't bother with his Knights too much. He didn't really come out of the box. He kept charging through his own box, but then when he retreated, it was back into infantry, which the Stag Knights wanted to find these Knights out in the middle of nowhere and get a good charge on them and fuck them up pretty bad. Wild Riders also didn't get a ton of value. Dryads did okay, but yeah. GG. One start there for Curio. And then game 2, Dark Elves Lizardmen. Whoa, our viewership fell to 58. What did I do? Damn. Lost 20 viewers. If you dry out a bit harder. Okie dokie. For Curio, on the Dark Elves, you have a front line of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, 3 Dark Shards, and then a whole bunch of cavalry, one of which is a crossbow skirmish cav. But we have 2 Cold Knights, 4 Dark Riders overall, and then a Supreme Sorcerer's Dark with Soul Stealer. On the other side, for the Lizardmen, Colossodon Hunters, Ripperdactyl Rider, ROR, and then a second Ripperdactyl, an Ancient Salamander, a front line of Skink Cohorts of Javelins, backed up by 5 Skink Skirmishers with their little blow darts, Cohort of Waddle, guarding a Slann Mage Priest of Life, and then 4 Feral Cold Ones. As the armies position a bit, I will times 2 speed briefly, as the Ancient Salamander's doing a bit of kiting. But the armies are just trying to find each other for now, so I'll slow down when they actually find each other. For now, the Ancient Salamander is getting some free shots off. The Skink Cohorts with Javelins are protecting him whenever the Dark Riders get a little too saucy for their own good. But the Ancient Sally is still fighting away, and both armies are just rotating, because Lizardmen are very happy to delay this, and the Dark Elves don't want to go in haphazard. Now the Skink Cohorts with Javelins are going to take the fight in melee, as other darts and other javelins come flying in for the Dark Riders. This is going to be a big shot. There's a ton of units clumped up here. Fire! Fire, you stupid gecko! You asshole. Alright, he took too long to fire. He missed the key opportunity. Not the player, the thing. It had attack orders, it just wasn't shooting for a while because it was reloading. Ripperdactyl's trying to take a fight with Dark Riders in the distance. But with the Dragon Lord overhead and Dark Shards nearby, I don't think that's a fight it wants, and it does back off. The Dark Elves did end up kind of getting coaxed into an awkward position. They're fighting 1 Skink Cohort, but they're super clumped up, so I'm really wondering if the Ancient Salamander can fire at this giant clump. Or if we can get a Bound Banishment there or something. They need to punish that clump, because they achieved what they wanted. They got the Dark Elves into a bad situation, because like it's really hard to micro your army while spinning it like this. So you got to punish those mistakes that they make. That's one thing Berserk does really well. And I do really bad. Like, if I was the Dark Elf army, I'd be doing this thing all the time where I get people pumped up on each other because it's so hard to keep turning. But, like, Berserk does this a ton, what the Lizardmen are doing. It just keeps turning you and turning you and turning you. It's really annoying. It's good. It's annoying. Dark Shard's taking a fight with the Skink Cohorts and Ripperdactyls. Soul Stealer also pokes them down a bit. Cohort of Waddle are trying to opt into the fight now. But a lot of Skinks have died. So have these Feral Cold Ones. The Dark Elves taking damage on some of their chaff units, but overall they're spreading it out quite nicely, so nothing is actually like dead yet. And that's the thing though, is as they're rotating, the Lizardmen also aren't in position to punish. Like some of these Skink Skirmishers have ended up way out of position, so they're not harassing the front line anymore. Some of these Skink Cohorts are also out of position, and like the Colossal Hunters and the Cohort of Waddle haven't gotten in a good engagement. So spinning your opponent puts them under stress, but also puts you under stress, and it really like... It's not a guaranteed win, but when you use this strategy, it really turns the game into who has better micro. And it looks like both players were just a little bit dizzy from the spinning, and then it was a bit of a wash. So the Lizardmen didn't really benefit from the spin either. Ancient Sally's still trying to kite it out. And the Javs are chilling. Another Skink is sacrificed to the Dark Gods as the Sally tries to keep kiting. And these little Skink Skirmishers offer a bit of fire. Golden Knight's going to be good on those Skink Cohorts just to lead them on the charge. As the Rippers chill back. But I'm worried the Lizardmen are getting much worse trades here. We've lost 4 Skink Cohorts. And I'm wondering what they got back. They've almost killed a Dark Rider. They've almost killed a Bleak Sword. Another Bleak Sword's quite low. A Bound Banishment onto a Dark Shard. Another Dark Rider is also kind of low. I suppose that's about even on trades. As that Banishment. That Banishment messed up those Dark Shards. That really turned this early game a little bit in Lizardmen's favor. Lizardmen's still trying to kite, though they are positioning themselves awfully close to the white line, which means if the Dark Elves can get any good like surrounds, they can just push these guys straight off the map. But it looks like the Dark Elves aren't going for a surround, they're trying to all stay together, so they're just following these guys around. So the Lizardmen have a free access to just leave out this side over here. Like, they can continue rotating away, right? Because if the Dark Elves were more positioned like this, then you're stuck. Alright, back to times 2 speed till something happens. Feral Coldon's going to fight Dark Riders for a little bit. We're still trying to kite it out as the Salamander shoots and misses. Colossus Hunters and Ripterdactyls trying to take the fight, but then they get just poked a little bit by Dark Shards before they get healing. Lizardmen continue to try and kite away. Feral Cold Ones do Rampage. There they go. But now the Cohort of Waddle come out to save them. Do Dark Shards and Cold One Knights stop this? Not really. Skiing Skirmishers take a bit of damage and start falling back. Colossus Hunters and the other Ripterdactyls really commit into the fight. Can the Dark Elves punish this? As their Dark Shards are trying to fire in. Soul Stealer's probably going to land down here. It will hurt to use a Soul Stealer, not for any healing, because your Lord is full HP. But I imagine with 3 high-value targets like this, they just want the damage of the Soul Stealer as she dives in. Yeah, there it is. So this is a big moment for the Dark Elves. Can they get some serious damage out? Oh, they're trying. These Dark Shards are firing away. The Repeater Crossbow Dark Shards are also firing. Dark Rider is going to charge Feral Cold Ones with Cold One Knight support. They should rampage those guys to their death. Colossus Hunters terror routed off. If it turns into a natural route, they will take themselves right off the map. It looks like the leadership's going to be fine. They'll hang on. They'll be okay. Ancient Salamander taking a little bit of damage. Cohort of Waddle taking a lot. As the Dark Elves are crushing this big engagement. They've also found these Skink Skirmishers. Now with Dark Riders, Cold Knights, and Dread Spears, all in these guys, these Skink Skirmishers are about to hit the dirt. Oh, and so much damage coming in for the Dark Shards. A Banishment is going to try and finish them off, so the Dark Riders do dodge forward so they can keep shooting while also dodging that extra damage. One Ripterdactyl is routing. The Colossus Hunters are back in the fight, and the Supreme Sorcerer Dark is still full HP. And fine. Quick Earthblood out from the Salon, trying to keep the Horde of Waddle in this game. But the Lizardmen are falling apart at the seams. Don't know what they're going to do there. Quick Awakening in the Wood damages the Dark Shards quite a bit. Cohort of Waddle have taken insane damage. Colossus Hunter is going to get surrounded by Cold One Knights. Toad Rage rampages them to the very end. They will die in this battle. Looks like Lizardmen really need some buffs. Oh, for sure. Oh, faux show. Another big Soul Stealer just for damage. This lady is never going to approach her heal cap. Like, even if the Lizardmen win this game, she's not going to approach her heal cap because she has used so much of her Soul Stealers for damage while she's been already at, like, full HP. So, she's going to have the health she has. Ancient Salamander's getting pretty low and scared, and the Lizardmen are routing right next to the white line where they ended up. So, now they're just getting pushed off, and that's just going to be GG. Persian gives up the Ghost. Soul Stealer, Caster 2100 value. Dark Shards, overall pretty good. Repeater Crossbows got a little bit. Cold One Knights did fine. Dark Riders did fine. Though it's not going to be a lot of value because in a kite game, a lot of your value, quote-unquote, you get out of the opponent army is their ammunition. So that when you kill them, they're not worth nearly as much or whatever. Plus, it was a forfeit before, like, army losses or anything. So Persian saw the writing on the wall, and I definitely agree that Lizardmen were going to lose from that point. But he didn't, like, quote-unquote, let Curio chase down all of his forces and get the value back. That is a GG as I accidentally clicked my email thing to open that, so that's going to be tedious. There we go. Exit out of that. Where's the thing I'm supposed to be deleting? Blue. There we go. Get rid of it so I don't have to keep scrolling past it. All right, last of round 1 is done. Boom! Here we are. Back to the top. First time seeing Chosen One today because he actually did get a bye round. Chosen One versus Rusty. Rusty. All right. What can Rusty do against such reckless Chosen One? High Elves versus Warriors Chaos started off with double Hell Cannon. Let's go. Let's do this. So for the High Elves of Chosen One, we have 5 White Lions of Krace, 2 Silver Helms, 1 Dragon Prince, 2 Illyrian Reavers, Imric up on his dragon with all of his buffs, and then a Mage of Life with Regrowth and Earthblood. On the other side, for Rusty and the Warriors of Chaos, we do have 2 Chaos Warhounds, double Hell Cannon, one of which is the Soul of Damnation, a Fate of Buna only caster of Death, and then a front line of Marauders, a couple Marauder Horsemasters. Then we do have 3 Chaos Warriors of Khorne with Halberds for that extra frenzy for a little bit more oomph to their punch. And then Valkia the Bloody. This is a cool build. I like this build a lot. I do like Fate of Buna versus the High Elves, especially if they take a Dragon Prince, because then you just guarantee that Dragon Prince is toast. I would probably still take Spirit Leech, but I wonder if he's like, listen, if Imric wants this guy dead, he's going to be dead, so screw it. Hell Cannons firing away at the Dragon Princes still. Might want to put a little bit of time into the White Lions of Krace that are coming up on you. You have Fate of Buna for the Dragon Princes, so we'll see. Cavalry is definitely going to be a problem, though. A lot of Silver Helms, a lot of Dragon Princes and stuff, and you don't have a ton of mobility with this Warriors of Chaos roster to stop them. Illyrian Reavers taking a fight with the Chaos Warhounds. They should win. Dragon Princes taking the fight. They'll definitely win with the Marauder Horse Masters. Nimric's rolling down the front line, probably lining up for a breath attack somewhere, somehow, some way. Ooh, maybe he already tried it on the Hell Cannon. Maybe that's why they dismounted. Valkia is going to take a fight with him. Quick spear slop near down the line, and there's the Dragon Horn to buff up all of the High Elves on the charge. Boom! 62 melee attack for these White Lions of Krace. The Illyrian Reavers that are currently getting kited out and ruined by dogs do get some buffs that'll keep them in the fight for a little bit longer. Imric is beating up on poor Valkia. The White Lions are going to get through the front line soon. And what can the Halberds do about all of these cavalry coming their way? Because the cavalry run into them, I'm sure they'll do a lot of value, but it's going to be a little hard to defend these Hell Cannons. Fate of Buna is coming in on the Dragon Princes, but honestly, they've taken so much damage from the Hell Cannons that the Fate of Buna is going to be... It's fine, but it's going to be a little overkill. Dragon Prince is getting a regrowth and an Earthblood. That makes the Fate of Buna much more worth it, because they're on fire, too. No, they're not on fire. Hell Cannons don't cause fire damage? What the fuck? It's a giant fireball. Whatever. I don't care anymore. Nothing matters. Fate of Buna almost kills the Dragon Princes off, but the regrowth is going to save them for now, despite all the focus fire. But here is the big problem for the Warriors of Chaos. Their front line has fallen apart as the 5 White Lions buffed up by the Dragon Horn tore through them and are now on the back line. Hell Cannon's starting to shoot at those guys now, but it might be too little too late as one is under attack from them, and the Halberds are a little outrun. Alright, Valkia lands onto Imric, getting some damage done. He can turn and fight her at any moment. Illyrian Reavers are diving in onto the Hell Cannon. Chaos Warriors with Halberds and White Lions fighting each other. Demon Shield is up for Valkia the Bloody. Lord of Dragons on her too. And the Dragon Princes with their heel cap in sight are coming back in the distance. Chaos Warrior Halberds of Khorne will fight well against the White Lions of Krace. But it's not like the White Lions of Krace are going to do terribly into the Chaos Warriors either. Somehow the Soul of Damnation is still online, despite being surrounded by White Lions for quite a long time. But sure, that's fine. Valkia continues to fight with Imric. Looks like a battle she is losing as the Illyrian Reavers push off the Hell Cannon crew, and the Deathcaster tries to maintain his hold on this area. Spear Slopnir goes through some of the White Lions of Krace, and a rear charge in from the dogs might get their leadership low enough to get them to rout. These are high elf units after all, though, so they might just tank through it and be fine. Soul of Damnation still trying to fire over at the other Hell Cannon. Well, this Hell Cannon was trying to fire over here, but that Hell Cannon is down to 2 models. That is too few to pilot the Hell Cannon, and they are dead now. Rest in peace. Valkia is still trying to pick a fight with Imric despite her low HP, but I wonder if that's just the best she can do here. Still have 1 full health Chaos Warrior with Halberds. Another one's getting recharged by Imric right now, so we'll see how long that they can even last. Marauder's barely hanging on, Skirmish Cat barely hanging on. We still have a Fate of Buna caster, and I've only seen 1 Fate of Buna, so he should still have more in him. Is he going to use a Fate of Buna on that very wounded Dragon Prince? Because that would seem silly, though I don't know what else he would do. I mean, there's a Silver Helm over there that he could Fate of Buna. I just don't know how they kill, like, all this High Elf shit that's left. And the High Elf still have healing. Like, Imric could get back in the sky and get a couple regrowths, for God's sake. Valkia's rear charging him. Still trying to get that damage, but more High Elves are coming this way, which means regrowth is also coming this way. And Imric gets back in the sky. Balance power is dangerously low for the Warriors of Chaos, and I think at this point it is doomed. There's a regrowth onto him, and that should trigger army losses, honestly, as he gets healed up even more. Oh, army losses is put at bay for now. Somehow. There. GG. They were too far behind at that point. Chosen One, his Dragon Princes got rolled by Rusty's Hell Cannons and the Fate of Buna. But his White Lions carried the day. And of course, Imric did too. For Rusty, Valkia got 1900 value, which is not bad at all. His Hell Cannons struggled to get their value back. Fate of Bunacaster did well. Chaos Warriors with Halberds did mixed overall, but a couple of them did quite well. And then the Skirmish Cap did fine. So, GG there. GG, back to the Photoshop. Boop. There we are. Lizardmen versus Vampire Counts for Game 2. Chose one going with the Salamander Kite. Seems to be the most popular way to fight Vampire Counts right now, though I am very worried if they have any Blood Knights, you are toast. And he has one Blood Knight, so let's see if he's toast. This is the first time we're seeing the Salamander Kite, and the opponent even has any Blood Knights. He has just one, so we'll see if it's enough. But yeah, I do think like the presence of Blood Knights or Black Knights versus this Kite is going to be really, really brutal. But again, I have said before why this matchup was so bad for the Vampire Counts is if you bring Knights and the enemy went with a blob of either single entities or Saurus with healing, Blood Knights are going to literally do nothing. Alright, Skink Skirmishers for the Lizardmen, 3 Ripperdactyl Riders, 3 Salamander Hunting Packs, some Feral Cold Ones, Mazdamundi with his Net and Apotheosis, then his 2 Crowd Clearing Bound spells. Hey, Grawl. On the other side for the Vampire Counts, we have Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Spearman, do have Blood Dragon Lord with all of his usual buffs, and then his Zombie Summon. We have 3 Crypt Horrors, 1 Blood Knight, a Mortis Engine, and then a Corpse Cart Unholy Lodestone. Blood Dragon Lord gets netted in front of all the Salamanders. He does throw a preventive healing on himself to try and stay alive throughout this. And that's going to wear off soon, but the Salamanders are doing their best. They're hitting some of their own Ripperdactyls occasionally, which is a little funny. And that was a really good start for the Lizardmen onto the Blood Dragon Lord. Blood Knights get into the backfield, though. This is what we were worried about. Where are the Ripperdactyls? They are not here. And the Blood Knights are opting out. Where are they going? They need to just full send it on these Salamander Hunting Packs. The only things that can stop you are not here. Alright, I don't know where the Blood Knights are going. I'm very concerned, however. Damn, I felt like they were so close, but just pulled back. The Undead front line is walking forward while the Skinks kite away. And I will ×2 speed as the Skinks kite. Ripperdactyl's going to dive in on this little flank. Salamander's still kiting it out. Skink's kiting it out a bit. Good damage onto the Crypt Horrors. The Skinks try and kite away, but a little late on the orders there. Zombie summons do get up around them, but it looks like the Skinks are mostly slipping away just fine. Ripperdactyl Riders getting back in the sky after Crypt Horrors charged over here, but the Blood Knights are here. And again, there's no Rippers over here. The Blood Knights honestly should just go hog wild on this back line. Blood Dragon Lord is moving up. There's a Bound Banishment going through 3 infantry units right now. And what was that Overcast for? An Overcast Invocation and a Heck onto the Blood Dragon Lord and his Blood Knights. The Blood Knights get onto the Feral Cold Ones. They'll beat up those Feral Cold Ones, and the Ripperdactyls are way out of position to aid with this fight at all as the Feral Cold Ones are going to be torn apart. But the Blood Knights need protection from the Salamanders. Like, the Blood Dragon Lord needs to land. He just needs to land right here and fuck these kids up. Throw a summon on their feet, doesn't matter. Get the Blood Knights over here, it's fine. If the Ripperdactyl Riders want to come fight with you, that's cool too. You have your Mortis Engine, but like, I don't know. I feel like he could have forced this fight a long time ago, because the Ripperdactyls have been insanely out of position. Blood Dragon Lord gets netted again, taking a bunch of damage. Sword of Anti-Heroes is popped for him. Popping a melee buff while getting shot and netted, unfortunately, is just going to set it on a cooldown. The Ripperdactyls almost land on him, decide not to, and run away. The kiting continues. The Crypt Horrors are here to eat up Salamanders and Feral Cold Ones as they continue to kite back. More and more undead pile in, as some Feral Cold Ones are rampaging, which forces a fight that the undead want, but a Ruination of Cities rips through like 7 or 8 clumped up units. That's a lot of damage. The Blood Dragon Lord is already having his heal cap show. But losing 2 Feral Cold Ones to Rampage, losing a 3rd to Rampage over there is pretty bad. Now these are all ranged units over here. Blood Knights, please, just go back here. You don't even have Feral Cold Ones to fear anymore. But the Blood Knights pull back. They're trying to play it patient. And without any front line whatsoever, this could be hard for the Salamanders to deal with. Salamanders don't do a lot of damage to front line. They'll murder Crypt Horrors. They do pretty good damage to Blood Dragon Lord. They do pretty good damage to Blood Knights, but they don't like just shooting random shit. More hunting packs hitting the Blood Knights. I imagine Mazda's going to net them soon. He's just going to net them in front of the Salamanders and they'll all die. Yeah. That honestly should be the end of the Blood Knights with only 700 value. As Mazda is a bro and blocks almost a whole volley from the Salamanders for the Blood Knights, saving them from some damage. Thankfully, they are out of melee combat, which gives them their extra missile resist. Now it's all gone as the Ripperdactyls dive in. All 3 of them here. Mortis Engine's not around to drain those guys down. But the Undead are ahead. There's just so many chaff units that they have around. They're healing a ton so far, and the Salamanders are running low on ammunition. And the Sallies don't have a lot of bump and grind potential here. Like, your Skink Skirmishers, once they're out of ammo, once your Sallies are out of ammo, I don't know what kills the Mortis Engine. Mazda's pulling back. Here's a zombie summon. The Blood Knights have retreated to the Corpse Cart to get a little bit of passive healing over time. Sally's still trying to fight back a little bit. Get out of here. These ones, Mazda charges into the zombies to buy them a little bit of space, but the Mortis Engine is lurking. The Blood Dragon Lord lands. Okay, cool. Yeah. He lands next to his Crypt Horrors and Mortis Engine. He's fine with that. He's vibing. Feral Cold Ones get left in the dust. A little bit of a whoopsie here as they get forgotten. They now get orders to move away, but do they take that crucial damage that forces them to rampage to their death? Not yet. Looks like they will actually just get away. Mazda and the boys continue to kite back. Kiting. Sally's shooting at the big old blob. And Blood Dragon Lord does throw down the Helm of Discord, but nothing locks Mazda in place yet. And there's a net onto the Blood Dragon Lord. Blood Knights finally YOLO it in just to push these Salamanders away from their netted Lord. Ripperdactyls get a rear charge on him, though. That might be the end of the Blood Knights. The Blood Dragon Lord, the net wears off. He's going to be okay. Bound Banishment, tearing through some skeletons. But most of these are Crypt Horrors, and Crypt Horrors don't take that much damage from Banishment. Bye, Servades. Well, not bye, but, you know, high delayed. Ruination of Cities goes through the undead front line, the Mortis Engine and the Corpse Cart trying to heal up those forces on the brink of crumbling. Blood Knights nearing their heal cap, but the crumbling is taking hold of them. Ripperdactyls getting routed off. One is still full HP, another's still full HP, but one is dangerously low. Salamander is still pretty healthy and still a good amount of ammunition on them as they turn to fire. Now, can they target the Mortis Engine at any point? Could be risky. Blood Dragon's almost at his heal cap. Skink's trying to kite away. But the Sallies, what they'll have to do here is probably target prioritize the Crypt Horrors, and then either the Mortis Engine or the Blood Dragon. But they need to kill the Crypt Horrors so that they have full control of mobility and they can spend more time shooting and less time running away. Crypt Horrors are also weak to fire, so they're going to have to do that. They're running out of ammunition, but yeah. Ripperdactyls diving in. Helm of Discord lowers their stats, though, and the Blood Dragon Lord, if he's actually in danger, he is just going to land. There it is. And they think about following him down, but they're against it. They're going to kite away. And they're not taking the Mortis Engine damage because the Mortis Engine isn't in melee. So, got a Helm of Discord out. Good stuff. Mazumuni dives into a whole bunch of chaff. Just try and whittle them down a bit. And Salamanders are now targeting the Crypt Horrors, some of which are already heal capped. Big volleys coming in from them. Nice damage over time. And they start to fall away yet again. Ripperdactyl still trying to catch this Blood Dragon Lord. Mazda's still trying to stop the tides. Feral Cold Ones in the distance, picking off some Skeleton Warriors as best they can. They might be needed over here soon, but oh well. Mazda's trumble thumping away. And another net is out, but this one's for the Mortis Engine. What's the game plan there? Don't know why that happened. Salamanders are just going to go into guard mode and try and fire now as the Blood Dragon Lord, who's not netted, goes towards them, but he's really not taking that much damage from this volley. I wonder if he misclicked on the Mortis and meant to click the Blood Dragon Lord, didn't get the snipe out, and intends to get away from here. Alright, the kiting continues. Ripperdactyl's still trying to punch the Blood Dragon Lord whenever he goes into the sky, but he always is landing right after. The Salamanders are setting up for a good shot onto the Crypt Horrors, trying to kill off the ones that are already heal capped, and Skink Skirmishers do get into the fight. Mazdamundi takes a bit of fire from the Blood Dragon Lord, but all the Salamanders set up for a bit of a shot. They can't shoot past Mazdamundi. They need to fall back from the Crypt Horrors. Blood Dragon Lord is kicking Mazda's ass, and the Ripperdactyls have nothing to say about it. Salamander's taking some damage from the skeletons who are crumbling. Mazdamundi is getting chased by the Mortis engine and has it overextended too far. I'm not sure, though. It doesn't seem like Chosen One wants to spend a bunch of ammo on it since it's full HP. He wants to damage down the Crypt Horrors first. As some of the Crypt Horrors are heal capped and still crumbling, that is pretty good. Another Crypt Horror is about heal capped. Not crumbling yet, but still heal capped. Mazda's actually still taking the fight. Now, the breath attack from the Blood Dragon Lord is going to try and poke him. A lot of it hit that tree that he was sitting literally right next to. Salamander's still trying to kite this out, as there are some zombie summons on the field, I guess. But the trees are helping out the vampire counts so much right now. It's insane. ×2 speed as we get through this. Corpse Cart's got a little bit of a tickling from Ripperdactyls, but the Ripperdactyls get into the sky. All these zombies try and go fight the Salamander hunting packs as the other Salamanders kite away. Mazda's in the middle of the blob, and he continues to kite backwards. Ripperdactyls do isolate that Corpse Cart after all. Salamanders once again shooting at the Blood Dragon Lord. Can they finish him off as the Ripperdactyls dive in? But the Crypt Horrors caught some of these guys. Feral Cold Ones and the Salamanders are out of ammo as they're stuck fighting the Crypt Horrors. Other Salamanders have to be forced back. Blood Dragon Lord has 1,400 HP, and his leadership is at 50, so he's not even close to crumbling. While the Mortis engine drains down 2 Ripperdactyls who are surrounded by Crypt Horrors. That is going to be a big loss for the Lizardmen, as that dive did not work out for them. Salamanders kiting away. Probably going to turn and shoot at these Crypt Horrors near Mazda soon. As Mazda continues to fight it out. Blood Dragon Lord is diving back in onto him. Mazda's apotheosis on himself, but he's only at 9 leadership right now. And the Salamanders are jumping back in. They really need to make this count, as the Blood Dragon Lord takes 0 damage from this interaction with Mazdamundi and gets back into the sky, where he's going to attempt to dodge around a little bit. Takes like 500 of that last damage. He's down to 900 HP. The Salamanders are having issues finishing him off, and they start to fall back yet again. Balance of power is heavily against the Lizardmen at this point, and I do tend to agree. As the Blood Dragon Lord dives back onto Mazdamundi, with all these Crypt Horrors surrounding him, this is a bad time to be that Slawn, and the Salamanders are pushed away by skeleton spears. They can't support this fight. The Blood Dragon Lord is so dangerously low as the Ripperdactyls have rear charge dove back into him. They're trying to get rid of that Blood Dragon Lord, lower that leadership, and get rid of that caster to make sure that the undead crumble even faster. The Salamanders are lining up a shot. Mazda's Helm of Discorded down, though, and this Blood Dragon Lord hasn't taken damage in like 60 years of combat. Army losses hits. Lizardmen will lose. It was a long game, but we got there. Salamander hunting packs, insane damage value on them through the kite, but Rusty did cycle out what they were shooting at to make sure like everything got heal capped instead of anything getting deleted. So he just ate damage until the Lizardmen ran out of ammo, and then without ammo, nothing on here does anything. The Ripperdactyls, unfortunately, didn't have much of a place. They didn't have anything to do. 500 value, 700 value, 500 value. Mortis Engine got 1900 off of draining Ripperdactyls. Blood Dragon Lord and Blood Knights did okay. Crypt Horrors did really well, despite being shot and heal capped and stuff. And then Zombies and Skeletons just walked around, man. GG. We'll be going to game 3 for these two. Oh, boy. Alright, let's do it. It's Lizardmen again. Sorry, not Lizardmen. It's Vampire Counts again for Chosen One this time versus the Beastmen. Double Gorgon Incarnate. Chosen One taking a Blood Dragon Lord, but also 1 Blood Knight. Now 1 Blood Knight's going to have to do some serious work. Alrighty. For the Vampire Counts of Chosen One in this game 3, we have the Konigstein Stalker, Skeleton Warriors, a Corpse Cart with an Unholy Lodestone, 4 Crypt Horrors, 1 Blood Knight, 2 dire wolves, one of which is the dire pack, and then a front line of skeleton spearmen and zombies. And the other side 4, the vampire counts. Wait, what does the Blood Dragon Lord have? Does he have anything special? Nope. All of his melee buffs, and then Invocation of Heck and zombies. 2 Centaurs with throwing axes, 2 Centaurs regular, a front line of Ungor spearmen herds and Ungor herds, 2 archers, 2 Gorgons for their insane healing and strong weapon strength. Brace Shaman of Wilds with only Traderkin is on foot, and the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts, Mortis Engine, Anti-Large Duelist. He is losing his Anti-Large, and he's losing being unbreakable soon. But that is that. ×2 speed as we get on to the fight, as it looks like the Beastmen want to take advantage of kiting for as long as they can. The Vampire Count's just going to move up slowly, so I'll just let these throwing axes throw at ×2 or even ×3 speed. Centaur's trying to charge in, trying to avoid the Blood Knights, playing a little risky there, but they'll get away. They're trying to bait the Blood Knights forward so the Centaurs with throwing axes could get some shots in. Alright, Dire Packs dive in, but then they're going to dive out and go back to their Unholy Lodestone to heal up, while the Centaurs go back to kiting a little bit as the Beastmen run around. Running around, running around, running around, running around, running around. Archers are in range, the Vampires are trying to fall back now, then get forward. Here come the Gorgons into the Skeleton Spears. Mortis Engine starts from the Incarnate Elemental Beasts, and the Cryptors are trying to fall back. They don't really want to fight this. All 3 of these guys have bonus versus large, so all of them are anti-large duelists, and then in the range of archers is also just a bad time. Traderkin hits a large portion of the undead. 2 Cryptors and a Skeleton Warrior, actually. I thought it would have hit more. The archers are still firing away. Ungor herds are finally getting involved as the Incarnate and the double Gorgons get involved. Centaurs with a rear charge when the Cryptors are already taking a lot of damage. That is a good time for the Beastmen. They are loving what is happening on that top flank. More of them are grouping up on the front line, but this could be a problem as the... Oh no. The Breath Attack, for some reason, targeted really high up, so it missed, like, everything. I was going to say, those Beastmen could have been routed if that Breath Attack had been good, and then the back line of the Beastmen would have been in deep trouble as the Cryptors would have busted through. An unholy blob fight is forming that can only help the Beastmen, as their Mortis Engine and a Traderkin are going to hit everything. This is a disaster for Chosen One's Vampire Counts. This is not going well at all, as they get 2 blobbed up, drained down, and a Traderkin hits like fucking everybody. Beastman Archer still firing in. The Blood Dragon Lord is actually going to join in the fight, landing on the Incarnate Elemental Beast, just trying to snipe it out and get that Mortis Engine effect offline as the Vampire Counts try and heal through this in their blob fight. On the top side, we do have dogs and zombies fighting against Centaurs. They will eventually win that, especially with the Dire Pack helping out. Looks like the Dire Pack might actually start crumbling soon. Centaurs and Archers are safe. There's a zombie summon that'll be peeled by Centaurs, so the Archers can remain firing. The Blood Dragon Lord has soloed down the Incarnate Elemental Beast, and remember, he's on the Beastman roster, so there is no healing for this big guy. And his Mortis Engine effect is going to turn off any second now. So soon the Vampire Counts will be just fine dealing with him. There it is gone. No more constant drain, though was the damage already done. Balance of power is heavily in the favor of the Beastmen, for considering how early on in the fight we are. Not early on in the game, but like 3.5 minutes of the game where the army's setting up to get near each other. The Incarnate's having a bad time. One of the Gorgons is still trying to duel, trying to kill the Corpse Cart, Unholy Lodestone, get rid of that passive healing and the stat buffs it provides. The other Gorgon is out here just kind of milling about. Blood Knights are at about half HP as they chase off the Centaurs with throwing axes. The Dire Pack trying to help them as well. Another Traderkin overcast. Nope, just a regular cast, but it hits both Cryptors, a ton of infantry, and the Blood Dragon Lord. The Corpse Cart is gone. A lot of healing for the Vampire Counts is gone. A lot of their units are gone. And it's a tough start here. Now, the Vampire Counts did snipe down the Incarnate by quite a bit. I appreciate that. We still have 2 Gorgons with a ton of healing left to get. A Wilds caster still throwing out Traderkins. And these Archers have done a lot of damage to Cryptors. And the Cryptors have their own natural regeneration. But without the Corpse Cart, that is a lot harder to get them to heal cap. The Beastmen still have a lot of chaff. Dogs are starting to fade away, though the Dire Pack is actually chilling. The other dog is fading away of its own volition. Centaurs on the backfield trying to peel the zombie summons still to keep the Archers online as these other Archers start lighting up Cryptors. Blood Dragon Lord is over the blob. He gets a really nasty breath attack onto the Great Brace Shaman of Wilds, and it looks like he's trying to maybe land on him. If he has his damage buffs, he could kill this Great Brace Shaman in like 3 hits. Because, you know, he gets 1k weapon strength with all of his buffs, and that little shaman's on foot. You have to be careful about landing next to these Gorgons, though, so that's a little risky. He does land. Helm of Discord is out for everybody, and he's going to try and kill the Incarnate. Does one-shot him, and the Incarnate falls. The Gorgons are still chilling. The Blood Dragon Lord may not want that 2v1. He's actually trying to path out now as one of the Gorgons takes a chunk out of him. He dives over towards the Beret Shaman, but he physically misses the target. He starts to turn around, but the Gorgon is on his rear. He takes 2 hits in a row. Blood Knights are back, and it looks like they're starting to chase down Centaurs as the Gorgons both get onto the Blood Dragon Lord. He has to get out of here somehow as the Blood Knights abandon their task of chasing the Centaurs because they need to come bail out their Lord and Master. An Overcast Invocation of Heck heals him and the Blood Knights, but it also damages him on the way out. And a Traitorkin again hits all the Cryptors and the Blood Knights. Brutal. This guy has to have insane value. Wow, it's only 1,800. I honestly thought it would be a lot more than that. Blood Dragon Lord lands, hits the Bray Shaman once, T-poses for a bit before swinging again, and he does miss. Archer's still trying to stay online as the Dire Pack and the zombie summons chase them down. How many zombie summons have you used here, Chosen One? 3 out of his 7 so far. Okay, still is plenty. There's another one, though. Cryptors getting nice and low. Their heal caps are within sight. Same with the Blood Knights. How many Cryptors are we at? We have 2 in sight here. There was one that used to be over there, but it looks like it's gone. So we are down to 2 Cryptors and a Blood Knight, and some random-ass chaff and a Blood Dragon Lord. For the Beastmen, we still have double Gorgon. Bray Shaman of Wild is at half HP. And we have some Centaurs in the distance, but most of the Beastmen front line has been beaten down at this point. Balance power is heavily against the Vampire counts, though, and I do agree. As the Blood Knights and Cryptors try and solo out the Bray Shaman and the Gorgon, and the Blood Dragon Lord's coming in. This is his last hope. He needs to effectively Lord Snipe. Gets a big shot on the landing, a second shot to terror out off and maybe shatter this guy, but the third shot needs to kill him. It misses, and the Gorgon is on his ass. Can the Blood Dragon Lord finish his prey, or is he just going to turn and fight the Gorgon? It looks like the Gorgon is distracting him. He really wants to kill that fucking caster. He's getting movement orders away. He wants to get out of here. There's another ooh, it's a skeleton summon, so he takes the Overcast damage again. Chosen One taking a lot of self-damage here. He only has 2 summons left in the game. The Blood Dragon Lord gets into the sky in front of the Gorgons. Vampire counts holding on for now. Blood Knights getting awfully low. Cryptors getting close to that crumbling point. And the Dire Pack do crumble away to nothing. This zombie is a summon. That skeleton is a summon. So really, it's all the low HP bars are the real units we have here. Gorgon is isolated. One of the other Gorgons is trying to fight, but they're separated from each other, which could make the Blood Dragon Lord want to take a fight with just one. I'm surprised he hasn't just tracked down the Wildscaster, but he is going to land here. Helm of Discord and Sword of Anti-Heroes. Invocation Heck healing him up too, but he has a bunch of damage, and the healing cap appears for the Gorgons. One of the zombies has faded away. Skeleton Warrior has 30 seconds left on the clock. The Blood Dragon Lord is beating the piss out of this Gorgon, though, as his brother is having so much trouble getting through the vampire counts to try and get here. He's just T-posing. He needs to swing. I know he wants to get here. I understand that, but he does need to just stop and kill what's around him. He's clearly locked in. He can't move. A big Traitorkin does hit all vampire counts forces yet again, but the Gorgon is taking insane damage. Another summon is out, and getting summoned behind the Gorgon might just cause it to break. This other Gorgon is still T-posing. He needs to stop and fight. He can't path through these guys. He's just wasting so much time as the Cryptors are hitting him free and healing up while they're slightly crumbling, I guess. But he needs to just turn. He needs to just turn and swing. He can't get through all the mass. Oh, that is a tragedy for the Beastmen, as one of the Gorgons is going to rout. The Blood Dragon Lord is getting back up into the sky. The Blood Knights are going to chase one of the Gorgons off while the Blood Dragon Lord goes for the caster. Now the Gorgon stops and fight, and he almost instantly deletes the Cryptors, but it took him so long to do so. Blood Dragon Lord has 1 summon left on him. 1 is on the field right now. He lands, and he almost kills the Wildcaster, 17 HP, and that charge attack does it, so the Beastman leadership is going to spike downwards. Blood Knights nearly heal capped. They have the hunger, so they should be regenerating. Yeah, they have slight regeneration left to go, but they're not, like, touching this Gorgon ever, so they're not getting it. Anyway. For the vampire counts, they have a summon. They have a half-health Blood Dragon Lord who's almost heal capped. They have a 1/4 health Blood Knight that's pretty much heal capped. For the Beastmen, they do have a Gorgon that's currently getting run down. They have another Gorgon that's full HP, and we have no idea where its heal cap is. They have some chaff that might come back, but losing their Lord recently is really hurting them. And then they have an Archer with 7 volleys left. Can the Gorgon do it? Beastmen trying to rally some of their forces, but they're all so low. If the Blood Dragon Lord comes near them ever again, they will just fall away. I'm going to fast forward at this point, as that is just a summon fighting, while the Blood Dragon Lord waits for his Blood Knights to get back here. Gorgon shatters, Blood Knights start to return home. Kind of surprised they didn't... They literally got 0 healing. Because they were never in melee, even though they killed that Gorgon. So that doesn't make any sense to me. But alright. They're coming back in now. Blood Dragon Lord is going to use his last summon here any second. And then he's essentially out of spells. Because Invocation of Hex not going to matter. Like, he would heal cap himself, so would the Blood Knights. They don't need Invocation of Hex. So his last summon is out. It's a Skeleton Warrior. He's out of magic. It doesn't matter. Invocation of Hex literally doesn't do anything at this point. There, he charges in, uses his Sword of Anti-Heroes, uses his Heart Piercing, Terror Routes off everything, leaving the Gorgon all alone. The Vampire Counts are now fighting on their own support, but can the Gorgon just snipe out the Blood Dragon Lord? Can his leadership hold? As the Beastmen are in mass exodus, leaving the Gorgon all alone. He's the last thing here to fight. But when the Terror Route wears off in these Ungor Raiders, they could rally up on the high ground and fire down into these guys. The models are full healed, probably? I guess. Interesting. Yeah, I think you're right, Hanadins. Gorgon's heal cap is in sight, but all the buffs are wearing off for the Blood Dragon Lord. He's going to become just like a fine melee combatant while the Gorgon is still here and chilling. You have the Spearmen rallying. The Ungor Raiders should be back too, and soon. The Skeleton Warriors have 50 seconds left? No, they only have 15 seconds left as the Gorgon now turns onto the Blood Knights, trying to get some damage out onto them. They are heal capped. They're officially heal capped. Blood Dragon Lord also is heal capped. Archers get a little bit of poke on the Blood Dragon Lord. The Blood Knight's going to fall back, but there goes the Skeleton Warriors. That was the last chaff the Vampire Counts get in this game. Spearmen fighting back, but they shatter away from the Blood Knights. Other Ungors are also shattering. The Blood Dragon Lord is running down the Archers. I'm going to fast forward as the Blood Knights go to join him. The Gorgon's trying to catch up, but the Vampire Counts should be able to freely take these guys off the map if they want to. Blood Dragon Lord sets up himself to get a rear charge on the Gorgon when he gets the fight. Gorgon's trying to charge the Blood Knights. He does get in here, gets his charge attack off quickly. And he has 9,000 HP versus the 2,400 and the 1,400 of the Blood Knights. But here comes a big breath attack in, doing about 1,500 HP off of him, and the Noxious Gas lowers his melee attack. Then a Helm of Discord lowers him further, and another Sword of Anti-Heroes is popped. I don't see the Heart Piercer, though, so it might not be off cooldown yet, as this guy is missing attack after attack on the Blood Knights. He is taking some stat debuffs, but he also has such insane bonus versus large that really, if he swings at anything, he probably should hit it. Because what do they have, like 35 bonus versus large? 30 still. He should be fine. But he's T-posing. He's T-posing. He's T-posing! Swing! Swing, you big dumb asshole! He finally takes a swing at the Blood Knights, knocking 400 HP off the top of them. Honestly, I wouldn't even give him orders anymore. Just let him attack whatever, because giving him orders seems to just get him to T-pose, and that is a disaster. But he's getting chunked out. He is getting fucking murdered, and the Gorgon can't do it. He does rout. The Blood Dragon Lord takes him down. Indefinitely the closest game of the day. The Gorgon's T-posing costing Rusty that game in several different situations. They just T-posed around where if they had just instead attacked literally anything around them instead of trying to hit a specific target, he probably would have won that game in the end, judging by how close it was. But the Gorgons don't like that. The CA junk we all love so much. Like, that's true, but also giving a Gorgon orders as it tries to pass through mass that it can't get through, of course it's not going to do anything, right? So, like, he just had to stop trying to attack the Blood Dragon Lord. He needed to attack the Blood Knights or attack the Cryptors in that earlier thing. So it's partially CA jank, but it is also partially, like, giving a unit orders when it's not in range. So it's going to try and walk through these Blood Knights and Cryptors, and it can't get through them. So it's pretty brutal. 4,100 value for the Blood Dragon Lord, 3,700 for the Blood Knights. Cryptors, a bit all over the place, but they were useful. And then Skeletons did fine. For Rusty, 2,400 on his Foot Trader King caster. Both Gorgons, one got 3,000, one got 2,100. Incarnate Elemental Beast only got 1,000 because Chosen One sniped it out very, very early. Throwing Axes and Basic Centaurs did okay. Archers did fantastically. And then Gores and Ungors did their jobs. It was a extremely close game. But Chosen One will advance. He will, he will. Boop. Alright, let's go to Tids Demonin and Njálnish. Here we are. Tids Demonin on his world-famous Warriors of Chaos. They definitely seem to be his favorite faction. Versus Nalnish on the Dark Elves. And again with the Chaos Knights of Khorne, Tids Demonin. What you doing here? What you doing? Woohoo Chosen One? Yeah, he's pogging. He's pogging out. Alright, for the Dark Elves of Nalnish, we have a Bloodrack Medusa, Marathi with Melkots and Soul Stealer. 2 shades of dual weapons. Heralds of the Wind. Heralds of the Wind? No, Raven's Herald. Come on, Human Boy, get it together. Triple Cold One Knight, and then 2 Witch Elves, 4 Dread Spears. Nice and simple. For Tids Demonin and his beloved Warriors of Chaos, 2 Chaos Knights of Khorne, 2 Dogs, a Hell Cannon, Archaon the Everchosen, a front line of Chaos Warriors, and 3 Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes who are immediately running up to punish the Raven's Heralds, who are all running away. Do any of the throwing axes really make connection? Looks like some do. Some are thrown super high. That was ambitious. Doesn't really go their way. Warriors of Chaos probably want to get into the melee fight as soon as possible. The 5 Chaos Warriors should beat... 4 Chaos Warriors, whatever. Should beat the Dark Elf front line. Cold One Knights sprint straight out and catch the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes with a little bit of a volley from the Shades too. That is a lot of damage onto the Chaos Skirmish Corps. And they aren't quitting. They're still trying to push through here, even with Archaon. And if they could bust through the backline and just take out the Hell Cannon straight up. Melkots from Marathi. I am very concerned for the Warriors of Chaos right now, as this Hell Cannon is wide open. And the Cold Knights are currently getting a fight with some of the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, but at this point they're just fighting Archaon and the Chaos Warriors. Shades are attacked by dogs, and other Cold Knights are going to have to be pulled up to help them out a little bit. Witch Elves are in here, but the Warriors of Chaos seem to be in disarray as Marathi has landed on the Hell Cannon. The Raven's Heralds are just following the Marauder Horsemen off. That's a big win for the Dark Elves this early in the game. Huge Burning Head from Archaon coming back into the fight, though. That is a 2-for-1 on 2 units that are extremely weak to the Burning Head, routing both of them, most likely. As more Cold One Knights join the fight with the Chaos Warriors, they'll do fine the Chaos Knights, but not the Chaos Warriors. Where's the second Chaos Knight of Khorne? He's way on the flank. He's flanking the Dark Elves, but he's not here to defend his own flank. So the Raven's Herald's going to try and take a fight with the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Maybe if they get the charge, they can win, but the Raven's Heralds are piss-poor melee combatants, so I wouldn't be shocked if the Marauder Horsemen win it. And Marathi's even peeling off of dealing with the Hell Cannon to come help with this fight. She knows the Raven's Herald desperately need her assistance. Melkot's trying to get those guys off the map. We'll see if it works. Meanwhile, the Cold Knights get trashed on by the Chaos Warriors, Archaon, and the Chaos Knights. They get pushed away, and the Dark Elves are down on the balance of power, despite their overwhelming success on the backline. Marauder Horsemen are routed off by the Raven's Heralds, and Marathi probably needs to finish off the Hell Cannon. Ooh, the crew is off of the mount, and they don't seem to know it yet, so they're not firing. It looks like Tids Demonin's focus is elsewhere. The Chaos Warriors are grinding through the Dark Elf front line with ease, and the double Chaos Knights are also helping out to deal with the Shades and the Cold One Knights. Hell Cannon's back online, and immediately Marathi turns around and says, "You fucking what?" and dives back onto them. Gonna shut them down for good this time. 2 big shots onto them as the Raven's Heralds look like they're gonna path past. Now, what has happened is if the Hell Cannon is down and all the Skirmish Cav are down, the Raven's Heralds are literally untouchable in the sky. Archaon does not have Spirit Leech, so they can go over and just fly directly above him and shoot Archaon for the rest of the game, though it looks like they stood in front of the Hell Cannon and did take a shot to the back. And now they're trying to line up to shoot the Hell Cannon, but they're going into single file formation in some weird-ass jank. I really think Marathi needs to just stay and finish the Hell Cannon at this point, because it's taking the Raven's Heralds way too long to do so. Bloodrack Medusa gets soloed out by Archaon. The Dark Elf frontline is in extreme disarray, and that Hell Cannon is still proving to be a menace for the Cold Knights. What is going on here? Someone killed a fucking Hell Cannon! Alright, Cold Knights are going to deal with it. Raven's Heralds, just leave, just leave, just leave. Just leave. Just leave. Just leave. Why do you have to go over here? I know it's a bug. I know it's a bug, but just ignore it. The Cold Knights have it. Go up to the front line, please, for the love of God. Burning Head is going to kill off one of the healthier Dread Spears. Never mind, they dodge it. Nice dodge there by Nalnish. The last of the Dark Elf front line is holding, but the Chaos Warriors and Chaos Knights are descending upon it. Rampage in from the Chaos Warriors. Big Soul Stealer in from Wrath. It's going to hit Archaon and a lot of the enemy. No, she cancels it for Melkots on the Chaos Knights instead, and then recasts it in an even better position to make sure it hits these Chaos Knights of Khorne. Ooh, most of their... The flag's over here, but most of the models are actually over here, so never mind, it doesn't matter. Raven's Heralds do need to go snipe out Archaon, but it might be too little too late. The Hell Cannon is gone once and for all. But that's a lot of Chaos Knights, you guys. That's a lot of... Sorry, Chaos Warriors. Dark Elves in Mass Retreat. I think at this point we're just going to watch the Ravens Heralds shoot stuff and Melkoths get cast by Marathi. Charge in from the Cold One Knights. She rear charges, but Archaon is here, pops Slayer of Kings, and he is going to demolish Malekith's mommy unless she gets out of here. She cannot stand up to Archaon. Big Soul Stealer does manage to hit both Chaos Knights and Archaon while the Ravens Heralds continue to shoot him. Marathi is in a duel. She's not going to win. Maybe the Witch Elves can rampage him and get them off of her case. Maybe. So Cold One Knights try and deal with the rampaging Chaos Knights of Khorne. Marathi dives over there. The Ravens Heralds still trying to snipe out Archaon. Even if they do, though, what do you do against 4 healthy-ish Chaos Warriors in the late game with just Marathi, man? That's not... Okay, she can't do that. She can't kill all that stuff, you guys. Times 2 speed against these guys. Just sit here and shoot the Chaos Knights, rout them off along with the Cold One Knights, and they're back to shooting at Archaon with the last of their ammunition. A Searing Doom snipes them out of the sky as they don't dodge in time. It doesn't look like they lost too many models from that, though. And Marathi and the Witch Elves try and rout off these dogs, but Archaon's going to be here. Marathi is stuck in place. Archaon charges into her, gets a couple hits off, and that's going to be army losses. GG. As Tids Damonin recovered from losing all of his skirmish cavalry in like the first 10 seconds of the game. In impressive fashion. Dogs did great. Chaos Warriors really did better than I would have expected. The Hell Cannon also got shut down rather early, but Archaon with 4,100 value and then his Chaos Knights carrying the day. So Tids Damonin losing his Hell Cannon, losing all of his skirmish cav for free, and still says, I don't need him. Fuck him. I brought him for style points. As the Shades on the other side got nothing done. Bloodrack Medusa did okay. Marathi, 2,700 value even. Cold Knights got trash canned by the forces of chaos. Ravens Heralds did fine. Witch Elves did okay. And then the Bleak Swords also got put in the dumpster. God damn. God damn. Okay. So then I need this one. I need this one. It is Borgash versus Tids Damonin. Borgash on the Warriors of Chaos with Healing, Mutilith Vortex Beast, Chosen Blob versus Tids Damonin's Khorne. Khorne. Valkia, Halberds, Minotaurs, Throwing Axes. Okie dokie. On the side of Khorne. Okay, kitty. One second. Let me get my leg down so you can actually hop up here. Alright. Come here. Oh, Hazelnut for you. Wrong one, buddy. Wrong one. Anyway, for Khorne, we have 2 Minotaurs with great weapons. We have 2 Exalted Bloodletters, 2 Chaos Warriors with Halberds, 4 Marauder Horsemen with Throwing Axes, and then 2 Chaos Warhounds. Kitty! Mr. Mookow's here, everyone. We love Mr. Mookow. We love Mr. Mookow. Look at this kitty. Look at him. Fucking look at him. You know what? Hold on. Kitty cam. Oh, okay. That's not in a great spot for me. So kitty cam. Back to it. On the other side for the Warriors of Chaos, we do have a Chosen of Slaanesh with Hell Scourges. The Aspiring... Ooh, no. Those are Chosen of Zinj. Interesting. And then another Chosen with Halberds. We have 3 Marauder Horsemasters, and then a Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle with Fleshy Abundance, and a Mutilith Vortex Beast. Cool. One of the Marauder Horsemasters already got deleted, and it looks like Khorne's going to try and run it down. Can the other Horsemasters bail him out? Let's see. Okay. And the Exalted Bloodthirsters. Oh, that's going to be a huge Spear Slapnir. I mean, did decent damage. I guess it doesn't have the best arm piercing. Anyway, the Exalted Bloodletters are going to be doing really well versus these Chosen. They love mulching through heavily armored infantry with their good stats. Mutilith Vortex Beast charges into the Minotaurs with great weapons. Doing great. Already got them down to half HP. Who's a good man? Look at that good man! Anyway. But the halberds are here, so those Minos are going to get massacred. Now, most of the Marauder Horsemasters are in trouble. One is routing, the other one's close to routing, and in the distance you can see one is currently fighting a Chaos Warhound of Khorne, which the Chaos Warhound of Khorne should be able to beat it, because I think they got the charge, whereas if the Horsemasters got the charge, then they would delete the dogs. Who's your good man? Who's your good man? Yeah. Yeah, he loves his chin scratches. You can see the Chosen of Khorne with their little, the Chosen of Slaanesh with their little Hell Scourges are already at, like, dead HP because of those Exalted Bloodletters tearing through them. The Chosen of Tzeentch with Halberds also getting deleted by these Exalted Bloodletters. Holy crap. The Exalted Bloodletters are winning this entire game as the 4 Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, with their throwing axes, are trying to shoot the Mutal Vortex Beast. Now these Horsemasters come out to deal with them. Good for you, good for you. An overcasted Fleshy Abundance on the entire blob of the Warriors of Chaos, trying to resuscitate this situation, but it might be beyond fucked. Fire damage is coming in from Khorne, reducing that healing down. And the Chosen of Tzeentch are on fire as well, so that Fleshy Abundance isn't healing them for as much as you would expect. Giant's taking some damage, Mutal Vortex Beast taking some damage. Valkia is in a little too deep, maybe in over her head. We will have to see. Chaos Sorcerer Lord is also doing just fine, but man, the Chosen got rocked. And I'm not that sad to see it. Nalnish is part of my clan. He's a G. He's even on my little team for our event coming up here, but I do hate the healing blob. I hate Chosen blobs. I hate Mutalith blobs. I hate blobs in general, so I'm not sad to see this one getting put in the trash can. Chosen with Halberds just about to rout, as their Tzeentch ones have gone before them. The Hellscourge has already gone too. Dogs trying to chase them down. Dogs chasing off the Marauder Horsemasters as well. Now we have 4 Skirmish Cav all throwing into the Mutalith Vortex Beast and the Giant. And somehow this blob fight ended up happening in the trees, which is a little unfortunate for the Skirmish Cav. They should overall be okay. ×2 speed. As the Halberds chip through the Giant and the Mutalith Vortex Beast with all the Skirmish Cav coming in, looks like this shit is giga-doomed. Nalnish even just surrenders. All right. Mutalith Vortex Beast, 2,300 value. The Chosen, mostly under 500 value. One of them got to 800. Giant got 777, lucky number, but he had an unlucky game. And Marauder Horsemasters got chased down. For Tids Daemonin, an honestly dominating victory. 2,600 and 1,800 for his 2 Exalted Bloodletters. Halberds paid for themselves, and then the Skirmish Cav were all just sitting there throwing away axes, so they had plenty of value left to get before the FF came in. Really good stuff here from Tids. GG. Khorne is a blob faction? Khorne defeated the blob by surrounding it and beating the shit out of it. They didn't blob. That is a lie, sir. You are lying. Alright, so then that gets rid of this. And then we can reveal up here that it is Chosen One versus Tids Daemonin. As we need to move on to Guillama and Curio. There are 5 best of 3s left for the day. And I really need a beverage. So I'm going to go do that. Who am I looking for? Guillama and Curio. Got it. Guillama and Curio. Oh, that is it. Oh my god, it's more Dark Elves. Everyone's excited for more Dark Elves. Because nobody ever gets sick of casting Dark Elves. No one. It's definitely not boring to cast Dark Elves for a year and a fucking half straight. You might be like, a year and a half, you're exaggerating. No, I am not. Since the dragon buffs, Malekith, we went Malekith, then we went dragon on a dragon caster with Soul Stealer. Those are all we did, right? And I checked October of 2022, I was casting a different playoffs, and the meta was a bunch of Malekiths on Soul Stealer. Why did I just check that recently? Because I had to, I gave CA an earful about some things. And I pointed out that it's been heal a dragon meta for over a year and a goddamn half. All right, I gotta grab a drink, so BRB. Hazel wants to go outside too, apparently. Come on, Hazel. You gotta eat your treat in the same room as Dad so I can see if you're choking. Alright. We're back. Hazel didn't want to go outside. She wanted a treat, which is fine. As long as she eats it in here, where I can keep an eye on her so she doesn't choke her little body. Hi, Nathan. Radiant Ash arrives seconds before the streamer leaves. Dude, I'm sorry. I didn't know they were coming. Okay. What do we got here? Dark Elves versus the Beastmen. 2 Cold One Knights, 2 Dark Riders, 3 Black Orc Corsair Handbows. Yes, 3 Black Orc Corsair Handbows. Then we have 1 Witch Elf, just for that rampage, and a front line of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. A Dark Elf Sorceress on a dragon with Soul Stealer. Holy shit, it's so cool and new, and I'm definitely not tired of saying Soul Stealer after 3 years. Because remember, before that, Soul Stealer has literally always been meta. The Dragon Lords are new, but it used to be Marathi and Double Manticore and Soul Stealer. But don't listen to me, CA. Just keep having the same shit. Alright. Raven's Herald and a Harpy. The other side for the Beastmen. We have 2 things beneath my camera somewhere. There we go. Chaos Warhounds and Centaurs on the flanks. Solid stuff. 3 Throwing Axe Centaurs. 3 Archers, a front line of Ungor Herds and Ungor Spearman Herds. We do have the Butchers of Calgard, Morgar the Shadowgave, and behind him, a sneaky little Deathcaster with Spirit Leech and Fate of Una. Lit. Times 3 speed as these armies get into range of each other, because apparently they're going to be cautious and whatnot. Yep. And the Black Orc Handbows start their little kiting. Ungor Raiders standing in the murky swamps, firing away. The Black Arc Corsairs do have 80 armor, so they won't care too much about those archer volleys, but they're not shielded, so, you know, damage is damage, might as well get it out. It's very rare that an Ungor Raider runs out of ammunition in the duration of a game, so you might as well take the shots you can. The prime targets are going to be the Raven's Heralds and the Witch Elves if you can get in range of them, maybe the Cold One Knights too. That'll be what the Ungor Raiders are really trying to get after. Ungor Herds falling back from these Bleak Swords to allow Centaurs to charge up here. But the Centaurs get caught in their own infantry, so the charge does get kind of blocked a little bit. They didn't do great on that one, unfortunately, for them. Butchers of Calgard getting forgotten a little bit in the distance, do have to be pulled up here. Hey. Hey. Wake up. Get over here. Hey. Ungor Raider is going to be firing at the Harpies who are going over the top into them. A Fate of Buna is coming for our friends, the Cold One Knights. That should knock them pretty much out of the game. And on the top side, we do have a big old flank fight going on as Dark Riders are fighting Centaurs, which should go to the Centaurs, especially with Chaos Warhounds of Poison supporting them a little bit. But the Cold One Knights are breaking through, and the Black Arc Corsair Handbows are still offering good support. The Dragon Lady is ominously standing above, where you think that she has to have a breath attack coming somewhere, or she already did it. Did she already do it? Did she already do it? Yep, she already did it. Butchers Calgard now starting to get involved, and the Beastmen have peeled their own backline, securing some of the archers and the Centaurs with throwing axes to still be safe. Dark Rider is going to get run off the map by the Centaurs and the Dogs, and we'll see if the Centaurs and the Dogs can loop around here and get onto these Corsair Handbows or something. Dragon Lord lands on the Deathcaster, missing the charge, like physically missing it, and then RNG missing the next charge because she knocked him over, so that's fun. The Ungor Raiders are still firing. They are finally getting some shots on the Witch Elves, but this could be bad. Witch Elves are going to cause a rampage on the Centaurs with throwing axes, and that'll draw them right back into their deaths. Big pick-off here for the Dark Elves. They love to see it. Chaos Warhounds and other Centaurs continuing to kite around. Archers still firing, and the Dark Elves' front line is getting worn down by the continued cycle charge of the Centaurs and the persistence of the Ungor herds. Now for the Dark Elves, the Ravens Heralds are full HP and full ammunition. They literally haven't had to participate in the game so far. I think they're trying to... I think the Dark Elves are trying to kill off the Ungor Raiders and then have the Ravens Heralds move up for free, which is probably the correct way to do this. Because then in the late game, you can just have them shoot whatever they want for free. Like we saw in the Tids Daemonin versus Nalnish game. Who did Tids just fight? Yeah, Tids versus Nalnish. In game 1, the Dark Elves got the Ravens Heralds free reign over the map, which was pretty good. It was just too little too late for them, unfortunately. Centaurs throwing X's, Butcher's Cow Guard moving up as a big Soul Stealer is going to hit like every important unit, but never mind, it gets canceled by the Opal Amulet. The Supreme Sorceress used that instead, has not recast the Soul Stealer just yet. She's still trying to get away. Dark Elves are getting pushed back into a corner a little bit here, but they have a breakout on the top side that they can get around. We do have some full health Dark Riders just chilling. They definitely have to be more active. I think right now the Dark Elf player's vision is down here, and his mind is down here, but these units have to get a downhill charge. They have to help out. Morgur gets one of his Chaos Spawn summons out. Which one was it? Was it the voluntary one? It was the involuntary one. He still has his Staff of Corruption sitting there. So the Dark Elves dealing with an extra Chaos Spawn summon. Their front line is falling apart. The Ravens Heralds have moved up now, saying they can't really sit back anymore. They do have to get involved. Whether the last of the archers is dealt with or not. Big breath attack onto the Chaos Spawn summon, but that's a lot of DPS going onto a spawn summon. I wonder if the Dark Elf player has really noted that that is a fake spawn. Soul Stealer on the area too, also it's the Deathcaster, so it's a fine Soul Stealer. And then, oh, wow, that is ballsy! That is so ballsy! The Darkcaster just fucking lands on the Butchers of Khalkagard. Are you insane? As everything starts to rout, except for this little pocket of resistance for the Dark Elves up here. Those guys are doing okay. The Ravens Herald's still firing, but they're firing at the summoned Chaos Spawn. Oh, that is definitely a mistake, because now they fade away, and all that effort was for nothing. Meanwhile, the Butchers of Khalkagard are still very healthy and trying to chase down the Dark Elf Dragon that is getting out of here. Ungor Raiders are trading back against the Ravens Heralds now, and they will eventually win that fight, but the Darkcaster is having so much trouble getting to safety. The Dark Elves have won the high ground, and they need to transfer that advantage somehow down into the low field. Looks like Dark Riders might be getting onto the Archers at last, which can free up the Ravens Heralds to just sit and fire at the Butchers of Khalkagard and poke those guys down. Supreme Sorceress of Dark does get away through her Black Arc Corsair handbows, who bought her the time to get up into the sky. Spirit Leech onto the Dark Riders. Gonna push them off. A big Soul Stealer in from the Dragon Lord, trying to heal up, but also hit all of the single entities and the Butchers of Khalkagard from the side of the Beastmen, and throws a breath attack out at such an angle that it is not going to hit anything, and actually does a little bit of friendly fire. So a little sloppy play there from the Dark Elf Sorceress. Centaur's throwing axes trying to kill the Ravens Herald. The Ravens Heralds are doing insane damage to the Butchers of Khalkagard now that aerial superiority has been secured, but here come the Ungor Raiders and the throwing axes. They were not dealt with permanently, and they are back to make sure that the Ravens Heralds eventually die, and the Butchers of Khalkagard can regenerate up once more and try and carry this game. Now remember, Morgur still has his voluntary Chaos Spawn summon. He hasn't used it yet, because I think he hasn't needed to. Really having more monstrous infantry just standing around in a situation you're already winning is kind of whatever. Probably wants it for the late game if the Darkcaster dives on Morgur or something. Butchers of Khalkagard get a good surround onto the Darkcaster, and they're now just trying to beat the shit out of her, while the Ravens Heralds are taking just tons of damage from these Ungor Raiders. We're going to take those guys out soon. They did not finish off the Ungor Raiders, and they are going to regret it. Butchers took her down to half HP. They are taking damage of their own. They cause terror, so they can't tear her out away. We'll see how long they can hold on for now. More Ungor Raiders are back, which means the Ravens Herald's time is extremely limited. Centaur's getting a downhill charge onto these Black Arc Corsair handbows, but they might just withstand the charge. Spirit Leech onto this Death Sorceress, and now the Chaos Spawn voluntary summon is out. She needs to get up into the sky. Throws down a really nice Soul Stealer, but she needs to get into the sky and wait out this summon. She can't stay on the ground any further. Ravens Heralds are routed. Their leadership is positive. They should come back before hitting the edge of the map, but should is a key word there. Does not look like the Soul Stealer caster is opting out. She is staying in the fight for now. Now has movement orders to retreat as a big terror out comes in on the side of the Beastmen, pushing a lot of those archers away, and Dark Riders and the Dread Spears holding for now. The Dark Elf Sorceress can get back into the sky. She should have another Soul Stealer in her back pocket for her in the late game. Has no more breath attacks. Morgur's Chaos Spawn Summon is going to fade away. That is a lot of balance of power considering how late we are into the game. If the Dark Elves can withstand until that point, they won't get army loss nearly as easily, but that is 40 more seconds of withstanding this punishment as multiple units are routing, and the Ravens Herald start to use some ammunition, but that is going to be army losses. The Spirit Leech also pokes down the Sorceress of Dark, and I think that was a little premature army losses, but GG. For Guillaume, the Colden Knights got trucked. Dark Riders also didn't do too much. Blackheart Corsair Hambos did great. Ravens Herald did okay. And then the Chaff, mixed, but overall fine. For Curio, Deathcaster did well. Morgur just tanked up things and had some spawn summons later. The Butcher's Calvin Guard did awesome, as they usually do. Centaurs and Throwing Axes did fine. Basic Centaurs did fine. Dogs did okay. And then the Ungor Herds on the front line chilled. And the Archers did pretty well overall. Okay. So that was game 1 of Guillaume versus Curio. Game 2. Our first Bretonia of the day. Must have been getting banned a lot. First Bretonia of the day. Grail Knight, Fey Enchantress, Hippogriff Knight, Paladin, and Henry Lamassif with some healing. Versus the Empire, Balthazar Gelt, and Triple War Wagon. Gonna try and kite these fools. Kite these chumps! Okay. Peasant mobs. 5 peasant mobs for frontline, 4 spearmen arms after them, 3 peasant bowmen, all with pox arrows. Fey Enchantress with Dwellers Below. Interesting in case of a halberd blob. I like that. And then Earthblood. No regrowth, shockingly enough. Henry Lamassif and a Paladin here as well. 3 Knights Errant, a Grail Knight, and a Royal Hippogriff Knight. Cool. On the other side for the Empire, Balthazar Gelt in his final transmutation as his only spell. And then we have 3 War Wagons, 2 Huntsmen, a front line of Spearmen and Sigmar's Sons, triple Halberd, and 4 Empire Knights after that. War Wagon's going to have to do some serious carrying here. This Peasant Bowman firing back into the Huntsman. And Empire Knight's going to roll down some Peasants, though honestly did not get a lot of damage on that charge. I don't think they had charge orders. I think they were trying to move into someone else or something, because that looked really weird, but they're just going to fall back now. No harm, no foul, he said, as harm and fouls occur. The Empire Knights got away. Yeah, they're fine. Now these Knights Errant might be overextending into the Spearmen and stuff, honestly. Knights Errant dealing with nonsense. Empire Knights fighting them back, but still need to fall back. Now they're getting back to their lines, and there's a better charge for the Empire Knights on the Peasants. Something must have been wrong earlier. Archers firing in, doing what they can. Knights Errant fighting these guys, but we're going to need the Hippogriff Knights and the Grail Knights for anything to actually start happening in this thing. Where are the Grail Knights? The Grail Knights might be forgotten. Now they're coming. Alright, now they're coming. Hippogriff Knights land and immediately do insane damage to those Empire Knights. There's what you wanted to see. As an overcasted Fountain Transmutation is coming for the Hippogriff Knights and these Knights Errant, but not dealing with the Hero Hammer at all. Just going straight for the Hippo Knights. But Dwellers Below starts to hurt the Hippo Knights and the Sigmar Sons a little bit to try and break this front line for Bretonia and get them moving towards the back. Empire Knights taking more damage elsewhere. Grail Knights are here to play, trying to hit those Empire Knights, but Huntsmen and War Wagons are safe and sound in the back line, firing away at anything, really. Poking Hippogriff Knights a little bit, but seem to have trouble actually hitting those skittish flying models. Grail Knights are in the situation, but we have Halberdiers poking back against them, and they will not enjoy that. Their melee defense is not particularly high. They rely mostly on like ward save and insane healing to keep them alive. Guillermo said that he had misclicked and actually wanted to pick regrowth. Well, shit, son. Empire Knights are routing, so are some of the swordsmen. Halberdiers moving up to support the front line as it falters, but we are running out of places for these war wagons to go. Now, Grail Knights are at half HP already, and the Hippogriff Knights are also not feeling too good. And they only have Earthbloods to heal them, so they'll need to group up with each other to get that 2-for-1 healing. Otherwise, they're just going to have to, like, slowly heal up one unit at a time, which doesn't seem super effective. Fey Enchantress throws out her potion of the Chalice of Potions or whatever to kill both of these units. Boop. She kills some of her own peasants, but she collectively shrugs and sells them more bathwater on eBay. Grail Knight's taking a lot of damage, as I don't know why they haven't just taken this flank yet. They seem to be over and over running their heads into this front line of halberds instead of going around the side where nothing can contest them. I am confused and mildly irritated. Earthblood to heal up the Knights Errant and the Peasant Bowmen and the Grail Knights. Okay, did get the Grail Knights, otherwise I was worried. And the Hippogriff Knights have been AFK for like most of this game. I don't know what they're doing, but they need to do a lot more things a lot faster. Another overcasted Final Transmutation onto the Hippogriff Knights, forcing them back as Faye and her Paladin bros push through the front line. And the Empire's war wagons are shooting. I haven't really noticed them doing too much. 150 value, okay. 170 value, okay. So yeah, the war wagons are not doing too much. Got it. Understood. Because the halberds have paid for themselves and are still racking up more value. Huntsmen are firing away at these guys. But the Hippogriff Knights have just been getting Final Trans down by Gelt slowly but surely. Grail Knights are also getting pretty low. But the peasants of Bretonnia are pushing through the Empire front line. Again, with Fey Enchantress support and occasional Knight charges. But Bretonnia feels like they're taking a bunch of unforced damage. Like they're just taking damage from these Huntsmen and War Wagons and they're not getting anything in return. A lot of trees on this map. It's true. It's true. It's true. Fey Enchantress helping her Knights Errant on the sides to deal with these Empire Knights. Her Drain effect should be enough to push them away and does get rid of all of them. In fact, a big break as everything on this side collapses and now Bretonnia can kind of come through here and start pressuring the Huntsmen in the backfield. Peasant Bowman still firing, but Sigmar's son and Gelt are going to stop two of them. I say Sigmar's son because he has only 13 models left, so he's not really sons plural anymore. Royal Hippogriff Knights are almost dead, and they have done fucking nothing. I don't know what they're doing. What's the plan here? You're just getting Final Trans on fucking cooldown. Like, you gotta use this unit. Use it or lose it. Grail Knights are also very low. Sorry for being so salty. Greaven, I was salty too. Like, I sent the CA rep that, like, I guess what you would call my handler, like, deals with content stuff. I sent him, like, literally an essay on everything they fucked up about this and why and how I feel about it. Like, talking about how most content creators didn't get early access, but, like, the big ones did, even though they supposedly disintegrated the content partner program and the content creator program. And they even said in the announcement, they're like, oh yeah, some content partners will have early access, some former partners, haha. And I'm like, okay, so you could have just given everybody the normal early access. What the fuck? And like, I don't know. I've tried to organize some events with CA, and they always like cucked me on it. Now I'm learning that they're running some events with Turin, and it's like, okay, so you'll delay my events and cancel my events that I'm trying to run with you guys. But if Turin wants to do anything, you're all hands on deck, fucking ready to go. So it's just been a disaster. And if they want to kick me out of the future content creator program, fuck them. Like, honestly, fuck them. What have they done for me? What nerf did Slash take now? They lost all of their rampages. Alright. Focusing up, though, the Fey Enchantress and the Hero Hammer are just going around the Empire formation and routing things off. The Hippogriff Knights are still done nothing. And they're just getting poked away by the War Wagons running off to the side. Gelt's still trying to stop these archers who have used almost all of those ammo. Even some of Turin's Dom friends got early access to the big content creators. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm mad about that. So, I don't know. CA has just been fucking awful. To, like, me, but also to the content creator program in general, unless you're big. If you're Turin, they're great to you. But if you're small, fuck you, is pretty much their mentality. Alright, the War Wagons still kiting it out. Still have a lot of ammunition as they shoot into the Fey and Enre Le Massif. Peasant Bowmen still trying to fight. Hippogriff Knights running around in the distance. Grail Knights running around in the distance. And Earthblood. I'm at times 2 speed at this point. It's really like nothing is going on. Hippogriff Knights and Grail Knights trying to run around and do some stuff. Grail Knights maybe got to fight with Balsar Gelt, but it looks like it's not going to be the case. And the Fey Double Paladin are off in the corner, jerking it. Transmutation of Lead into Britonia? They don't really need their melee attack too much. They rely heavily on charge bonus. Gelt and the War Wagons kiting it out, dealing with some of these peasants, while Fey Double Paladins sit in the forest and try and heal up. Grail Knights are back yet again. Hippogriff Knights are getting pushed off another time. Earthblood heals up all of them. Huntsman and the War Wagon still shooting. And Gelt overforces his hand and maybe gets into trouble, but he just baits the Hippogriff Knights into the War Wagons, and they get fucking deleted. But now the War Wagons have to kite away from the Hero Hammer, and they're running very low on ammunition. The Double Paladins are hitting these War Wagons. Gelt dives in to try and get the Paladins to break, but they're not going to do that. The War Wagon's still running out of ammo. One of them gets run off the map. The other one's out of ammunition entirely, and that is GG. Britonia wins in a very drawn-out game where they just ate all of the ammo of the Empire and healed it off. The War Wagons didn't get a lot of value. It felt like they missed the Hippogriff Knights a lot of the times they shot at them. State Troops did okay. Empire Knights did okay. Gelt did fine. The other side for Guillaume, Fey Enchantress did well. Hippogriff Knights and Grail Knights didn't get much done. Archers got all of their ammo off, so that was pretty cool. Shogunik, yeah. I hope you watch the post-match commentary where I put into context my feelings, because I wasn't trying to just flame you, and I do explain that in a bit. Yeah. But the short version of what I said there was like, I mean, I flamed the shit out of one of my games I played versus Berserk, where I just played horribly. Like, I had a bad Grand Cathay build versus his Norska, and then I played it like shit, and I put my guys in a bad position, and they lost, and everywhere else I was losing. It was just awful. So, I call a spade a spade. I try not to be a dick, but I also try not to, like, pretend I don't see things happening, because that's just, like, bad commentary. All right, game 3 between these two. Winner take all. Guillaume on Grand Cathay versus Curio's Dark Elves. All right, game 3, final game here between Guillaume and Curio. We do have 2 Jade Warrior Crossmen for, I believe this is Guillaume's build. Iron Hail Gunner, a Fire Rain Rocket, and then a bunch of Peasant Long Spears, Jade Warrior Frontline, the usual. 2 Onyx Crowmen, the Righteous Lance of Wei Jin, Peasant Horseman, and Miao Ying, the Storm Dragon with both their heals. Well, I'm glad, Shogunik. I know some people can get mad, and, like, you know, I don't want people to get mad, especially, like, people I like. Alright, on the other side for Curio and his Dark Elves, we have 4 Dark Shards, a bunch of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, some Blackheart Corsairs mixed in there too, a bunch of Cavalry, 3 and 3. 3 Dark Riders, 3 Cold One Knights, and then we do have a Sorceress of Fire with Fireball and Burning Head. Unshielded Crossman from Cathay seems weird. Yeah, a bit weird, but I feel like they get trashed on by the Dark Shards anyway, so maybe you have to save a little bit of money. Personally, in this matchup, when I used to play it as Cathay, it's been a long time, but I used to take just Peasant Archers, because I was like, the armor's not going to save me, and I don't want to spend all the money to get shields to still lose versus Dark Shards with shields. So, I went with Peasant Archers, kept it nice and cheap. They can do well against Witch Elves and Sisters of Slaughter Rush. They can pressure Shades a little bit. Things like that, so you want them in your build, but I just didn't want to put extra money into them. Fireball is out, and Fireball takes down an entire Fire Rain Rocket model. I actually didn't know it did that. Was it Overcast? I don't know. I'll have to look into that, because that was neat. Onyx Crowman charging out as Miao Ying helps delete a Bleak Sword with a bit of help, I think, from the Fire Rain Rocket. But the Fire Rain Rocket's in an awkward position. It is firing up and over this hill, which means the closer you get, the harder time it's going to have firing back. Yeah, so this is a rough position for the Fire Rain Rocket to bend in. If Cathay could have deployed... Whoopsie. If Cathay could have deployed, like, right here, then it would be on the other side of the ridge and be firing downhill. But firing up and over the hill is going to be really hard for the Fire Rain Rocket right now. Another Fireball is out, and the Dark Shard shots are in. think this is going to be a rough moment for the firing rocket. It might get deleted entirely. Onyx Croman moving into the backline as the Dark Shards continue to be a problem, and a Burning Head is going to rip through this Peasant Long Spear as it starts to dodge. Does its best, but still gets murdered. And Jade Warrior Crossbows are going to just get a little tickling with a Burning Head across the backline. Okay. Righteous Lances away Jin, plus some cavalry getting downhill charges here, but Cold Knights and Spears supporting this fight should mean that the Righteous Lances away Jin actually lose it overall. The Dark Elves are actually in a pretty good position. Cold Knights are trying to peel for the little crossbows here as Croman have dove down onto them. We'll see if they can get those guys back online. But remember how much of the balance of power Miao Ying is compared to this little caster. So if the balance of power is about 50-50, now it's going slightly in Cathay's favor. But if it is about 50-50, you're factoring in a not so great in melee combat Dragon Lord running around. Dark Riders are on the backfield trying to deal with the Jade Warrior crossbows, while a couple Dark Shards offer a little bit of support. Onyx Croman now surrounded by Cold One Knights and Dark Riders, though I have to say there's a little bit too much commitment on the backline from the Dark Elves. Like, there's 4 cavalry doing a job that 2 or 3 could, and 1 more cavalry could be in the backfield trying to stop this. Really nice Burning Head, though. It doesn't go quite how I wanted it to. I thought it would go straight through these Jade Warriors and up through here, but it looks like it just goes on the backline, then betrays the Dark Elves, deleting an entire Dread Spear. So never mind, it ended up being the worst possible Burning Head, though some of that was bad luck, some of that was poor aiming, a little bit of both. Dark Shards firing up and over the ridgeline into Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay still has a lot of Peasant Spears left. The firing rocket somehow gets back online amidst all the chaos and starts firing into the Dark Shards again, though it mostly is missing due to the really downhill angle it has to deal with. A lot of Knights are in this area, Knights and Dark Riders and all this stuff, to little effect. I have to wonder if they'd be better off just getting into the range of the enemy. Sorceress of Fire still trying to shut down the firing rocket. Cathay's infantry trying to re-hold the front line. Jade Warriors running out here to deal with the Dark Shards and all that stuff. The Cold One Knights are up on the high ground, still chasing down the Righteous Lances away Jin, getting good damage out. And this should be an okay Burning Head. Should be okay. Yeah, pretty solid, and then the leadership debuff gets Peasant Long Spears to rout, maybe? Oh, nope, they rout. They're fine with Jin. Alright. Cold Knights dealing with the Righteous Lances away Jin, firing rocket down to 1 model effectively that is still trying to shoot. Meanwhile, Dread Spears and Dark Shards try and push back Jade Warriors away from Miao Ying, who does overcast something and hurts herself a little bit. It must have been a regrowth. Yeah, onto the Righteous Lances away Jin. Oh no, it was a Earthblood. And now here comes the regrowth onto the Righteous Lances. Bounce power still about dead even. Iron Hail Gunner crews trying to come back to the fight, but now they're aiming at Cold One Knights that are up and over the ridge away from them. See if they can get anything done. Dark Riders get a downhill charge into these guys. With Dread Spears coming up behind, that'll probably be lights out for the Cathay backline. On the other side, the Dark Elf frontline is also having issues as Onyx Croman dives some of these units that were routing. They do need to be rallied soon. So those Iron Hail Gunners are probably going to rout. Most of these Crossmen are probably going to rout. We're losing a lot of Jade Warriors down in this low ground area, so Miao Ying and the Righteous Lances are really all that's still going fine for Cathay. Quick Burning Head routs off the Iron Hail Gunners. Onyx Croman should be able to kill these extra Dark Shards before the Bleak Swords get them. Should, maybe, possibly. Their leadership's getting low, but yeah, the Bleak Swords are actually going to clutch it out, so they're going to save those Dark Shards. Other Dark Shards are back. They all need to get orders to come back into the fight and just start poking things down, especially the Righteous Lances. Though we have Cold One Knights running out here to dare the Righteous Lances to land on them. What are you? Peasant Horsemen? Peasant Horsemen charging downhill, get rid of those Dark Shards. Maybe they can kill the Bleak Swords. Cathay is ahead on the bounce power again, though I am suspect. I really like the Dark Elf's position on this map, to be honest. Another regrowth for the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. See if that is enough to get Miao Ying and the lads through the game. I suppose Miao Ying could be a problem to kill in the late game. It's not like we have Malice or anybody to deal with her. It's just a bunch of distorted, almost dead chaff, and she can heal herself quite a bit. Dark Shards firing away at the Righteous Lances. Quick little fireball onto them. I think they're trying to cut the healing. Whoa! Whoa! Did you see that? Did you fucking see that fireball? That killed like 5 models as it curved up through them. That did so much damage. That's insane. Alright. Cathay is rallying some people over the dune, and they're trying to get back up here while Black Ark Corsairs attempt to kill off some peasant long spears in the distance. Miao Ying transforms into her Dragon Lord. We'll see what she can do from here. Balance of power is still about 50-50. So Righteous Lances and Peasant Horsemen try and get back together. Another overcasted fireball onto them. Smokes 2 more models out of the sky. It looks like they'll rear charge the Black Corsairs and take them out. Coldwood Knights getting a downhill charge onto the Righteous Lancers, who desperately try and get away. They're running for their lives, and they do get back into the sky. I don't know if this Marine Sorceress of Fire still wants this fight now. Yeah, she immediately turns tail and runs away. Another fireball takes down another model. Just slowly poking them down. Coldwood Knights might want to rally onto Miao Ying here, but it looks like they're actually going to run away. They don't want to get trapped in the Peasant long spears, but a bit of a mistake leaving them there for that long. Then they should have been running away a little bit earlier. Might have been busy elsewhere. I know she's been casting fireballs like there's no tomorrow, but man, an overcasted burning head through this clumped up peasant long spear would go a long way. I would like to see it. It would be so satisfying. Just a and they all die. Jade Warriors, peasant long spears routing. It looks like the Firecaster dove onto Miao Ying for a little bit of a charge attack. Peasant long spears already almost routing without that harmony buff, giving them a little bit more stats. They aren't feeling so good. They are only 350 gold after all. 5 leadership, barely clinging to it. 2 leadership now, and the Cold Knights are getting a fight with Miao Ying. And there we go. Peasant long spears are routing, leaving Miao Ying pretty much alone. Righteous Lance and Wei are around. We have some Cold Knights in the distance that are just trying to get their vigor back, and then maybe they'll rejoin the fight with slightly better leadership. In the distance, Dark Shards and all this stuff is routing. We do have 1 Peasant Horseman that was busy shattering off a unit. Looks like they might join us now. There is a metric shit ton of Dread Spears left. Righteous Lances Wei Jin take the fight with some Coldwood Knights, and they are going to fight to the end. But that end is here. 2 models left for them. Back up to +1 leadership, but the Dark Elf Sorceress might just follow them off. And then she can fireball spam Miao Ying to death in the late game, probably. Probably. She only has 70 armor. Ooh, she has spell resist. Why? Why does she have spell resist? She doesn't need spell resist. Earthblood on the Righteous Lances. They will come back in a second. Peasant Horsemen going to get rear charged by the Sorceress as Dark Riders and Coldwood Knights stream down here to maybe take them out. Miao Ying's trying to carry, but there is an awful lot of Dark Elf state troops left, is what I'll call them. And she doesn't have Talons of Night or anything like that. Regrowth onto Miao Ying to keep her in the fight. And I will ×2 speed as we're going to watch her grind through a whole bunch of infantry and just see if she can do it. She might. She might. There's nothing really going to happen for a little bit here. It's Dark Riders and Coldwood Knights running off some stuff. Peasant Horsemen come back, and they get to chase Coldwood Knights off faux free. And then the Fireball Caster is toying with the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, trying to make sure that they can't rear charge her little infantry. Earthblood tries and heals them up. It doesn't offer any healing, though, because as Hanniden's popped in and said earlier, these guys only have 2 models left, so their models have full health. They need to take a little bit more damage before they can heal anymore. Miao Ying's mostly just healing herself. Grand Cathay pulls ahead on the balance of power. The Righteous Lances think about taking a fight with the Sorcerers, but now they're trying to run away. They end up getting rear charged, which should break them. Then she could follow them off the map if she wants. But no, their leadership rallies, and they start kicking the shit out of the Firecaster. Uh-oh. Yeah, she opts out. She can't fight those 2. Coldwood Knights probably need to charge these Peasant Long Spears when they're unbraced. Peasant Horsemen coming up to walk off the Dark Elf forces that have already routed. ×2 speed as Miao Ying continues to churn through some fools. Peasant Bowmen have routed, and Miao Ying turns big, which could be a problem. That means the Dread Spears can get good hits on her because they have anti-large and they can surround her better. So Miao Ying is actually much less tanky in her dragon form than her human form. And she needs this just to like cause terror routes and stuff and maybe do a little bit more damage, but it makes her much more vulnerable. Look how much more damage she's taking than she was when she was on foot. It's actually like insane how much more she's taking. This could be a mistake here. She's trying to slither her way through some problems. Righteous Lance is thinking about diving in. They're just diving in for the leadership debuff of, like, getting rear charged by something. They're not actually trying to land, but here they go. They land in. And they do provide Guardian for Miao Ying, so once they actually get killed off, she will lose some physical resistance that's keeping her safe right now. Righteous Lance is taking some damage. Miao Ying's taking a lot of damage, and the balance power is all of a sudden in favor of the Dark Elves, but in comes the Terror Route for the Cold Knights. It turns into a real route. And she is trying to chase down the Dark Elf caster. Peasant Horseman coming in from the side for Guillaume to chase off the Cold Knights. Should be able to get that full free. And now the Sorceress is trying to get away from Miao Ying, but she's leading Miao Ying away from all the spears. Spring Sorceress of Fire is going to try and get in the sky. Alright. Peasant Horsemen get rear charged by the Firecaster, who then starts to fall back because Miao Ying's out here. What the hell is going on? Miao Ying's trying to chase the Dark Elf caster. Peasant Horsemen are chasing off the Coldo Knights. Dark Elves are just getting their vigor back because they can't attack anything. Dun, 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 dun. Technically, for the rules, they need to be moving towards that Peasant Horseman. There they go. They do need to be attacking that Peasant Horseman. Cathay also needs to be attacking, so both sides are rule breaking a little bit, so it kind of washes out. But yes, Dark Riders need to be attacking the Peasant Horseman. The Peasant Horseman needs to be attacking them. There we go. They finally commit. They buffed Onyx Chroman? I wouldn't say so. Onyx Chroman get Demonic Instability crumbling now, pretty much. Alright, the Peasant Horsemen down to 0 leadership, holding for now. And a Terror Route comes in for the Dark Riders. -1 on the Peasant Horsemen. They rout and they shatter, leaving Miao Ying officially alone as she tries to fly after the Supreme Sorceress of Fire. It looks like Miao Ying's going to abandon that plan and just land. Yeah. No, for sure, Beemaster. I know. That's why this game wasn't like called a rule break for one side or the other. I think it came up, but I believe both sides rule broke, so it didn't matter. Miao Ying's back on the ground. Heal cap is in sight, though she might have some healing for herself. Who knows? She has been using a lot of spells. It's not like guaranteed she has a regrowth or something. She's fighting it out. Her leadership's getting low. She takes a cycle charge from the Dark Elf caster. Cycle charges over and over again. Does Miao Ying have any healing? It does not look like it. She continues to beat up on these poor Dread Spears. And now they're in terror range if she's a dragon, but there's that one that's super healthy, but the other two would terror out off. She does turn back into her dragon form. Lands. Terror routes off the Dark Riders immediately. Tries to fight back against the Dark Elf caster, but army losses will take hold. And that is GG. Victory to RTK's Kiryu. Miao Ying, 2,300 value for her. Jade Warrior Crossbows did okay. Iron Heel Gunners did okay. Jade Warriors did fine. Peasant Long Spears did fine. Peasant Horsemen did fine. And the Fire Knocker did fine. So overall, like, everything doing okay. For Kiryu, Dark Elf Caster did great. Colden Knights overall pretty darn good. Black Ark Corsairs overall pretty good. Dark Shards actually mostly got shut down. I felt like they were doing... I felt like they had a lot of uptime shooting, but I guess they just didn't get that much damage out. Dark Riders did okay, and then Dread Spears proved to be the heroes of the nation in the late game grind. Alright. That was a long series. That was a long series, ladies and gentlemen. Some big games, but Kiryu does take it. Now we have Golden Floof and Current Year. Up, and that's happening. Up, it's happening. If it keeps going, I'll have to do something about that. Alrighty. Golden Floof versus its current year. Muhammad Asslickin is current year, and then Golden Floof is Golden Floof. Is this our first Kislev of the day? It might be our second. First or second Kislev of the day, and there's no Mother Ostankia, which is interesting. So for Golden Floof, we have an Ice Witch of Ice with Heart of Winter and Death Frost for her. And then we have Kosovo Dervishes mixed in with Warbear Riders. One of the Warbear Riders is the Arwar. We have a Patriarch with both of his heals, Kosovo Dervish frontline, Armored Kossars 2. And I think I said Streltsy, but Streltsy. On the other side, for the Dark Elves, because you can never have enough Dark Elves in your day, kids. Triple Cold One Knight, a Beast cast with Flock of Doom and Wiston's Wild Form, Malice Darkblade, a bunch of Dark Shards, a bunch of Bleak Swords, and Dread Spears. That's that. Both armies walking up, ×2 speed until they actually get in range to do stuff. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Bloodrack Medusa. Ouch. I actually missed her. Hello. I must have been hidden behind the rock from my view. Hello. Bat bat. She's great against armored infantry, though she does not love that Kislev has mostly ranged attacks to fire right back at her. She does not like that. Not a huge fan. Dark Elves moving up. Flock of Doom onto 3 units. A nice little cast. Nice cast of Flock of Doom. Well done. Well done. Streltsy now going to lose horribly bad against the Dark Shards in the ranged contest. They did not enjoy that whatsoever. They're getting trash canned. Kislev's going to have to win the mobility fight is really how they're going to win this game, because they're not going to win through frontline alone. They're not going to outshoot the enemy. They need their Warbear Riders and the Patriarch, this very expensive Cav Corps, to like slam the Dark Elf backline and then get to the Dark Shards themselves. Warbear Riders trying to go through the front with the Kosovo Dervishes, but Cold One Knights and Dread Spears stop them in their place, and it looks like a Heart of Winter is getting cast from the Ice Caster. On the backside, Malice is fighting with the Oath Brothers of Tor and the Patriarch. Overall, I think Kislev should be getting the better of that, and here comes that deadly Heart of Winter. It is undercast, so it's not the deadliest it could be, but it's still pretty bad for these guys that are stuck in it. Cold One Knight's going to take slow, draining damage. Didn't do as much damage to them as I thought, actually, so Heart of Winter kind of limp there. What's not limp is these Warbear Riders crushing the Cold One Knights. I mean, the Kosovo Dervishes had to be sacrificed, but things happen. Flock of Doom hits both the Dervishes and the Warbears, and the Warbears actually move on. They're not going to bother fighting Malice. They rear charge the Cold One Knights instead with the Patriarch, try and get a little bit more healing over there. For Kislev, their front line is in extreme trouble. Things are falling apart for them. They have 2 Armored Kossars that are worth anything. I guess they have a half of one down here. 1 Streltsy remains out of the starting 2 or 3. And the Ice Witch is in trouble. This Warbear Rider has been entirely deleted, and 2 Dark Shards are still fine. So the Dark Elves are winning massively on the front line. On the sides, the Bloodrack Medusa plus the Cold One Knights plus Malice are beating up on the Oath Brothers of Tor and the Patriarch. He's not having a good go of things over here. Eek. Another Flock of Doom to hurt some people down here as the Streltsy try and kite away. Dark Shards are tearing into the Armored Kossars. Oof ba-boof. All of the bears are dead on this low ground. On the high ground, Oath Brothers of Tor are grinding at the best of their ability. They're going to kill the Cold One Knights, but they're not going to kill the Bloodrack Medusa, and they're not going to kill Malice. Here comes a big lightning bolt charge for them. Maybe their last hope to win this fight. Lower everybody's stats to do some damage, but they're actually opting out at the same time, leaving the Patriarch to his fate as they run away to save themselves. Patriarch's Fireblood is popped. Even Silix lullabies himself, but the Oath Brothers abandoned the fight, so they don't get the healing, and they can't save him. But he saves himself! He's out! He's out, baby! I don't think it matters. Balance power is dangerously low, and I definitely agree, as everything over here for Kislev is dead or dying. Everything over here is dead or dying, and their balance power is only held up by their Ice Witch being full HP right now. She threw out a Death Frost on the Sorceress of Beast to get a little bit more damage there, but Cold One Knights try and surround the Patriarch. Patriarchs are not very good combatants, and their leadership is quite low, so looks like Kislev just throws in the towel. Malice did fine. His Bloodrack Medusa and his Cold One Knights did really, really well versus the Warbear Riders. Dark Shards also did great, and then his front line held. So overall, the Dark Elves just kind of won every single fight. For Golden Floof, his Oath Preservator did well. Patriarch was trying to support them a bit. The Streltsy really didn't have much to do or shoot at. So they were just cannon fodder, and then Cossified Dervishes got rolled. The Armored Kossar frontline didn't stand a chance either. It's GG. That's GG. That right there. That's a GG. So that was game 1. Game 2. Khorne versus Dark Elves. Hey, you guys, you like Dark Elves? Because I like Dark Elves. Oh, Dark Elves. Get real sick of your shit, Dark Elves. Get real tired of casting Dark Elf games, Dark Elves. The roster isn't even that bad. Like, the roster's not crazy OP. It's just, like, everything is good. Which is fine, but, like, I don't know. I do just get tired of casting the same faction over and over again. With their roster, actually, the only real issue I have is Soul Stealer and Malice Darkblade. I think those are redonkulous, but, like, their whole roster is generally pretty fine. There are some units you could buff, like, of course, the dog shit units, you could buff them, right? It's not really a hot take. But I mean, you know, I wouldn't nerf Dark Shards. I wouldn't nerf Bleak Swords or Dread Spears, you know. I wouldn't nerf those things. They're just fine. I think that's why Dark Elves are such a perpetually picked faction, is like their roster is just very flexible, it's good, it's solid, and then they do have some overtuned lords, sure. All right. Score is 1-0 for its current year. If Khorne wins this, it'll be a 2-0 win. For Khorne, we have a front line of Marauders, 4 Minotaurs, 2 of which have great weapons, 2 are regular. We do have a Blood Shrine of Khorne, Valkia the Bloody, and then some Flesh Hounds on the flank with Chaos Warhounds too. The other side for the Dark Elves, we have a Soul Stealer Caster with Power of Darkness as well. Ravens Heralds, Repeater Crossbow, ROR, and there is no range, so as long as Valkia doesn't run at them, the Ravens Heralds are free and clear to do what they want. Charybdis with that anti-large minus leadership, and then Bleak Swords, Blackguard of Nagaron, 2 Witch Elves for Rampage, and 2 Dark Shards to do some shooting. Here comes the Spear of Sleipnir, deletes one of the 2 Dark Shards. Say goodbye. Dark Elf Caster is up in the sky, using her Breath Attack down on a clumped up front line. Really good damage there, but the Bleak Swords have already routed because the Minos go burr. Burr, 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 all the way home. Soul Stealer is hitting, though it was cast a little too far back, so it only hit 1 Mino. Way back here, because it wasn't cast on the actual blob itself. Dark Elf Caster trying to fight Valkia yet again. The Charybdis is in the middle of the fight. The Chaos Warhounds paired with the Flesh Hounds dive in on some Bleak Swords. It is not looking like a great time to be a Dark Elf here. Ravens Heralds are firing from behind the lines, though. Minotaurs of Khorne, very low and Rampage, and the other one also taking a lot of damage. So 2 of the 4 Minos have taken significant damage. This one's at half HP as well, and the one for the center is full HP, so some of the Khorne stuff's taking damage. Blood Shrine is going through the back line, spinning and dancing around, living his best life. And what can the Dark Elves do? Ravens Heralds shooting at something from directly above it. Looks like they're shooting at these Minos, causing them to rampage next to the Charybdis. Some of the Minos are getting pushed off by the Charybdis and being spooky. And this Dark Elf Caster is still dueling with Valkia, and Valkia is trading very much up in health value because she's a way better duelist, but her tiny HP pool and the fact that the Supreme Sorcerer's Dark can get healing and she can't is probably going to be a problem for her in the late game. We still do have 2 Blackguard of Nagaron wandering around, and if you have some late game Rampages that can force you to fight on top of the Blackguard, that can be pretty brutal. Sorceress of Darkness does fall away from Valkia, doesn't want that anymore, as the 3 dogs of Khorne are trying to run down some of these Dark Shards and get some more kills for Khorne, so they can get a Sword of Khorne late game and maybe kill some Blackguard that way. Valkia still trying to fight this Giant Dragon, and the Minos are almost a spent force. We have a half-health Mino over here. Everything else is so low that the Ravens Heralds should be able to finish it off pretty easily. Charybdis gonna get some of these Marauders to rout without their Blood Shrine giving them a little bit of support. They're feeling rather spooked, and Valkia is still chasing around the Supreme Sorceress, who does land in some Blackguard, and Valkia is gonna follow her. Maybe a mistake from Mr. Current Year, but here comes the Spear Sleipnir down the line to make them regret it anyway. Zip! Good damage on the Blackguard. Charybdis just about to rout, but the Witch Elves rampage Valkia on top of the Blackguard and with a Charybdis nearby. Now, its anti-large won't hurt her too bad, but I mean, it's still got pretty good stats. It can do okay. Here's a Soul Stealer while she's rampaging. She can't pop her Demon Shield. So there it is. Nice big Soul Stealer onto her. That might be the end of the Khorne Lord. Charybdis going to try and fight back against this. Oh, that hurt a lot. Anyway, Charybdis going to try and fight back against the Blood Shrine as a Breath Attack just destroys some Marauders. Valky's down to 0 leadership. Raven's Heralds have 2 volleys left. It looks like they're going after the healthy Mino with their last couple volleys. Valkia is routing. The Dragon Lord has landed. I don't know whether it's trying to target the Blood Shrine or Valkia, but it's struggling to do either here. Minos and dogs running down some fools. Though the dogs are rampaging. They have finally stopped. Chaos Lord's trying to get back up in the sky. Charybdis hits the Blood Shrine. And if Valkia dies, then the Charybdis is going to be the key to late game, because you're going to have double leadership problems. Valkia's at 400 HP. She needs to die. She needs to die. Dogs tear out off. Blood Shrine Khorne goes negative 21 on leadership as the Charybdis kicks its ass. And it is slowly demonic disability crumbling down. Valkia still trying to get away. 300 HP. And I think this Dragon Lord is going to have to commit a charge attack onto her if she wants to actually kill her. Because Valkia should be faster than the Dragon Lord. No, I guess not. The Dragon Lords aren't that good at hitting stuff that's running away from them in the sky, if I remember correctly. In the distance, we still have dogs and Minos. I don't know what they've been doing up there for so long, but they have been up there for way too long. The chase is on. Can she get a hit on Valkia in the sky? No. All right. Dogs are in. But Valky's off the map at least, dead at worst. And then that would mean the dogs instantly just die to the Charybdis. The Minos are coming up. Here's the Sword of Khorne. The full health Blackguard and Aggron is going to dodge it, but the 2 more wounded ones, the Witch Elves and the Blackguard, get deleted. So can Khorne somehow kill this full health Blackguard? It doesn't look like it as the Minos pile in, get decent charge damage, but now they're going to take an insane amount of return damage as the Blackguard will eat them for breakfast. And that's going to be about it. There's really nothing here that can kill the Blackguard after that point. Minos are dead. Charybdis is fine. And yeah, that lady can't catch Valkia, but it doesn't really matter too much. GG. Charybdis and Blackguard win it. Valkia at 2,400 value. Fleshhounds and basic dogs did well. Minos mixed, but overall not great, unfortunately, for them. And that's that. Golden Floof's Dark Elf Lord only got 1,500 value. So did the Raven's Herald, so they had a field day. Charybdis did actually pretty well, considering its cost. Blackguard also did fine. Witch Elves got some key rampages that forced Minos to fight on top of Blackguards in the early game. And that's about that. G. That takes us to 1-1 for Floof in its current year. Last game is Lizardmen versus Tomb Kings. Its current year on the Tomb Kings Golden Floof. On them there done Lizardmen. Okay. For the forces of the Tomb Kings, we have 2 Sepulchral Stalkers, 3 Ushabti Great Bows. One of the Sepulchral Stalkers is the RR. We have Kotep on his horse with Bound Skullstorm, Protection, Righteous Smiting, and Cursed Blades. We also have 2 Skeleton Horse Archers, 2 Tomb Guard with Halberds, and then a whole bunch of Skeleton Warriors and Spears. For the Lizardmen, we have 4 Ripperdactyl Riders, a front line of Skink cohorts, 3 Sora Spears in the back, 3 Feral Cold Ones, a Bestowed on Rev Crystal, and a Fire Swan, Burning Head, and Fireball. Cool. Ushabti Great Bows teeing off into the Feral Cold Ones, maybe trying to get them to rampage or something. Other ones are shooting at Ripperdactyl Riders, which is fine. Though I do think that the Ushabti Great Bows, they tend to have a hard time hitting Ripperdactyls, don't they? I feel like they can sometimes just miss Rippers. I don't know. It's fine. It's a good target. I think the only better target maybe be the Rev Slan or the Rev Crystal or the Fire Slan would be good targets. Ooh, this is gonna be saucy. The Sporkle Stalkers kind of fucked up their shots, so they didn't get anything done. Rip. But still, this is fine. I mean, they're fighting on top of spears, and they're fighting anti-large monsters. So the Sparkle Stalkers are going to be super happy with this trade right now. Incantation of Righteous Smiting. We'll see if the Ushopti can actually get any shots off, but they're obstructed, unfortunately. Sparkle Stalker's getting another fight with the Ripperdactyl Rider, so the Tomb King's very happy with this early game so far. Ushopti Great Bow, Skirmish Cav supporting these anti-large armor-piercing Sparkle Stalkers. Kotep and the lads chilling. I like Kotep as a counterpick to Lizardman because you reset the Rev Crystal and the Slan's various abilities every time he casts a spell. Bound Skullstorm going through Saurus and Skinks hurts the Skeleton Warriors a little bit, but it's mostly going to go through the Lizardmen. And a very early lead here for the Tomb Kings. They are loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. They're loving it. Tomb Guard with Halberds coming back to peel for the Ushopti while Feral Cold Ones get stuck fighting Kotep. My cat is silly, but there goes a Bound Banishment on top of a very plumped up Tomb Guard. And they have an Incantation of Protection, but that physical resist won't save them from spells. And Ushopti are still trying to tee off onto random Ripperdactyls. The Saurus frontline has gotten here, though, and the Tomb Kings are hard-pressed as far as the infantry fight goes. Ushopti Great Bows and Skirmish Cav trying to peel for one of these Ushopti, along with Halberds. Sparkle Stalkers also doing well on the other side, but they've taken damage in the meantime. Lizardmen don't have a ton of healing. All they brought was a Rev Crystal for that. We still have the Eyes of the Desert fighting away over here against Feral Cold Ones and Saurus spears and shit, so they'll probably want to back off soon now that they're not fighting Ripperdactyls anymore. Other Ripperdactyls in the fight with the Ushopti Great Bows, but honestly, if these Ushopti go into melee, they should win that fight because these Rippers are so messed up. Other Rippers peeled off, so Lizardmen have lost all of their Ripperdactyls already. As a nice Burning Head goes through some Skeleton Spearmen to maybe help out the Skinks, but the Skinks might just rout anyway, because Undead are spooky scary. I think Kept Guard can go here to clear out Saurus and Skinks. I feel like Burning Head is going to be brought. Like, a Fire Slan is very common in this matchup, and Burning Head just wrecks the Kepler Guard. I don't think the Kepler Guard are ever, like, a bad choice, but I don't think it's, like, an auto-win game. Anyway, we have two Ushopti Great Bows in the distance, firing in over here at the bestowed on Rev Crystal. Sparkle Stalker is creeping up. The Ripperdactyls are rallying, so the Sparkle Stalker might want to just play guard duty and shoot those guys to death. Meanwhile, Feral Cold Ones caught up to Ushopti Great Bow using their good armor-piercing values to take down those guys, trade up in price. And the Eyes of the Desert are trying to get over here and do something. Meanwhile, the Ushopti Summon will hold these guys in place. Tomb Guard Halberds are walking over to make these guys have a bad day. The Lizardman frontline is falling apart at the moment, and Lizardman really not winning anywhere on the battlefield at the moment. Quick Fireball out, tried to hit Kotep, but got blocked by some Sparkle Stalkers as he 360 no-scope drove around him, because you don't need a scope to drive. It was not a good example. I did bad, and I acknowledge that. Eyes of the Desert doing their best to do something. I don't know what they're doing right now. They don't seem like they have orders. They're just kind of standing there. As this Ushopti Great Bow will defend itself against all these Feral Cold Ones, because the Sparkle Stalker just fucked off mentally. It doesn't care what's happening over there. That's fine. They finally get orders now as a Burning Head goes through a Tomb Guard, really doing good damage to that Halberd unit. But elsewhere, Sparkle Stalkers, Ushopti Great Bows poking down the Slot Mage Priest of Fire. The Rev Crystal's routing, so it can't even offer some healing for him if it did. And army losses will take the Lizardmen in just a hot second here. Just give it a second. Just hit the jukebox a little bit. Just a thump, and then they'll remember that they're losing and just FF. Hey, you're doomed. Army losses. Remember when I was winning Slanesh versus Nurgle and you army lost me for no reason like an asshole? Yeah, this game's giga over. Fucking call it. Call it. There we go. I don't know, guys. I think like a 1/5 HP Saurus and a half health Slan can kill all this stuff. You don't know. You don't know. Fuck you, army losses. But my Dakari couldn't beat a Chaos War Shrine of Nurgle, apparently. Dumbass. Alright, Sparkle Stalker is good value overall. Ushopti Great Bows did fine-ish. Tomb Guard did good. Skeleton Warriors hung out. For Golden Floof, his Fire Slan did what he could. Ripperdactyls got massacred. Saurus Spears did not get much done either, unfortunately for them. Feral Cold Ones did well, and Skin Cohorts did okay. GG. Oh boy, 3 best of 3s left. We have gone for 4 hours already. How? I think this stream's taking so long because like a lot of the games are like very drawn out. There's been a lot of kite games. There's been a lot of super close late games, and that can just make them feel long. All right, so we've chosen one in Tids Demonin. We have Curio and Current Year, and then we have the finals. Okay. I'm going to get this one loading, and then I have to take a leak. Chosen one in Tids Demonin. Chosen one taking Krokgar for some reason. BRB. Alright, I'm back. I missed anything? Just the skirmish phase a little bit, but you all saw it. Alright, for the Lizardmen, we have some skink cohorts. Wait, skink skirmishers, sorry. I always do that because they're all like very similar. A bunch of Saurus spears, red-crested skinks. We have some cold one spear riders, a horned one, Krokgar, up on his Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then a beast caster with just Flock of Doom, which he's already overcast and hurt himself. Alright. On the other side, for the High Elves, we have 4 Illyrian Reaver Archers, 1 Illyrian Reaver Regular down there. Then we have the Fireborn, an Archmage of Life with just Regrowth, Spearmen, Archers, double Sister of Avalorn, and then some more Spearmen and Silver and Guard to hold the front line. Fast forward while these guys dink around for a bit. Dun, 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 dun. Sisters Avalorn and Archers starting to shoot into the Saurus. Da 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 da. Flock of Doom's getting cast on some of the High Elf spears, and now the Saurus feel like moving up. They're getting here, oh slowly but surely. They're getting here. There's a Rev Crystal too. It's taking a lot of damage. Good job focusing the healing thing. Because the Rev Crystal can't heal itself. Some people don't know that. Most people do, but some people don't know that by now. So if you snipe it out, it can't heal itself. Very good targeting here from, I believe it is Tids Demonin, correct? Yes, it is. I got Paranoid, I forgot. Sisters of Avalorn sniping that thing out. It is donezo and gone. Very, very good start for the High Elves. The boys are here. The boys are trying to get through Silver and Guard. Now, Saurus with 24 melee attack are not getting through the Silver and Guard's 54 melee defense literally ever, as Cold One Spear Riders are running up. Okay. The Fireborn taking a fight with the Horned Ones. Now we'll see if these guys get a regrowth that they desperately need, because then they can beat up the Horned Ones without even losing models. So, see if they get a regrowth. Regrowth. We need a regrowth. Can I have a regrowth? Regrowth. Regrowth. Regrowth! Don't tell me you already used regrowth on some bullshit somewhere else. Nothing else needed it. Give the regrowth to the Fireborn. We're 4 minutes in the game. I know you have the Winds of Magic. There it is. There's the regrowth for the Fireborn. Though they're opting out of a winning fight. Don't know why they're doing that. They have Spearmen coming up to support and Archers turning around to fire as well. So the Fireborn should have just kept taking this fight. Now they're trying to, but they already left. Skinks squeaking through the front line of spears, trying to get into the backfield. Krokgar is down to half HP from 2 different Sisters of Avalorn poking him in the bum. Another Flock of Doom continues to kind of tax the High Elf backline. Meanwhile, Sisters of Avalorn set the Fireborn on fire, which reduces the amount of healing they're getting, so thanks, Sisters. Thanks for that. The Fireborn are still going to beat up on the Horned Ones. They're still going to actually beat up Krokgar too because of all the Sister of Avalorn support fire coming in. And that should be a really good time for the High Elves. Spearmen going to peel off Skink Skirmishers and make sure the Sisters are uncontested. And Saurus are losing the frontline fight to these Silver and Guard. The elite High Elf Spears, better than the Ockbok Lizard Spears. We do have some Illyrian Reavers in the distance that are just vibing. They do need to come back to the fight. It looks like they were chasing something off is why they were gone. And these Illyrian Reaver Archers are trying to kite away from Cold and Spear Riders. One of them whoopsied and got caught a bit here. So Chosen One got a good little pick there, but the Skirmish Cap should be able to deal with this just fine. Horned Ones are dead. Fireborn have chased them off, and Krokgar's down to 2,000 HP. Hand of the Gods comes in and hits the Life Caster for a little bit of damage. Sisters of Avalorn trying to fight. We still have some reserve spearmen just standing to figure out where they're needed. And the Skirmish Cav get once again caught by the Cold One Riders. And they'll start falling back again, shooting at those guys on the way out. 90 armor and bronze shields should help a little bit. Chosen One having some Warhammer 2 syndrome, which I completely understand. What Warhammer 2 syndrome? Alright, Archers and Sisters of Avalorn actually running low on ammunition after firing all game. It's only been 6 minutes, but they've just been apparently dumping their ammo. They're going to shoot at Krokgar on his charge in. He might do some dodging. It does not look like it, as some of those bolts hit his tail. He's down to 700 HP. Another Flock of Doom to try and whittle down the Spearmen. But it looks like the Spearmen are still going to come out on top over the Lizardmen here. And Krokgar takes a big volley on the retreat. Illyrian Reavers are going to try and surround him so that the Sisters of Avalorn have a little bit easier of a time shooting him. Sacred Spawning of Quaddle and Deadly Onslaught are pop. But physical resistance does not help him versus Sisters of Avalorn. Their magic damage is down to 500 HP and falling. 300! He's routing! And he shatters, taking the Lizardman army with him. That is GG. Krokgar sucked and died. Horned Ones did okay. Cold One Spear Riders sucked and died. Rev Crystal got sniped really early. Flock of Doomcaster did just fine. Saurus held forever, but didn't get through the front line. And that is GG for Tids Daemonin. His spear line held. His archers got to fire, and that is really all you need as a pike and shot build. He is very happy with how that went. Spearmen didn't get a ton of value, but the archers sure did. Game 1 goes to Tids Daemonin. What about Game 2? Will he 2-0 Chosen One? Oh god, Chosen One's playing Skaven. Oh god. He wants to lose. He wants losed. Chosen One Skaven, trying to keep him in this tournament versus Tids Daemonin's Warriors of Chaos. People said Lizardmen on, then how do they lose so hard? Because they took bad units. They took really bad units, Edwin. Any faction could be bad if you play them wrong. Alright. Warp Lightning Cannons firing away at the weird spawn. So for our builds here, first Skaven of the day. We have Skaven Slave Slingers, Eshin Triads, 4 Rat Ogres, 2 Poisonman Globes, a whole bunch of Clan Rat Spears and Skaven Slaves. Then we have a Chieftain on a Bonebreaker, Gorich, and Lord Skrulk with both his summons. Hi, Awesome Rhino. I'm sorry you have to travel so much, but hopefully you're doing good. On the other side, for the Warriors of Chaos, we do have 2 Chaos Chariots, 2 Chaos Warhounds, a whole bunch of Marauders across the front line, nice and cheap. And then we have 4 Spawn of Tzeentch, one of which is the weird spawn. And Archaon the Ever-Chosen with Spirit Leech and Burning Head. So what Archaon should do here with Burning Head is throw it across the front line when the Chaos Spawn hit. So then you lower their leadership enough that these guys can get through. Why are the Spawn going ahead of the Marauders? No, no, no. No, don't run into Brace Spears without your Marauders breaking the bracing first. Chaos Chariots run straight into Rat Ogres and Spears. Here comes the Burning Head. And paired up with the Poison Globes and the charge bonus. All right, you got through. These guys immediately need orders to keep going through and get on the other Poison Globes. Go, 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 go. Nice job there. But I'm not a huge fan that Burning Head also took out a Clan Rat summon as it came out in the hole. That's very funny. Anyway, the Chaos Spawn are taking a lot of damage for showing up before their Marauder support. We'll see if it pans out for them. Meanwhile, the Chariots haven't gotten too much done, unfortunately. And Archaon takes a fight with the Chieftain and Gorich? No! No, you can't fight Gorich and the Chieftain. Archie! Archie! What are you doing? Archie! He Spirit Leeches the Chieftain while he's fighting Gorich. Archaon, what are you doing here? Get out of there! Why did you charge them? He's still actually kind of beaten up on the Packmaster some fears. He's maybe going to get that guy to route, but Archaon does path away. Warp Lightning Cannon's going to punish him as he goes. Chaos Spawn in the back line a little bit, routing off all the Skaven. Everybody's running. And dogs should be able to chase these guys to the ends of the earth. Archaon is very low, though, and he's getting poked down by the Warp Lightning Cannon. That was a disastrous engage with Gorich and the Chieftain. He did not like that. Dogs and Chaos Spawn get the Skaven Slave Spears to tear out away from the weird spawn who are coming closer, and that means the Warp Lightning Cannon is on limited time. If Archaon just gets the fuck away from here, waits for the Warp Lightning Cannon to go down, and then he Spirit Leech spams out Gorich and the Chieftain in the late game, he'll be okay. Marauders, everybody's rolling over the Skaven backline, and really for the Skaven, all they have left is just one globe, a couple Rat Ogres, and their single entities. The Warp Lightning Cannon is proving rather tenacious, though, as dogs are routing away from it. These globes are freed up. Chosen One did peel for them. Has a full health Ashen Triad coming up, too. The Marauders are having a tough time. Chieftain is running off in the distance, trying to chase Archaon around. Meanwhile, Chaos Chariots are trying to run things over. But the Chariots, not going to get a lot of value, unfortunately. I don't think they're very good here. Skaven have a lot of mass. Probably wanted some more light cav or something. Warp Lightning Cannon is offline, which means Archaon is safe. And the globes are killing off some of their own triads at this point, but then they turn and throw over in this direction. Gorich and the Chieftain are fine. Artillery's 40 artillery spam for a second. That's when I have the spacebar hit. If they try and reform lines, they do get really weird stuff. Archaon's going to try and just solo the Chieftain now. He's probably going to pop his buffs out here. Takes him on the charge. Spirit Leech onto the Chieftain. Does not have Slayer of Kings pop, so he's just going in au natural. Chieftain gets one good hit on him, but then Archaon should hit him again and rout him, so there. He takes out the Chieftain. We still have a full health spawn of Tzeentch? What were they doing out here? Alright. Marauders taking the fight. Warp Lightning Cannon's back online, shooting at Archaon across the map. Really trying to get him dead. Globe still firing as Chaos Spawn and the Chariots are going to fail to get their job done. Warp Lightning Cannon should be able to finish off Archaon if given time. There's still Rat Ogres, there's still Gorich, there's still Sprawl. This is going to be a Skaven win. So that's that. I think there were some mistakes made. I don't know where this healthy spawn fucked off to for most of the game, but that was definitely a mistake. Archaon taking a fight with Gorich and the Chieftain unprovoked was also a mistake. And then his spawn running up to the front line without his Marauders being there meant they take a lot more charge reflection damage from the Spears and Poison Globes than they needed to. I don't know what the two Chariots are supposed to do either, because they just get caught on everything. They have no mass, so it's like, I mean, if Rat Ogres are up near the front line, they'll get bogged down and dead. I didn't love it. I didn't love it. I think the Warriors of Chaos had several issues there. Marauders did okay. There was a point in the mid game where it looked like he might be able to clutch it out, but it did not work. Gorich did fine. Chieftain got rolled. Skrulk did fine. Warp Lightning Cannon paid for itself and then some, which is nice. Rat Ogres did well. Poison Globes did fine. Slings did fine. GG. Is Gorich good here? He can be. Yeah, he can be good. For sure. Skaven S tier? Yes. Yes, for sure they're S tier. And for sure it wasn't wild for Archaon to sprint into two armor-piercing duelists that were looking for him. That for sure didn't affect the outcome at all. It's Skaven S tier. Alright. Where am I looking here? So that's gone. Last game, Dark Elves versus Norska. Chosen One on the Dark Elves. Tids Demonin with his Norska. Got a bunch of Skin Wolves. Got some Berserkers. Norscan Ice Wolves. Looks pog. Is that a Soul Stealer caster? My goodness, my gosh, my oh bogeez bojangles. Soul Stealer Dragon caster, and then triple Dark Shards, 2 Blackheart Corsair Hambos, Cold One Knights, Furies, the Hellebronai with other Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, and then we have some Witch Elves for Rampage and Blackheart Corsairs. If Skaven not OP, how many times have Skaven lost in playoffs? How many times have they been played in playoffs? They've been played twice. I think in the Skaven Slave and Clan Rat tier, I feel like Skaven lost an awful lot, but In the Gray Seer tournament, they were played once and won once. And then in the other one, this one that just happened here, this would be the Stormvermin tournament. They were played once and won once. But in one game, Archaon sprinted into his death. And in the one in the Gray Seer tournament, if I remember correctly, for some reason, the Dark Elves took Morathi instead of Malice. They took double Hydra, grouped the Hydras and Morathi up to get Flensing Ruined all together, and the Skaven still almost lost that fucking game. Anyway, for the Norska build, we have Wulfric the Wanderer on horseback with Sword of Torgald, Hunter Champions Fight or Die, and then Seafang. 3 Berserkers, 3 Marauder regulars, 2 Marauder Hunter Javelins, and then 3 or 4 Skin Wolves, some Norse and Ice Wolves, and a Metal Caster with Plague of Rust, Searing Doom, and Fountain Station. Is the patch live right now? No. It comes out tomorrow, which is why I have to stream 2 tournaments in one day, is to get them done before the patch comes out, and then people get confused why we're still in the old patch. Though I guess that was planned before the new patch introduced very little new stuff. It's still going to be the same 4 factions are fucking bonkers. There were some changes. I don't want to be a shitter, but I am upset that the super strong factions and the super strong healing in the game, none of that got nerfed. And it's just old. It's very old to cast healing over and over again. So, I'm upset about that, hence my salty demeanor. Nice Seafang down the line, hits Blackguard Corsairs and nicks some Cold Wind Knights too a little bit as Marauder Berserkers take a fight with them. Marauder Berserkers are chopping up those Cold Wind Knights. Cold Wind Knights in general never really like fighting infantry, but Berserkers are fierce opponents. Marauder's trying to force path past the front line and get to some of these Dark Shards as the Dark Shards are teeing off onto Marauder Hunter's Javelins. So far the Dark Elves are feeling pretty good. Soul Stealer onto Skin Wolves and Wulfric get that HP taxing going early. Marauders thinking about routing. Some of the Marauder Hunter Javelins are already out of here, and Harpies are going to fly over the front line and get that back line. Looks like some Berserkers are babysitting. So if the Harpies land, the Berserkers should be able to eat them, but we'll see if they get activated or if they're just getting forgotten. Yeah, they're fighting back against the Harpies now, so they should win that. Dark Shard's still shooting as Cold Knights countercharge against these Skin Wolves and are going to try and push them off. Dread Spear is going to help out too against these other Skin Wolves trying to join the fight, as a Plague of Rust does hit the Cold Knights, makes them lower armored, easier to take apart. And Wulfric, Hunter of Champions down, plus Sword of Torgald, he should be able to beat the shit out of the Supreme Sorceress of Dark if he can hit her, but I think he's attacking randoms. Yes, he's not trying to attack her right now while she's debuffed, so that is a bit of a misplay. Overcasted Final Trance on the Dark Elf formation and this caster lady, but Wulfric not attacking her was a whoopsie that Tidsdemona might not get a second chance at, because that was going to be a lot of damage value. Now for the Dark Elves, their front line has taken some damage, so I could see a situation where we get to the point where Norska breaks through and all of a sudden all 5 of these range units die, and then the balance of power looks a lot worse for them. But for now, they're doing okay. Skin Wolf's going to rampage back into these Witch Elves while getting shot at. That is not going to be a good situation for them. And a huge breath attack from the Dark Elf Sorceress will hit the Marauder Berserkers, taking a good chunk of their HP off. And now the Skin Wolves will get routing as she flies overhead. No Flock on Ostanky is big, though. We'll see. If her new lore is good, then who cares if she lost just Flock of Doom? Alright. Supreme Sorcerer's Dark flying overhead. Dark Shards shooting away at some stuff. Another Soul Stealer is going to hit Wulfric. Now for Norska, they're mostly done with the Dark Elf infantry, but they've taken so much damage doing so, we'll see if it even matters. Looks like Wulfric's going to try this again. Pop some buffs for himself. Is it a Foe Seeker? No, I don't know what just happened there, but anyway. Sorceress chops him twice, hitting both of the attacks. Here comes Plague of Rust, but she hits a third attack, every single attack hitting Wulfric. That is some bad RNG that takes the Wanderer off the field of battle. Damn, son. Lord of Hags looks strong on paper. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what the costs are, right? If the Winds of Magic costs are really high or something like that, then it's not a problem. But, I mean, the Kislev Bear Blob is still going to be really strong with the Patriarch and stuff. Alright, Dark Shards turning to fire at these Skin Wolves who are trying to kill off the Blackheart Corsairs and the Dark Shards. I mean, Dark Elves still have a lot of bodies left on the field, and Norska just doesn't. Norska's running out of gas everywhere. Yeah, he just GG's it out. Chosen One goes to finals. Dark Elf Soul Stealer Lord wins again. Another fat dub. Dark Shards did fine. Dread Spears, Bleak Swords did fine. Witch Elves provided some good rampage support, stuff like that. Tisdemona. Wolfric did fine. He unfortunately did not attack the caster when he had her dead to rights with like 100 champions and she was surrounded by skin wolves. He got distracted fighting like marauders and stuff. He needed to refresh attack orders onto her, and then he couldn't, without being able to snipe her out, then they just lost in the late game, I guess. But he tried. He tried his damnedest. Dark Elves OP though. Dark Elves OP though. So Chosen One fought RTK Rusty. Then he fought RTK Tidsdemonin. Now he's going to finals, where he's either going to fight Its Current Year or RTK Curio. Does he have to win an entire tournament just fighting one clan? All right, here we go. 2 best of 3s left. Its Current Year versus Curio. And we have some Outrider Kite. All right. You hope buff debuff spells are more meta someday. Don't worry, I've proposed 3 different ways that could work over several months, and it has never been responded to. Don't you worry, because they're listening, guys. They're listening. Oh boy, they receive your feedback and they give a shit. Anyway, Chaos Source Lord Nurgle with Fleshy Abundance and Stream of Corruption. We have Summoners of Rage, 2 Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, 2 Chaos Warhounds of Poison, 4 Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, and a front line of Marauders for the Warriors of Chaos. And aside for the Empire, we have 2 Outriders, regular, not grenade launchers. Ooh, 3 Outriders. Nope, a Pistolier. There we go. 2 Outriders and a Pistolier, my bad. We have Reichsguard and Empire Knights teaming up with Knights of the Blazing Sun, Karl Franz up in the sky, and then a bunch of state troops in the background, but they're getting left way in the dust as we have a Cav engagement. Franz jumping in, has not popped Reikland Runefang just yet to help out his Reichsguard, but he could and do some serious damage here, as on the charge he's already taken these fools down a couple pegs. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch pushed off, half HP for them. And that is a pretty tough start for the Warriors of Chaos as the Kite of the Empire continues on. State troops just chilling in the backfield, don't feel any need to move around. Outriders thought about getting one quick cheeky little shot, but they'll get run off by the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. They don't want this. Oh, there's an Outrider with grenade launchers too. So there's 4 Empire Skirmish Cav. 2 Outriders regular, 1 Outrider grenade launcher, 1 Pistolier. Damn. Taking everything. Everything besides the War Wagons. What a Chad. What a Chad gamer. Franz and the boys moving up as the Marauder Horseman throwing axes, try and throw out Reichsguard for a little bit. Get some decent damage down, but then they get charged. Bit of whoopsie. Gonna try and fall back here for current year. And the Outriders are messing up this forest. Man, they hate forests. They hate trees, apparently, as they try and hit some dogs. We're back to kiting a little bit, times 2 speed here, because I'm running out of time in the stream before I'm going to have to go get dinner ready. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch come running through the forest to chase off these Outriders with grenade launchers. Basic Pistoliers and Outriders firing into these fools. Marauders and the Dragon Ogres moving up a little bit. And Knights of the Blazing Sun trying to countercharge Marauders. And Franz gets back into the sky despite being surrounded by Dragon Ogres for a bit. Outriders' grenade launchers took serious damage, but they're falling back, and Reichsguard take their fight with the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Franz is diving in. If he pops Reikland Runefang like that, he will give them enough melee attack to get through the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, and then his armor-piercing values are pretty good against them. Chaos Royal Manticore is going to land on Franz as well, though, and if he pops Golem Mirage, he should beat that thing in like 3 hits. Pistoliers firing away. Outriders also trying to help out, and Empire Knights charging in and out, in and out. Knights of the Blazing Sun even going to rear charge some Marauders while they get away from dogs. When you buy a hag spell, you get both versions. Oh yeah, that's right. I forget hag spells are like 2 for 1s, which is weird. Empire Knights charging into the Chaos Warhounds. Rear charging them might rout them off in the right next stage of the map, so maybe they will go all the way. Franz is murdering that Manticore like we thought. The Chaos Knights of Tzeentch overall weathered the storm against the Reichsguard just fine. Other Empire Knights trying to get through their front line, get past the Spearmen and get to safety. But Chaos is feeling okay so far. They've gotten what they wanted. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch falling back. The Empire State troops are trying to hold. We still have some Outriders shooting in here. Knights Blazing Sun running forward. Earthblood tries to heal those guys up just a little bit. And a Fleshy Abundance for the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch to heal them right back to full. Skirmish Cav has moved forward, but the Empire Skirmish Cav is getting free shots onto them right now, so they're plenty happy with that. Empire Knights charging inside of these Marauders, trying to get rid of them. We do have... Did you bring Dwellers Below? Oh my god, he brought Dwellers Below. I guess it was in case of Chosen. Dwellers Below trying to hurt the Marauders, but they just broke through the Spearmen as it was cast, so they're trying to walk forward out of it. Some of them still get caught in it, so it does decent damage to 2 Marauders, but overall nothing game loss for Warriors of Chaos. Just some solid damage. And Sigmar's Sons charging forward should be able to beat up those 2 Marauders that are left. Outriders still firing away into the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, full free. Marauder Horsemen throwing axes do need to get moving. They need to go do some more stuff here because they're just getting shot right now. Chaos is up on the balance of power, and I tend to agree. I mean, we have full health Summoners of Rage running around. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch fighting with Reichsguard and Empire Knights. No, Knights of Blazing Sun and Empire Knights. Where are the Reichsguard? Are they dead? They're pretty much dead. Franz is going to land once again. While Outriders provide extra armor-piercing fire and Empire Knights rear charge too, this is going to be a dead Chaos Knight of Tzeentch. They can't withstand this kind of pressure. Not for long. The Empire is getting pushed back towards the white line. Summoners of Rage and Marauders continue to ominously walk at them. A nice pick here on the Chaos Knights. The balance of power is tipping in the favor of the Empire. I haven't tried Dwellers in a long time to get nerfed. It's like damage per second if you're standing in it didn't get nerfed. It's the damage over time that you get if like any of your models are in it that got nerfed. Yeah. Summoners of Rage running through the Knights of Blazing Sun, the Empire Knights. Outrider shooting away over here. Trying to poke down the Chaos Sorcerer Lord Nurgle. Warriors of Chaos are trying to rally some very damaged forces. They do have a half-health Chaos Knight of Tzeentch running in over here. Meanwhile, Dogs and Marauders still trying to chase down these regular Outriders. Pistoliers using the last of their ammunition on this side. I wonder about the Summoners of Rage, because Franz can't just land on them all willy-nilly. He'll need a lot of support, and I wonder if he has that support. The kite continues from the Outriders. Pretty good job keeping them alive so far from Curia. I mean, he lost an Outrider grenade launcher to some unfortunate whoopsies, but aside from that, like, he said some pretty good stuff. These Chaos Knights of Tzeentch and these Empire Knights should both rally. Because the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch should be stalked now, so the Empire Knights shouldn't even know they're there. Weird. Whatever. Outriders and Pistoliers peel off those dogs, saving the Outriders, and now these guys are back together. Franz and the boys back at it again. Meanwhile, we have an overcasted Fleshy Abundance that hits both of these Marauder Horsemen throwing axes and hits the Summoner's Rage and some Marauders. That'd be quite nice as they run down more Empire Spearmen. Pistoliers opting into the fight. No ammo on them. I wonder if he had them in a control group and didn't realize they were out of ammo, so they just ran face first into a bad fight, and they're now trying to peel out as Knights of the Blazing Sun charge uphill into these guys. Should take out some of those Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Should. Chaos could be getting to the point where they just get kited. Jade Wizard does get caught out by dogs, and he is on a horse, which makes him much easier for the dogs to hit. I mean, dogs are one of the few units that can hit foot characters anyway, but horses in general are just easier for lots of things to hit. But a rear charge in from Pistoliers, peels off the dogs, and they're now kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Pistoliers peel off the advance. Want to go deal with these Marauder Horsemen throwing axes instead. The Empire has set up a bit of a kite surround. Summoners of Rage. They're Dragon Ogres. They have that scaly skin, so they have 25% missile resistance, but I think the biggest thing that helps them out is Outriders and most things tend to shoot over Dragon Ogres' heads. I don't know why, but they just really don't target the base of the model well. As they just continue to fire up and over these guys. So Dragon Ogre's not taking a lot of damage. I know because I played this matchup with Blood Penguin or someone. I was playing Empire and I was trying to kite the Dragon Ogres, and I did like negative damage to them. And I had to eventually kill them with just halberdiers, and then I watched the replay and I was just firing over their heads the whole game. Dwellers Below is down from the Empire in the middle of this big old blob fight. Does its current year realize it's happening? It does not look like he does. He does not pull back, and all of his forces get caught in that spell. Now the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are starting to peel away, but that lost 3 Marauder Horsemen and a dog, and all of a sudden the Dragon Ogre's rout at 3/4 HP? You're kidding me. You're kidding me that an ROR Dragon Ogre routs at 3/4 HP. That is insane. And all of a sudden, the bounce power is way Empire favorite. And I definitely agree, if the Dragon was just going to fucking rout, then yeah, sure, then they lose. Empire wins. But that was crazy. Why did they rout? That is awful. Hi, you're home early.
Yeah.
All right, I'm almost done here. Kind of. All of a sudden, Chaos routs. I'm closing the door. Goodbye. All right, Grace came home. She's home 45 minutes earlier than expected. So I don't have to have dinner ready yet. Dinner is supposed to be ready at 6. I still have time. But we do have to keep this moving. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch did fine. Dragon Ogres, I mean, didn't do jack shit. Mana Core did fine. Marauder Horseman throwing axes really struggled, though that one I'll say wasn't the unit's fault. Its current year honestly didn't play great with his Marauder Horseman throwing axes. He played the overall match well, but his throwing axes, there were several times where they're just kind of clumped up and throwing at nothing. Alright. Franz and the Jade Wizard did really good value, especially considering the Jade Wizard just has Dwellers Below for damage spell, so he got like 1,300 value off Dwellers Below. Outriders did fine. Pistolers did fine. The Outriders grenade launchers got caught and killed, so they're not going to get their value back, and that's about it. GG. Order a pizza? That's actually a touchy topic, because I did have to order a pizza last night because stream went long. No, 2 nights ago. Monday night, my stream went longer than I thought it would, and I didn't have time to go get groceries. And then I promised to make dinner, and I didn't because I was busy streaming for you fucks. So yeah, just bring it up again. That if I'm late, we'll have to order another pizza, and it's my fault, and people will be mad at me because I promised to do things and I can't follow up because I'm busy streaming for you people. Yeah, sure, that seems like a good thing to bring up. Thanks for making me feel bad. Okay. True story, but a joke about how upset I am about it. True story, though. I was supposed to make dinner Monday night, and I was busy streaming, and it went longer than I had hoped, so we had to order pizza, and I got in a little bit of trouble. Alright. Game 2. Curio is on the Beastmen versus its current year's Dark Elves. We have Centaurs with throwing axes and dogs, and then regular Centaurs as well on the flanks. We have 3 Ungor Raiders, a whole bunch of Ungor Herds in the front line, which is Calvin Guard, Morgar the Shadowgave, Deathcaster, Spear Legion, Fate of Buna. On the other side, for the Dark Elves in its current year, we have 4 Blackheart Corsair Hambos, we have Witch Elves and Dread Spears, and then we have some Dark Riders in the back. The Ravens, Heralds, Repeater Crossbows, Siren of Red Ruin, and Morathi up in the sky, with Soul Stealer and Melkoths. It feels like every tournament has a weird meta that develops in itself, and this one is definitely the Ravens Heralds. I'm seeing more of the Ravens Heralds than I've seen in the last 6 months in one stream. Front lines are moving up. Ungor Herds maybe going to take the fight, but mostly just helping get these Ungor Raiders in range so they can start counter-firing, as the Bloodwrack Medusa messes up an Ungor Herd, takes half its HP in one blast, and almost routs them. Butcher's Guard charging into a clump. There are 3 units clumped up there. Oh, but the Beastmen don't have any spells that could punish it. They don't have, like, Traitor Camera or something. Nice rear charge in from the dogs, and the Centaurs are throwing axes, though, so they're just going to punish the old-fashioned way. A Soul Stealer is going in for Morathi. Not really going to deal that much damage, and it doesn't heal up anything. She's not damaged, so that is, unfortunately, a bit of a wasted spell, to be honest. Ungor Raiders, Ungor Herds running up, but Dark Riders are sallying forth to take care of some of these archers. Centaurs will get a nice counter charge, though. I feel like the Beastmen are getting a lot of good engagements, while the Dark Elves are kind of losing the plot a little bit. We've already got 4 units routing from the Dark Elves over here. I guess 3. A Fate of Buna onto what? A Fate of Buna onto a Dread Spear? Curio, what the fuck was that? Okay, that was just... Both sides are just throwing out for fun spells. Everybody's just using their spells for fun. I guess God forbid you use your spells correctly. Okay, have fun. Because spells are just there to throw at random shit, right? Not actually target them at things they're supposed to be targeted at. Cool. Chaos Spawn Summon for Morgur is out. It's his involuntary one. I think it ate up the target that was already getting Fated Units. That's a double whoops. That's a lot of whoops going on at Taco John's. Dark Rider's getting Terror-outed off. Dread Spears falling apart a little bit as the Beastmen seem to be taking control of this, but Dread Spears also catch these Centaurs napping a little bit, and the Ravens are also getting shot at them. So the Beastmen started off really strong, and the Wood Elf and the Dark Elves were kind of getting lost in the sauce. And now this mid-game, the Beastmen are definitely making some key mistakes, but I wonder if they're far enough ahead that it doesn't matter as much as they rout off the Witch Elves, Butcher's Account Guard moving in. And these Blackheart Corsair handbows have nowhere to go. Like, the Beastmen are closing in from multiple angles here, so they'll probably get sandwiched in anyway. That was obviously to proc the Chaos Spawn Summon. Oh, true. Why didn't I think of that? Raven's Herald still running around doing whatever they want in the backfield. Ungor Raiders trying to get ready for something. Another Soul Stealer is out, but that is a Chaos Spawn Summon that the Soul Stealer is hitting, and it hits one Centaurs with Throwing Axes. I guess it also hits the Butcher's Account Guard, but still. I'm not loving these Marathi Soul Stealers that are just getting used. They are getting used exclusively for damage, and they're not healing her up at all. So then, like, I only like Soul Stealers. If you're using them just for damage, you have to hit like 5 or 6 units to make that cast worth it. Dark Elves having orange banners and Beastmen having black is confusing you. Yeah, that's actually pretty confusing. I'll give you that one. Scion of Red Ruin is still running through the back line trying to stop some of these Ungor Raiders. Dread Spears and the Raven's Heralds also stopping them up. So both sides have killed the other's backline almost entirely. Blackheart Corsairs now getting downhill charged by Centaurs, already in combat with other Centaurs and the Butcher's Account Guard. They're not going to last too much longer. For the Dark Elves, they'll be relying on the Raven's Heralds, Marathi, and the Siren of Red Ruin with 2 Dread Spears healthy. For the Beastmen, we still have the Butcher's Account Guard half HP. We have a bunch of chaff all around the map, and then they have their 2 heroes still alive. Beastmen are slightly up on the balance of power, and I would tend to agree. Whale of Malice hurting all these people that are surrounding the Siren of Red Ruin. She goes running through these guys. Blackheart Corsair is still getting worked down slowly, but their 80 armor is keeping them safe against the Beastmen overall. And Morgur chucks out his voluntary Chaos Spawn summon, so he is out of summons. Deathcaster has Fate of Unit and Spirit Leech 4 spells. I don't know if he wants to use them on Marathi. Might want to start Spirit Leeching down the Siren of Red Ruin. Might be a good use of his time. That or Fate of Buna, this full health Dread Spear, I guess is okay. But probably just start Spirit Leech in the Siren. Blackheart Corsair is going to start routing off Dark Elves in general in mass exodus right now, and Marathi with another Soul Stealer cast, and this one hurting 2 chaff units, a Chaos Spawn, and the Bray Shaman of Death. I cannot disapprove strongly enough of the use of Soul Stealer in this game. I'm so upset about it. God damn it, that Chaos Spawn is a summon. Stop Soul Stealering it. Another Bolt of Change, or Doom Bolt, whatever. Same spell, but it's purple. Bolt of Doom hitting the Bray Shaman of Death, getting a little bit of damage on him. The Butchers of Kalkengard are out here finishing off the Raven's Heralds that somehow ended up in melee. I think they were trying to rear charge the Ungor Raiders. That does get them caught on the ground, Butchers of Kalkengard, so that is a huge loss for the Dark Elves, losing that armor-piercing flying cav unit. Scion of Red Ruin is surrounded. Spirit Leech has started onto Marathi, though she does have 25% spell resistance. I suppose it's fine if you just think you can kill the Scion of Red Ruin on the ground while Marathi's flying around. Marathi lands onto some Centaurs, and the Butchers of Kalkengard are right there. The Butchers of Kalkengard are right there, Marathi. Why are you landing here? I'm confused. I'm alarmed and confused at what is happening in this game. This game has been just completely wild. Doesn't heal that much anyway. It can heal cap a Dragon Lord. It can heal plenty. Alright, the Siren's fighting Morgur and a bunch of Spears. She's not going to win that one. Marathi's still fighting the Butcher's Kalkengard and Centaurs, taking a good fistful of damage, and she wishes she had Soul Stealer now. Melkos mystifying Miasma onto the Butcher's Kalkengard. She continues to get worked down. Balance of powers tipping into army losses territory, and that is GG. Okay. Marathi did okay. Siren of Red Ruin did great. Raven's Herald did okay. Blackheart Corsair Handbows, mixed, but overall not good. Like, most of them struggled because they got run down. 2 of them did okay. Curio! His Lord and Caster did not get a lot of value. Not a lot of value at all in the Deathcaster, unfortunately, but he didn't seem to need magic, as apparently the rest of his roster just carried him through it. Centaur's dogs getting good engagements, running stuff down. Ungor Raiders, mixed value, but one got a lot. GG. We move on to the finals. It is true. Chosen One will have to beat 3 RTK in a row to take this tournament. Chosen One and Curio, 3 RTK, standing between him and a tournament win. And this boy is back on them Skavens. Alright, he picks Skaven. He takes a Hell Pit Abomination. He takes the Council Guard. And if he wins this game, I guess I know nothing about Skaven, because I think the Council Guard are a bad unit. I think the Hell Pit Abomination's a bad unit. I think Skaven are a bad faction. So let's see me be wrong about all these things. Let's see him just fucking murder the Beastmen, everybody. I'm already concerned about my prediction because we took a Beastcaster. Doom and Darkness is fucking amazing versus Skaven. Spirit Leech is amazing versus Skaven. Traderkin's amazing versus Skaven. What beast spell could possibly be worth not taking those? It's a Manticore summon and Flock of Doom. Those are fine, but not the best. It can't cap them anymore since the nerf. Loopy, it can cap them. We've watched it cap them all tournament long. It can. You can heal cap a Dark Elf caster on a dragon. It 100% can. We've watched like 40 plus games of these fuckers. I know how much it can heal them. Anyway, on the side of Skaven, we have the Avalanche Mortars. We have Rat Ogres, Lord Skrulk, Council Guard, Stormvermin, and then a bunch of Clan Rat Spears, some Poison Globes, some Slings, a Hell Pit Abomination, and more Spears. On the other side, for the Beastmen, we have Ungor herds across the front line. Triple Ungor Raider, more Ungor Spearman herds, a bunch of Centaurs, Butcher's Cavalry Guard, Morgar the Shadowgave, and a Feral Manticore. Manticore in the late game will bring all the terror outs. You have a normal Manticore anyway! Just take Traderkin! What if they go fucking... Like, what if they go Packmaster, Chieftain, Ikit, Claw? What if they hard box? Traderkin's amazing versus both those. What if, like, Spirit Leech is good versus all the Skaven lords? Why would you take that? Doom and Darkness is amazing for breaking their front line. Why wouldn't you just do that? Why would you bother taking a shitty-ass Manticore summon that lasts like 22 seconds after its long-ass animation finishes, then you finally get a half-assed bullshit monster? Manticores suck. Stop wasting your winds of magic on them. That's how you lose to Skaven. Just take the good spells. Just take the good spells and win the fucking game. Like, it's not that hard to beat Skaven, guys. Oh. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Anyway. Skrulk's running around, chilling, with his 4,500 HP and no spell resist, so Spirit Leech would sure kill him real fast, but I'm not mad we didn't bring it. Clan Rats are going to get summoned to try and stop these Ungor Raiders. Wall Poison Globes throw at the Centaurs with throwing axes. The Beastmen are trying to get involved. The Skaven have kited back, but that puts them awfully close to the white line, which is the last place the Skaven want to be. Casually trying to give Hummus a stroke with talking Skaven up and talking down on Dark Elves. Alright, the Avalanche Mortars are trying to kill the Ungor Raiders. Curio's doing his best to dodge whenever those volleys come out, but it's not really working too well for him. The Manticore has dove down into the Poison Globes, setting them, stopping them from throwing. Another Butcher's Count Guard are pushing through, and Terror Routes are hitting these Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats. We'll see what can happen over here as the Hell Pit Abomination waddles into the fray. The Centaurs are throwing X's, are backing off. Now, the Beastmen are right up against the white line, so they're going to have to be super careful about this. They need to route the Skaven off the white line, but not go themselves as the Rat Ogres Terror route away. Front line of the Skaven is falling apart a little bit here. Ungor Raiders getting involved. They're going to start shooting at some stuff. The Avalanche Mortars are still shooting. Beastmen have good micro and survive Avalanche Mortar. Yeah, they're doing good. Manticore's going to dive down. Avalanche Mortar's still trying to punish the people. Meanwhile, Poison Globes are pushing off some Centaurs with throwing axes. Meanwhile, more Skaven are getting pushed off the flank. This entire area is falling apart for the Skaven. Their Poison Globes are still trying to get away. The Rat Ogres are doing their best, and the Hell Pit Abomination is standing ominously and staring into the void. Manticore is getting some big chomps down onto Lord Skrulk. We do not have the other Manticore summon yet, and the Butcher's Calvin Guard are taking a strangely long time to get involved over here. Well, Skrulk starts to summon something on top of himself. He summons a Plague Monk nearby. Skaven routing on this flank. They have done a lot of damage, but they are starting to rout a little bit. They have some globes who are okay, but big dive onto the backfield, shutting down the Avalanche Mortars for a little bit from the Centaurs and Dogs. They rout off the Skaven Slave Slingers, but Centaurs actually do withstand, and now more Centaurs pile in through the backfield. Over here, Centaurs taking a lot of damage, but they rout off the Rat Ogres at half HP, terror routing them off. All the Skaven are terror routing away. Balance power is about 50-50, which is not how you want to be as the Skaven. You want to be very far ahead by this point in the game. By the time the melee starts, you need to be much, much, much further ahead. Oh, which summon is that? It's his manual summon. So Morgr already uses manual summon. Oh, no. This is bad. This is bad for the Beastmen. The Plague Monk summon's going to fade away, and when it does, Morgr's free summon is going to go off, and he doesn't want it to right now. That is a bit of a disaster. Butcher's Calvin Guard get onto the Avalanche Mortars, though, tear out them away with the help of the Manticore. They're doing just fine. Oh, here comes your second Chaos Spawn summon, whether you like it or not, Morgr. So one of his spawn summons spent its entire lifetime fighting another summon, and then that summon dying procced his other summon. Oof, that is brutal. Elsewhere, though, the Skaven are just routing in every single direction. The Hell Pit Abomination, Council Guard are still full HP, which is generally why I consider them bad units. If you ever wonder why. Yes, they have good stats. Yes, they're unbreakable. Yes, he has... Actually, he has bad stats. But he's anti-large. Problem is they're going to end most games at full HP by the time you hit army losses. They have no agency. They can't do anything. They're too slow and they walk around. If the enemy just walks away from you, it doesn't matter. You can just ignore them. Everywhere else, the Skaven are routing. Butcher's Calvin Guard chasing around some clan rats. It's not worth your time. You need to come back. Come back. Hey. Get over here. Get over here. Don't keep fucking chasing the clan rat. Who cares about that? Come here. Alright, the Chaos Spawn summon did manage to get into a fight with still time left on its summon, so it's going to fight the Council Guard and Skrulk for a little bit. Beastcaster's falling back. I don't know what he's done with his Winds of Magic. What? How do you have 4 kills and 0 gold value? How do you have 4 kills and 0 gold value? How? How did you do that? How? I hate this. I hate everything about this. Thanks, Scott. Also, real great faction. The fucking... He hasn't even used any Winds of Magic, and the Skaven are still losing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that his caster's done literally nothing all game, apparently got 4 kills, and even the game is like, those 4 Skaven you killed literally mean nothing, because they don't matter. Nothing matters. Skaven are dog shit faction. Hey, I don't even have to use my caster. Hey, one of my summons can get fucking burned by being next to a summon when it goes. It doesn't matter. You just run everything off. He must have killed a summon. Summons still count for damage value, though. I believe summons still count for damage value. It always seems like they have. But he hasn't cast any fucking spells! He hasn't cast the Magic Raising Ass to block a tomb! And look, you still have full health Hell Pit Abomination, you still have full health Council Guard doing jack dick! This is why these units are bad! That's 3,000 gold for a Chosen One doing fucking nothing! Oh, God. Vindication, but also sadness, because I don't like seeing Skaven lose to a caster who's not even using spells! Imagine if he brought real spells! Oh my god! Alright, fast forward as the Beastmen apparently just run off Skaven all day. And they're gonna kite back. There, we got a Flock of Doom. There we go. He got 200 value off that Flock of Doom. Bop. Council Guard getting kited around. Rat Ogres doing their best to fight back here. And the Hell Pit Abomination fights the Butcher's Calvin Guard for a brief second. Now Centaurs are throwing axes, are hitting these Council Guard. Now, we know that the Beastcaster has infinite winds of magic because he didn't cast a single spell until this point. So Flock of Dooms are going to get cast over and over again on that little teeny tiny blob. Council Guard get whittled away. They get killed off. Skrull gets killed off. Army Loss is going to take a full pit Hell Pit Abomination with it because that Hell Pit Abomination doesn't need to fight nothing. You can just ignore him. You can. You can do it. I've seen it happen. I've tried using the Hell Pit. It's bad. Don't use it. We saw it happen here. Chosen One couldn't make this dog shit thing worth anything. Chosen One couldn't make the Council Guard worth anything. Don't take them. They're bad units. And also, kids, you don't need a caster to beat Skaven, apparently. This is what's pissing me off so much, is you all like to sit out there and throw peanuts at me and throw tomatoes at me and make me dance for you. And yet, when people play Skaven on my stream, for some reason, no one seems to fucking know how this faction works and how easy it is to beat them. And then people load up, and they take the wrong spell lore, and they don't even use their goddamn spells, and then they finally trash on my Skaven, and it's like, it's a hollow victory. Because, yeah, I was right, this faction sucks, and all that shit. I was right about the units that are bad on the roster, but also my favorite faction still sucks ass. So it's like, if we get a win, I have to watch people play really weirdly against Skaven. And then I get memed on forever. And if they lose, then I'm like, there, finally, someone took just like a decent build and played it decently and beat Skaven. It's not that fucking hard. Oh, I'm not mad, though. Because at least Skaven got buffs in the next patch. They didn't? Well, that's great. Alright, Dark Elves, more Dark Elves versus the Empire. Curio is up 1-0 against Chosen One. Chosen One took Skaven and he lost game 1 because of a Hell Pit Abomination that betrayed him. Betrayed him by making him think it was any good at all. Now, game 2, can he resurrect his score on the Dark Elves here? 4 Cold One Knights, Sisters of Singing Doom, plus some Sisters of Slaughter, a bunch of Dread Spears. Marathi up on her mount with Melkoths and Soul Stealer, then a Feral Manticore. On the other side, for the Empire, we have 3 Pistoliers, 1 War Wagon, Knights of the Blazing Sun mixed in with Empire Knights, a whole bunch of state troops across the front. Karl Franz up on his Demigryph with Galmaraz and Reichland Runefang. Okay. Looks like we have a bit of a kite phase. I need to fast forward because I have 18 minutes left before I need to be done. And in fact, I should be done sooner than that, but need to is in 18 minutes. Knights of the Blazing Sun and Empire Knights charging in against Cold One Knights. Cold One Knights should win that fight completely left alone, but they are not left alone as Karl Franz is here to offer the Reichland Runefang, which he has not popped yet. He needs to pop it. Alright, he's not going to do that. We do have Dwellers Below and Earthblood Caster on the side of the Empire. It looks like they are casting it on this big old blob of Dark Elves. Franz really needs to pop Reichland Runefang. Come on. Come on. Pop it, so the Spearmen get an insane amount of melee attack. Do it. Do it, you coward. Well, apparently not. Anyway, Dwellers Below is going to eat up a bunch of Dark Elves. Doesn't do as much damage as you might think, but it did do a good amount of damage. Franz gets away from there just fine. And if you're hoping for a game 3 in this final, you're going to hope that the Dark Elves somehow clutch this out. But it's looking rough from the early game. Sisters of Slaughter trying to catch the Knights of Blazing Sun, as we have an unholy line of Spearmen defending the desert. Alright, Marathi's chucking out her little Doom Bolt onto these Pistoliers, gets a little bit of poke damage. That is some nice stuff. Meanwhile, the Dark Elves continue to Shrek through whatever's in this blob fight, though they are also taking a lot of damage. But Franz gets surrounded by Cold One Knights. He has all of his buffs popped now, but he's trying to get out of there, and the Jade Wizard does not have regrowth for him, so his healing would be slow Earthbloods. Manticore is trying to catch up to him, but Franz does get away by getting back through his Pistoliers. Thanks, Edwin. Alright, Dreadspear, Sister of Slaughter trying to fight it out. Dark Riders getting onto the back line, getting a little bit of damage from Pistoliers before Curio peels for them with a downhill charge from Empire Knights. And a rear charge from Franz takes out those Dark Riders with gusto. The Empire State troops are trying to come over here and get a little bit more involved. Pistoliers are going to go kite behind them, and War Wagons shooting at whatever they can. Balance Power's about dead even. In the backfield, Empire Knights are running down Cold One Knights. And Marathi's trying to save them, and this is important for her, because that Cold One Knight is very healthy and has a lot of love left to give in this fight. It looks like she's successful. They're getting away from those Empire Knights. The Empire Knights are actually trying to get out of here, so that will allow the Cold Ones to come back. I honestly think the Empire Knights might have wanted to suicide for those Cold Ones. That could have been worth it, but oh well. It's a tough call. I mean, a half-health Empire Knight versus a 1/3 health Cold One Knight. I can see it either way. Human Boy's so hot right now. I wish I was, but I'm not. Okay. Dread Spears are a little overextended. They'll probably get rear charged by something here that might take them out, but Marathi and the Manticore are nearby. Call of Franz is in this guy at half HP. We do have some Knights of Blazing Sun trying to fight Cold One Knights, and the Cold One Knights are not really into this. They want out of here, and they're trying to get away. Sisters Singing Doom, the Sisters of Slaughter are getting here. And they should kill all of the Empire State troops quite easily. Marathi dives down onto the Jade Wizard and into a whole bunch of problems. Is she truly safe here? I guess. She could probably just Soul Steal her if she's in trouble. And she has a full health Cold One Knight nearby. Actually, has 2 and a Dark Rider. Yeah, she's fine still. Grievin, fair. Sisters of Slaughter here, trying to chase down these guys. Spearmen trying to get away, but the elves are faster and they're poisoning you while they do so. So you're not really going to get anywhere there. Marathi's continuing to harass the War Wagons and Pistoliers, push them away from her cav, while her cav and the Sisters of Singing Doom try and get some of these guys down. Sisters of Singing Doom do not manage to rampage the Knights of the Blazing Sun, but the Cold One Knights will get their fight anyway. These Spearmen need to be taken care of, though, so that the Cold One Knights can take this fight with the Knights of the Blazing Sun uncontested. Marathi is fighting against the Empire Knights. War Wagons continue to kite away, and Franz is not feeling the best at half HP still after all this long while. Sisters of Slaughter and Cold One Knights teaming up to fight Knights of the Blazing Sun, and they are not going to win this. They need to back off. Knights of the Blazing Sun have very bad melee stats if they just sit and fight. They're mostly reliant on their charge bonus. Melkos Mystify Miasma on the Empire Knights. Meanwhile, other Empire Knights take a 2v1 of Dark Riders and Cold One Knights. Sisters Singing Doom kill off the spear, but big snipe onto Marathi. Soul Stealer is trying to bail her out of this bad situation, but she is getting murdered, and a terror out takes her as Franz is trying to finish the job on her, as that might be the series. Franz knocking Marathi out. She's not routed yet, she's just terror routed, but he can't get a hit on her. He's missed like 2 or 3 shots in a row, which considering the Reichel, Runefang, and Golem Miraz are popped, how is he missing this often? There he gets another hit, but it's been a while. He's just trying to hit her off the face of the earth. The edge of the map is right there, but she somehow rallies. Now she finally routes, but it looks like Franz is going to take her with. Earthblood trying to heal him up. Pistoliers, they have to dive into melee. Knights of the Blazing Sun rear charging. They gotta bail Franz out of here as Marathi's getting up in the sky, but she's going the wrong way. She's not going to the edge of the map, and a terror route takes the Pistoliers straight off in a bit of a disaster for the Empire. That was some horrific RNG from Franz. He had every buff. He should have hit her with every single swing, and I think I saw him miss 2 in a row, which is insane that he didn't get to kill her. Marathi flying by the seat of her pants. That was just crazy. Cold Knight's gonna get rear charged by Franz, but he gets Soul Stealed, which heals up Marathi and damages him, and the Cold Knights just ignore him, running straight past to get to the Knights of Blazing Sun and keep themselves on this battlefield. Franz needs to get back up to the sky, and he needs to get some Earthblood spam, as a Doombolt is going for him too. Right when he's next to the edge of the map, if this does significant damage and routes him, he will just go off the face of the earth. He needs some Earthbloods. I don't know where the Winds of Magic is at right now, but takes a giant hit down to 300 HP. Sigmar's Sun's rampaging, and the Empire just FFs there. Alright. I don't think he had too much left in him, to be fair. So I don't disagree with the FF. That was some rough RNG to not kill Marathi there. A little bit insane. And then she also got the RNG to run away from the circle off to the right instead of right towards the white line, which would have taken her off the battlefield. And then her Doombolt and Soul Stealer sniped out Franz, ending the game. So, like, 3 things went horribly wrong back to back to back to back. Did he not regrowth? No, he brought Dwellers and Earthblood. But, yeah, a whole bunch of things went wrong for the Empire there that just chained onto each other. And then he's like, well, fucking GG, guess RNG game is strong. Final game of the tournament, no matter what you think or feel. It is game 3 of the finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. Chosen One versus Curio. More Lizardmen, more Dark Elves. Oh, boy. Hey, Black Knight. All right. We're going to have to roll through this one, and there won't be much of a post-game like me sitting around saying hi and stuff. I really do have to go. I got to get through this game, and then I got to start on dinner, so let's keep this rolling. For the builds, you saw them in the build screen, but we have some Skink Skirmishers, the Umbral Tide, and then some Skink Cohorts of Javelin, Skink Cohorts Regular. We do have the Red Crest Skink ROR, some Ripperdactyl Riders, Feral Cold Ones, Horned Ones, and a Salon Mage Priest of Life, where he brought Regrowth, Earthblood, and his Bound Banishment, Blood Statue, Spite, and all that stuff. On the side of the Dark Elves, we have 4 Dark Riders, 2 Cold One Knights, 3 Dark Shards, 1 Dark Rider repeated crossbows, and then we have a Sorceress of Dark up in the sky on her dragon with a front line of Dread Spears and Bleak Swords. A bit of kiting is happening, which is fine, but I don't have time for it so times 3 speed until shit starts happening. Dark Elves are moving up, shooting a little bit with the repeated crossbows here and there, but they are mostly just getting kited by the Salamander Hunting Packs and the Skink Skirmishers. Damage, damage, damage. Dark Riders extend a little bit to hit the Umbral Tide. The Umbral Tide are trying to fall back and away, but the Ripperdactyl Riders think about committing. 2 Ripperdactyls do commit onto this side with Dark Shards, and a Bound Banishment hits some Dark Rider repeated crossbows, but overall both sides falling back into kiting as best they can. Lizardmen are going to try and heal up and use more of their ammunition as they run away, with the Salamander Hunting Pack somewhere in the mixed. Meanwhile, they're getting pushed a little close to the white line for their liking. The Skink Skirmishers do overextend a little bit, getting surrounded by Dark Riders, taking some big damage here. Bye, Awesome Rhino. Horned Ones charge in, same with Feral Cold Ones, getting some good damage, and the Skink overlapping fire pushes the Dark Riders away. I believe there was some sort of Soul Stealer or something getting cast. Yes, it is getting cast onto Skink Skirmishers, but why, though? Why was it cast onto those guys? That was weird. Still managed to hit 2 Feral Cold Ones, even though they're not in the circle, but sure, whatever, that's fine. I don't care. I don't care about anything. Nothing matters. It's whatever. Salamander Hunting Pack's trying to shoot at the Dark Elf Sorcerers, flying directly over them. Meanwhile, Dark Shards taking some damage, and these Dark Rider repeater crossbows got murdered by Skink Cohorts with Javelins. Ripperdactyl Riders dive the back line, taking out some more Dark Shards. Meanwhile, these other Ripperdactyls, the Colossus Hunters, the anti-large version, are going after the Supreme Sorceress of Dark, seeing if they can get some free damage onto her, and it looks like they will. She stops and takes the fight, but she doesn't want it all. She needs to land in her own Cold One Knights. That can help out a lot as the Cold One Knights swarm the Ripperdactyls on the ground and eat them alive! Alive! So she doesn't need to land whenever they go for her like that. Horned Ones and Feral Cold Ones rallying on the back line, probably going to get a couple Earthbloods or something to heal them up. The Umbral Tide continue to try and get some damage out. Meanwhile, the Skinks and Red Crested Skinks pushing up the front line, beating the Dark Elf front line because it is getting clumped. Oh no, that's a problem. Out of the limited front line the Dark Elves brought, they only brought 5 melee units. All of them ended up right here, leaving vast open swaths of land that the Dark Shards can get pushed through. Actually, some Dark Riders and Dread Spears also just standing AFK in tactical reserves. That is a bit of a disaster and a misplay that is going to hurt the Dark Elves quite a lot. We'll see if it ends up mattering, though, as these Horned Ones are taking significant damage, as are the Ripperdactyls that are still involved. Umbral Tide are firing up and over into the Cold One Knights, trying to damage them a bit as a Soul Stealer heals up this Dark Elf Sorceress and hurts the Horned Ones even further. Murderous Prowess is popped for them. Dark Elves feeling all right, but again, we have so many tactical reserves that need to come back to the fight. Come back to the fight, you guys! Get in here! As the Dark Shards are being attacked by Skinks, Cold One Knights trying to peel for them. These other guys need to be brought back. Now these Dread Spears are moving, but where are they going? They're moving away from their own Dark Shards, so the backline is getting no love from the Dark Elf side. Ripperdactyls taking a lot of damage as the Dark Elves continue to pile in, but the Umbral Tide are firing away over here, doing good damage to the Dark Elf Sorceress. Doing fine, doing fine. I have a ping. What's it about? Alright. Really good damage onto the Supreme Sorceress of Dark. Some form of regrowth is coming in onto the Colossus Hunters in an overcasted regrowth, so that'll heal them a shit ton. Dark Elves now getting some of their tactical reserves back into the fight, though it is a little too little. It is a little too late. Yeah. What? Okay. Okay. Sorry, I had to deal with a thing. Meanwhile, this is just chaos. This is just utter nonsense. Everything's routing, everything's fighting. There's no cohesion that I could easily talk about where it's like, yeah, I mean, these Skinks are fighting these bleak swords over here because that leaves the left flank. There's no flanks anymore. There's no central line. There's nothing. Everything is completely fallen apart. Anyway, Soul Stealer in the backfield. Looks like it's trying to hit both Ripperdactyls. There it is. It only hit one, though. It's a nice little thing there for the Lizardmen. They can stay in it. Dark Elf Sorceress is landing big damage on the charge. Hits the Colossus Hunters for a lot of damage. They're going to tear her out away. She might chase them off. Umbral Tide are kiting it out. So are these Skinks. Going to push off Dread Spears in the backfield. Still a lot of Dark Elf Dread Spears running around. There's no chaos here, Human Boy. It's true. It's true. Another overcasted regrowth from the Slon. I don't know if he even took overcast damage. I saw the explosion, but I don't know if he actually took damage. We have a bunch of things routing for the Dark Elves that are trying to come back. And the Dark Elf caster is landing on the Umbral Tide. Ripperdactyl's right behind her, and Dark Riders are trying to help her out, but there's no other infantry nearby. Dread Spears are over fighting the Cohort of Sotek. And it looks like she's actually losing that fight, especially with the Quaston Hunters coming in here for an overall surround. And they get the Shield the Old Ones buff. Toad Rage is even popped on the Quaston Hunters, I think. No, they just got the buff, the Shield the Old Ones coming in. That might be the end of the Supreme Sorceress of Dark, unless she has another Soul Stealer for herself. She does. Does that heal her up enough to get her out of this bad situation? As the Dark Elf Chaff is winning in other places. The Lizards just have a ton of healing left. They have a lot of Ripperdactyls. We'll see what they can do, though. Honestly, if this full health Ripperdactyl somehow dies to, like, the Sorceress or the Chaff, then, I mean, sure, she could carry. The Slon's a lot of balance of power, but doesn't have a lot of love left to give. He has one Blood Statue to spite, and then maybe, like, one regrowth left. Earthblood is out. Umbral Tide kiting away. Dark Riders trying to help out the Dragon Lord, but the Ripperdactyls are getting insanely low. And she is trying to path out as Salamanders shoot at her backside. The Chaff for the Dark Elves are running up. The Lizardmen are also just about out of gas here. If she can get back to her Dread Spears, this is a very winnable game for the Dark Elves. I wouldn't say it's favored, but it's winnable if she can get back here. She's trying to. The Ripperdactyls are trying to chase her down. Umbral Tide are coming over here. They all of a sudden get orders to shoot her at point-blank range, and she is going to rout. Can she get to the Dread Spears? She's crawling towards them, and she does get there. The Ripperdactyls plow straight into those Dread Spears, and we get another regrowth coming in for the Ripperdactyls, plus an Earthblood. The Earthblood actually cancels the regrowth. And the Supreme Sorceress didn't stop in her spears, so then the Ripperdactyls just passed straight through it, and now they're going to surround her. There's a Soul Stealer to heal her up and damage them down. Another regrowth on the Ripperdactyls, and she lands in her Dread Spears. I like that a lot. As the Salamander Hunting Pack is shooting in the distance. Horned Ones are here. Red Crested Skinks are here to chase off some other stuff. The Ripperdactyls retreat. Quaston Hunters even rout, and they don't shatter. They just rout. Regrowth healing up these Ripperdactyls. Skinks poking away at the Dark Elf Sorceress. She charges into Horned Ones. Gets a lot of damage on the charge. There's plenty of Skinks left. Can these Dread Spears help carry her to victory? Does she have another Soul Stealer left after all this? Does not look like it's coming out just yet. Ripperdactyls landing on her. Can she get a big attack on them? She gets one. It might not be enough as the Umbral Tide are shooting, but the Bleak Swords with the flank trying to shut her down. The Sorceress does not have the leadership to withstand this kind of pressure, though. She is going to rout. Maybe, no, her leadership manages to rally, but overall, I mean, she's taking too much damage. And there's too many Ripperdactyls left. That's probably GG. Probably. There we go. Army losses. Like I said, I don't have a lot of time for pomp and circumstance at the end. That is a win for Chosen One, taking you back to the Photoshop. Not going to bother looking at the stats because I don't have time to. At the Photoshop, here we go. Chosen One wins with a 2-1 win over Curio. He won 2-1 against Rusty, 2-1 against Tisbone, and 2-1 against Curio. Good for you, Chosen One. You did great. You did awesome. Fantastic for you. I really, really have to go. Congratulations on the win. We'll be doing the Chieftain tournament right after 7.